Yo, 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 yo. Alrighty. So, few things happened yesterday, I guess. There is a blog post. More upcoming changes. So let's see. Today we're continuing to work on changes based on player feedback. And this is a list of the updates we've finished internally. We will be deploying the following changes over the next few days. This is just a list of the changes that have been made so far. These are not the only change we're investigating. They do not represent the full list of what players are reporting to us. Okay. Player balance changes. Now that we have a lot of nerfs out of the way, we can concentrate on buffing things that are not performing well. Sorceress-specific changes. Why is Arc a sorceress-specific change? I guess they just tie the skills to... Okay, whatever. Arc now does a lightning explosion when it hits a shocked enemy, but can no longer shock. It does not consume the shock. Okay. Eye of Winter now gain... That seems bad, doesn't it? Wouldn't Arc be like a really good shock application? Or maybe it doesn't do enough damage? But it's not AoE, right? It chains. So it should do more damage than just AoE. This... This almost seems like a nerf to how I would use it. Maybe it buffs it as a core ability? I don't know. Eye of Winter now gains bonus elemental damage when passing through other elemental orcs like Solar Orb, Orb of Storms, or Frost Bomb. Okay. Incinerate's exposure duration has been increased to 8 seconds from 2? Holy shit! That's a change. Mana Tempest can now be used with all spells and has been changed to cause empowered spells to split to additional target instead of chaining or forking. Okay. Frostbolt's explosion radius has been increased by 50%. Ice Nova's freeze buildup has been increased significantly. Frostbomb exposure duration has been increased 8 from 5. Mana Remnants... No, Mana Tempest. Mana Remnants has been changed to work with other elemental ailments than just shock. We are lowering the delay for Ignite spreading from sources such as Wildfire to 1 second from 2, but the radius has been decreased slightly. Okay. Bleed/Chaos Inoculation. Oh. Energy Shield no longer prevents bleeding from being applied. They changed that. I thought that was a pretty cool weakness to bleed, honestly. Like, everything has weaknesses, right? And this was a cool, unique thing to bleed, but maybe it was overpowered. Well, maybe it made bleed struggle more than it need to. I thought that was cool. And it makes sense that when you do damage to energy shield that they wouldn't bleed. I'm not sure I like this, but I mean, I get that it's probably better for balance. So now CI prevents bleeding. Jesus Christ. The passive clusters that grant you additional stun threshold based on your maximum energy shield now also increase your ailment threshold, so you will no longer be ignited, chill, frozen, shocked as often while using CI if you take these passive. Okay. That's neat. Hunter specific changes. Parried enemies can no longer evade your attacks. Okay. The spear stuck in enemies by rapid assault now always bleeds on hit when you detonate it. The AoE has been increased by 20% and the detonate does 67% more damage. Okay. Spearfield's spear duration has been increased to 10 seconds from 6 and had its damage growth increased, dealing 30% more damage at level 20. Okay. Herald of Blood no longer deletes the corpses of rare uniques, allowing you to use ritual sacrifice on rares. Okay. Warrior specific changes. Temper weapon on Smith of Kitana adds 3 empowerments per strike of your weapon and is 25% faster. The damage might need to come down a little. Okay. Might need, so it isn't yet. Shield wall is now detonatable with Warcries. Armor break being applied to players by monsters no longer has a 20% extra. Wait. Armor break being applied to players by monsters. Okay. No longer has the 20% extra physical damage modifier that was intended to only be a buff to players. We've also reduced this duration to 4 from 12. I ran into this bug. Yeah. Okay, cool. Ranger specific. Stormcaller arrow now proliferates shocks to nearby enemies in a smaller radius and has had its AoE radius increased by 50%. Lightning rod damage has been increased by 30% and the duration has been increased to 20. Lightning arrow has had the radius to which it arcs to targets increased by 50. Tornado shots maximum duration has been increased to 15 seconds. Okay. Support gem. We have added a support gem called Inhibitor that prevents charges from being consumed but increases the damage of the supported skill by 4% for each type of charge you have. Okay. We've since found that the implementation for the increased damage per type of charge to not be feasible in the time frame that we want this support gem to be released. Okay. And the core of the design of the support is an important tool to get into your hands of players. So we'll be releasing it without that stat present. Okay. So it just makes them not consume. Okay. Delirium changes. Delirium encounters now last approximately 2.5 times longer. Okay. We've added several Artificer's Orbs to fix locations throughout the campaign, allowing you to craft with them more often. We have also added runes for attributes, allowing you to fix early game requirement issues. Oh, new runes. Okay. We are also updating all runes to also apply to wands and staves. This work will require adding specific mods for these items. We are unsure if soul cores and talents will be able to be added at the same time, but it is our intention to attempt to make this change. Okay. Finding rares in endgame. During endgame, a common issue is missing a rare in the corner of the map that you didn't happen to explore. In order to mitigate this issue, we have changed rares to show up on the minimap at all times. Okay. I don't know if I like that. That seems... I mean, it is definitely going to make it easier, but that seems a little bit like checklisty. Madeline Waterways. We have made a change to Madeline Waterways to merge some sections of water together, reducing the average number of levers that you will encounter while play by 6 levers. Oh shit, okay. Well, I just did that yesterday, so that's great. One of the issues that's often reported is getting swamped by monsters. We're currently doing a pass to investigate this issue and can probably talk about specific change tomorrow, but the change is likely to be target specific monsters that are too difficult, especially in zones that have a lot of fast monsters. Okay, and note about the ritual exploit. Recently there was an exploit involving reducing the deferral cost of ritual items in combination with using a unique tablet that allows for unlimited rerolls. This occurred during the middle of the night, and unfortunately due to an internal miscommunication we didn't fix it, the exploit until around 8 hours later. We have banned 301 accounts that was clearly exploiting this, and they will remain banned until the end of the current league. Thankfully the economic impact outside of the banned accounts is relatively small. Okay. That's pretty good. Is there more? Did I read this already? Oh, this is the one I read, or this is the same one. Changes to Act 3? I just did that! Oh, what? I need to... BRB, something made a sound. Vacuum cleaner. The vacuum cleaner fell over. It's fine. Nothing. All right. The Drowned City. We just finished that. This area had a very large dead end. That was intended to contain an entrance to an area that was temporarily cut to ship early access. Okay. Unfortunately, this means that in the live version, this leads up to an inaccessible door with no checkpoint. Okay. We're removing that part of that level and the part that leads up to it, which will reduce the overall size of the area quite a lot. Nice. Okay. Okay. Exile. I haven't gotten there yet. Exactly the same problem as the Round City. We're doing the same fix, but in addition has a second dead end where the entrance to the treasure vault is located in the present version of this area. Or in the present version. We'll remove that dead end as well. Okay. The apex of filth. This area is shaped like a large spiral, which was originally done because the boss arena had to be in the center to maintain continuity with the past version. We're breaking that continuity to make the area smaller, which will make the area better overall. Okay. Asag Bog, I did that as well. The area is a large square that has extremely high variance in how long it takes to find the boss, because the location of that boss is highly variable. We have changed this area to be more rectangular with the boss at the other end from where you start, which means that you can get to the boss more quickly without needing to explore the entire area, as well as making it somewhat smaller. That's good, I guess. Infested Barrens. This area primarily trips people up because it requires you to find a waypoint to the waterways before you can continue on to the chimeral wetlands. If you want to be able to come back easily after finishing Jikoini Sankim, we are modifying the area to have a bottleneck requiring you to pass the entrance to the waterway near the start, meaning that there are less things you need to try to find this area, cutting down the size slightly. Oh, right. Okay, yeah, so... Right, that makes sense. Yeah, okay. So they're forcing you past the... They're forcing you past the waypoint rather than you having to find it before you leave. Gotcha. Jungle Ruins. This area had a problem where it was often hard to identify the exit to the infested barren from far enough away. We have made the entrance more clear and moved the checkpoint further so that you're more likely to see it. This area has also been made slightly smaller. Okay. Chimeral Wetlands. This area has some random variations that put the entrance to the Temple of Chaos very far away from the entrance to the Machinarium, requiring a lot of backtracking. We're moving those two entrances close together. Okay. Jikani's Machinarium. This area primarily takes extra time due to searching for soul cores. We've added an extra soul core to reduce the average amount of time it takes to find them. Oh, really? I didn't think it took that long. I guess. Okay. Sanctum. Area stuff is the same problem as Machinarium. An extra soul core. Okay. General changes. We've also noticed that a common issue is doing a side area and then coming back to the main area and finding that it's been reset, making you need to clear it a second time. Yeah. We have a more permanent solution in mind for this issue, but as a temporary improvement, we have increased the timeout time for areas with side areas in them. Okay. Should reduce how often you run into this issue. These changes should be deployed within the next few days. Okay. Well, I mean, I just finished it, so that's great. Oh, I didn't even read this. In our update post yesterday, we said we'd be checking to see if there's outlaws in the area at times during the campaign. Now that we've done the first part of it, we can talk about some changes. Focus this time is on Act 3 since somewhat long. Yeah, it's a lot longer completion time, I think. Okay. There's also an interview with Zizaran and the developers, and I want to watch that. So I'm thinking we'll do... why is that? Oh, for fuck's sake. Dude. Sometimes OBS is a real bitch. I don't know why it fucking resets. Is this one better? This one is better. Why is it not working? Oh, for crying out loud. What? Dude, the only thing I did was change the fucking... The only thing I did was change... We enjoy the song. Okay, so the only thing I did was change where it sources, or which source it is, and it just resized the whole thing. Okay, we are ready. I will open PoE 2. We will watch this interview while we do some of the X stuff.
Hopefully not. But yeah.
Here we go.
I'm ready to start. I'll do just like a quick intro and then we go. But yeah. Thank you so much for joining me here for a podcast after the launch of Point 2. This is Jonathan and Neon, for those that don't know, directors of JGG. And yeah, we're here to talk about the launch.
Yeah, I mean, well, you know, it's always good to have a chat. You know, obviously it's a bit of a contentious launch in some ways this time, so I'm sure there's going to be a lot of questions
it was
about
shit.
that.
There's
But,
no
you know,
contentious. It's not contentious. It was shit.
Yeah. No, I do have
You
a lot of
fucked
questions,
up.
so I think we'll just get right into it.
Sure.
A lot of people are pretty unhappy with the current state of the game, especially like our relative power to the monsters earlier on. And obviously we are finding some builds that are feeling okay and that are stronger, but I'm asking, are the slower and more challenging builds the intended pace of the game?
Well, I don't know that. Once again, so I mean, we get this question a lot, right? Of just the like, what is the pace of the game supposed to be? And I honestly find it hard to answer that because of the way that like there isn't really a like an obvious way to like to even quantify that, given that players have so many different abilities. What I will make all I can say is that if people are unhappy, then we will keep on improving things until they're not unhappy anymore. Because ultimately we want to get the smooth progression where, you know, you start the game, you feel weak, you get stronger, you get stronger, you get stronger, you keep on feeling stronger and stronger. And like you have to have that like progression where you know you're feeling more and more powerful as you're going through. So if you're not feeling that, then that means there's something that we have to improve and get better. So like it really comes down to like, okay, if you're talking about a weaker build, like, well, what build is it? And you know, like then we'll be looking into that and seeing what we can do to improve it. Like we just have to go through these things one at a time.
So I think right now the problem is that it's almost every build this week for a lot of archetypes, and that it's more like it's definitely in the minority that people are like, oh, I found something that works. So it's like almost like the reverse there. And I guess I'm curious, like what amount of time are you expecting people to take going through the entire campaign, or on your own test run, or like when you're doing test runs, how long do you take on a first campaign run?
You know, I actually haven't measured that on the current like version, and it doesn't necessarily always work that way. Like the number of times I play through the full, and when I say campaign here, I'm talking about 6 acts, not just 3.
Yeah.
Like if you're talking about the amount of time, like doing that, I might only do that like that full run like 2 or 3 times in total as we're developing a class.
Yeah.
Like much more often, I'm like either testing this part or I'm testing that part or whatever. And I honestly am not sure exactly what amount of time that's taking. But like as I said, I don't know that like the time.
The time it takes for a campaign, you can't fucking like that's not a good measure. Because what if I get a really good fucking spear? Then it goes faster. What if I don't get a fucking good spear? Then it goes slower. Like, bro, that is like you have to look at it would be a better, like, sort of, if you want to ask about the pacing, I think it would be better if we assume a decent build. How long do you want us to fight, say, a pack of white mobs? How long do you want us to fight, say, a pack of blue mobs? Right? Or maybe not how long, then maybe how many button presses on average, like something like that, right? Like, are we going to be realistically one clapping things, like something like that, rather than just like generally how fast? But like, he said so many times he doesn't know how to answer it, so you need to give him the way to answer it. He doesn't have a good way to measure it, so you give him the way you want him to measure it, or try at least.
Like, the thing is, the presupposition with this question is that, like, you know, that we have a goal in mind for the amount of time for the campaign.
Oh shit!
And the implication of that is that the campaign itself is not fun. But it's like, if that's the implication,
Rejoice.
then we just want to make that fun, right? You know, it's like the campaign should be fun to play. The amount of time it takes, to me, is not nearly as relevant as just make it fun, right? If you aren't having fun, we want to make sure that it is. So, like, that's why, you know, when we're
really like
people
this.
are saying, like, we don't like the Act 3 areas, make those shorter. It's like, well, what amount of, like, I don't think that quantifying that in an amount of time is the right way to look at it. It's like, here are some areas that are unfun. I'll make those areas fun, and then whatever the duration of time that takes will not be bothering you. And that
Yeah,
may
I agree with
result
that.
in the areas becoming shorter. But making it shorter is not like it isn't a time metric that we are looking at to determine whether or not the game is good. It's, is the game good fun to play? So like that I guess is kind of the way that I would look at things. And that's, I think, what puts us a little bit, like, when it comes to communication with the community, like, people will have their opinion about what they think is the reason that the game isn't fun, and they might be right or they might not be right or whatever, but at the end of the day what we're looking at is just like, okay, you're obviously having a bad time, we want to fix that, so we're going to look at, like, so what we'll do is we'll be like, okay, so you're saying Act 3 isn't good, we'll look at Act 3, we'll look at the reasons why it might be bad, we'll fix those reasons, and then that may or may not reduce the time, or in this case it definitely will, like, it's shortened it by a lot. But to me it's like, the frustrating thing is when you go down a dead end and you're like, okay, you know, like, this is bad, or and then, like, you have to respawn, or in the area doesn't you know, like, the area despawns and you're like, you have to do things again, that kind of stuff, right? That's the stuff that people don't like to do, and so that's where we sort of look at. And so then when it coming back to builds again, once again, it's
Let me
like,
be honest,
okay,
I don't really
if you're
mind
not
redoing
having
the
fun with
area
your
if I've
build,
been
then
too
that's a
slow.
problem.
I know it's my
We'll
own
fix
fault.
that. But it's not like there's a correct
Unpopular take, I
pace for
guess.
the game to be played at as such. We just need to make sure that you're enjoying yourself.
Well, I guess the follow-up to that was, I, along with many others, were not expecting a nerf to just how the campaign felt in general, right? In the last interview I heard, it really sounded like the intention was to target things at the top end. But there were so many things that nerfed us during the campaign here. And,
Well, the thing I would say about that...
I would like to finish.
Sure.
A lot of people are really wondering about the long-term direction for the game with that in mind, because they were also not expecting that. So a lot of people are wondering if
the campaign, to be clear.
That was going to be my question.
That was not our
okay.
intention.
So
Yeah, we
should be more
that.
powerful than we currently are during the campaign then.
Yo, I appreciate the
that one I
follow.
will have
I'm
to
good.
look at specific cases, right? Because, like, that comes down to like okay, so, like, we already did something about that, right? Where we like nerfed Monster Life, and it's possible that we'd have to nerf Monster Life again if that's still a problem. Like, that's the kind of thing that we can do. But the thing is that, like, as I said, like, the first thing we heard when everyone was saying this, the first thing we thought was like, what the hell? We didn't even nerf the campaign. Like, literally, that's what all the developers were saying. We didn't nerf this. Why is everyone saying we nerfed it? And so, like, then it's like, well, we found a few things, but, like, we're still looking for what those things are. And, like, it's not always necessarily obvious with all the changes that you make and things, because I can absolutely tell you that our goal here was nerf the end game, right? Like, nerf the, like, well, no, it wasn't even nerf the end game. What it was nerf the things that were trivializing the end game before you've even managed to get the, you know, like your items and stuff like that, like just the.
So they didn't intend to nerf the camp. Well, to be fair though, I don't feel like I'm weaker than I did the first time based on, like, just the power of my character. I felt I was weaker because I'm playing a class and a weapon choice where everything intends to combo together and it takes too long, and if you don't combo it, it doesn't do any damage, basically. And I do stream daily, yeah. Well, 5 times a week. Not during the weekends. I stream Monday to Friday.
Really trivial, easy shit. Like that was our intention.
I mean, there were some blatant fuck ups.
Yeah. Like, so,
speaking bluntly,
yeah,
right? Like the minion change was just bad.
And when you say the minion change, are you referring to the rare minions or referring to the player minions? Because those are both of those were incredibly terrible.
Just fuck ups.
Yes, those were just fuck ups. And the thing is, it's so easy for shit for like that to slip through.
Well, we have a bit of and look, a lot of it is just because there's a little bit of like it's early access, so we're allowed. But we like are firing from the hip a lot here. And stuff like that, like let's get it in there, let's try it out, see how people think, and if it's bad, we just undo it, right? Like we do regress on a decent number of things in the first few days of a release, and so yeah, there are some pretty blatant fuck ups. So yeah, that's exactly what happened with the rare minion life. It was like, why are now? I don't know why it felt this way, but 100% it was the case that the minions was for some reasons the rare minions were surviving longer than the rare often, and it's like, well, they don't have anywhere near as much life as the rare. And then again, once people got enough AoE and all of that, it solved it. But it was just a bad experience. There was just nothing good about that.
Right. I think there was definitely a compounding of a few factors that were like on their own relatively small. But the thing is that and this is the question that I have is that like if people are still having a bad time during the campaign, if they're starting fresh now, because bear in mind as well that people will have an experience and then we'll change the balance behind them, and then they still remember that the experience was bad and they're not playing it again to know that it got better. So the thing is, if you're playing it again and still having a bad experience in the campaign, then that would be a thing where it's like, okay, well, where are the campaign nerfs actually? Like we have to find where they are, because I don't know that there's anything intentionally done there that we're sort of aware of left. And I think like that one just means that
I can give examples.
There might still be issues.
Yeah.
Sure.
I really think that this is a case of the players are good at identifying an issue, but they're bad at finding the solution. And in this case, they're not very good at identifying the issue. They're just good at saying, oh, this is bad. I think it's more because the new thing is Huntress. The new thing is Spears. And that shit just... None of it fucking works until you get later on. Like Act 1, you don't feel like you work. Because I have to generate frenzy charges with parry, disengage, and then I throw down an explosive spear. And that's my combo. But that doesn't even kill the mobs. Or I could do the whole like tornado twister thing. And again, it doesn't kill the mobs. Because, well, the first area of Act 1, there's no real way for the tornadoes to bounce. And I don't have any scaling. I don't have any support gems. I don't have anything. The best way to play early on is just basic stab and basic throw. It's like... I think that's why. I don't think it's like necessarily that everybody's weaker, but I guess... I've only played Huntress. I've also played the Smith of Kita. I've always played Warrior. And I have no problems on the Warrior. The Warrior just slams. It's the same as last season. It just goes bonk. And things die. I don't know. I think it's because a lot of people tried the spears, and the spears are just meh. Like the first row of spear skills is all combo things. Whirling Slash doesn't do shit on its own. Or what is it called? Whirling Slash. It was called Whirling Slash. Let's go. Whirling Slash doesn't do shit on its own. Tornadoes doesn't do shit until you add things to it. If you want tornadoes to be good, you need more movement, you need projectile speed, you need duration, and you need Frostbolt, right? Like, they don't really do anything until that, and you need the Whirling Slash. So it's like 3 Whirling Slashes and then a tornado, and until you get the attack speed that I have, it's so fucking slow, so it feels horrible. I think it's more a case of most people played this new thing, and it's just kind of And then the Warrior was by far the weakest last league, right? And that's the same now. So you feel weak on the Warrior, just generally speaking, I guess. I don't know. I think... I don't see this whole, like, nerf on the campaign thing, but maybe I'm wrong.
Sure, we'll go for it.
So
what is them?
So the number one, especially to me, most oppressive thing is the relative speed of monsters compared to our abilities to set things up. Like whenever you're talking...
Hang on, but that's not a thing that changed though.
No, but that's been continuously bad. It doesn't matter if it's changed or not.
Okay, sure. But what I'm saying is that
yeah, This is exactly what I'm saying. It's because they added a combo class, and most people played the combo class. The monsters are fast. They're just as fast as they were before. But I have to do 5 things before I can do damage. Like, just right now. 3 Whirling Slashes, 1 Frostbolt, a Barrage. I do damage on the 6th button pressed then. And then when monsters are fast, it's gonna feel worse. It's because there's too much bullshit. There's too many hoops I need to jump through before I can do damage.
But okay, but so this is an
Well,
example.
I think that has changed.
But that's just an example of something that's bad. So what I'm saying is that's not a thing that changed. So like, if you're talking about like, is it your intention to nerf the campaign?
But we
No,
are weaker now,
we
right? A
didn't do
lot
that.
of
But if you're
skills.
saying that's bad, I mean that's a different question, right?
A lot of skills are weaker now, right? They were tuned down on a lot of things, and things that people are starting with weren't necessarily strong. So that relative speed of the monsters
Yeah,
feels
so they
extra
nerfed,
bad.
like,
you want
flame
us to set
whatever.
up these combos and stuff, right? Where we're throwing down like a cyclone and trying to do like a combo move, but the monsters are way too fast. They're rushing us. It's not even like the bosses are
So
the
the-
main problem, right? Like if you're seeing
So we
like
can-
clips.
Yeah, so let's talk about the monster speed then. So one of the issues that we have is that if monsters are slower than the player, then combat is optional. Like it's just 100% the case. Like you cannot, if the monsters are slow, like anytime the monsters are slower than the player, then you can just run past them and they serve no, like they don't like, effectively you can just choose whether or not to engage or not. And like I don't think that kind of gameplay is good. Now there will probably be some areas like, and the thing is, a lot of the time when people talk about stuff like this, it's like there'll be a few areas that are bad. Like I know there are definitely a few areas where like too many of the monsters are fast. So the Faradin are a good example of that. Where like, when you go to the last areas of Act 2, like the Faradin are just really fast, and there's kind of nothing slow in the area, and so that's an example where like we probably want to make some tuning
I mean,
there.
to get more specific, like I'm actually, I have someone right now literally going through the areas, all areas in the campaign, and listing all the areas that have a disproportionately high number of monsters that are too swarmy or too fast. They're doing it literally as we speak, and my intention after this is to go through it. And so like, I mean, a good example is like the canopy, right?
Yeah.
The canopy. The monsters are real fast, and then not only that, you're in a ritual with them in a tight, confined space, and it just you end up in this kind of moving around with packs. So if you're not fast enough to kill everything, yeah, you just get absolutely swarmed, and yeah.
I guess I'm
But
a
the
little.
thing, but just to
well,
follow, just to continue with that
Enough
though,
to get us
I just want to mention that like one of the issues we run into is like people will say, oh, you know, like things should never be faster than the player and that kind of stuff, and it's like, well, if we did that, then the game would feel pretty lame. So it really is a question of like targeted changes, like finding where the worst things are and then solving that issue.
I really disagree with that. So you were saying like if the monsters are slower than the player, then combat is optional, but like it's an ARPG. We want to kill the monsters. That's where all the loot is. That's where our XP is. Like sure, you'll have some speedrun scenarios where people are running past them, but usually what ends up happening is that we're running past them, bunching them up in a large bunch and killing a bunch of them, and that just feels really good. That's a core part of ARPGs for a lot of people. So I don't think that being faster than the monster is as bad as you think it is. Like we actively want to kill monsters. That is the entire premise.
Well, I don't necessarily disagree with you that gathering killing is fun, right? And you should still be able to do that. But I would, as I said, I don't think anything about the fact that some monsters are faster than the player prevents that. I don't think you can have areas where everything is slower than the player. Like it really isn't that great. In PoE 1, in the distant past, we had that problem, and it just meant that running past monsters was the thing you did all the time. And then there were some changes, like I don't know how many years ago it was, like what was it, 4 years or something like that? When was the Act 1 like thing? Like we made changes where we made a lot of monsters faster than the player, and at the time, and that wasn't negatively perceived at the time. It just made the monsters feel better that we had there. So like you absolutely can have monsters faster than the player, and I do think it's important to have those kinds of situations.
Well,
like
if you're
it
talking
just
about
shouldn't be that it's it's just that like you need to make sure you're getting the balance right. And I think that that's like a running theme with PoE 2 and
I don't know if it's because I don't think Cicerin is good at this, or if it's because Jonathan is a bit defensive here. It's not the movement speed of the monsters. That's not the problem. It's the fact that they get to you so quickly while you are it's the movement speed of the monsters in comparison to the attack speed of the player. Right? It's not that I can run past them. I can do that. Them being fast, I can still run past them. I do it all the time with the wisps. That's not a problem. When there's wisps, I just run past them. It doesn't matter that they're faster than me. I just run past them. It's the movement speed of the monsters in comparison to the attack speed of the player. If I am expected to do 1, 2, 3, right? Like 1, 2, 3, and now I can kill something. If there's 60 mobs swarming me, and this does no fucking damage, by the way, neither does this. This literally does no damage. Like, the fastest I can get this out, let's see. That's the problem. Whereas in PoE 1, I just did... There, you're all dead. In fact, I almost just did this and you're all dead. Right? Like, even maybe like this fast. It's just like, in PoE 1, it's just like... Bleh, screen dead, right? Like, screen dead, screen dead, screen dead. And I'm not necessarily saying that it has to be that, but something in between would be nice. Like, 1, 2, 3, 4. And I have so much attack speed. Like, my attack speed is up to what? Where is it? Attack time down to 0.36. I have my entire talent tree basically is focused on getting myself attack speed. Almost all of these points give me attack speed. Right? So it's... That's the problem. And now they're sitting there arguing back and forward because Jonathan thinks that we want to run faster than the mobs. Scissorin hasn't realized that he thinks that it's the movement speed of the character versus the mobs, or he hasn't, like, I don't know. It's the attack speed of the player compared to the movement speed of the mobs. If they're going, I should be able to hit them by the time they get to me, right? It's a race between me killing them and them getting to me, unless I'm a melee player, right? But yeah,
in general is that the target to hit is smaller. Like, because if we want the combat to be more engaging, then that means there's a smaller target that, it puts more pressure on the balance to be right. And so I think that's the main issue that we're running into, is just that, it's okay if everything, okay, so this is sort of a larger topic, right? But effectively it's like, in PoE 1, there are so many tools that the knowledge ceiling is absolutely astronomical, and so you have a situation where a good player can completely dominate everything to like the absolute nth degree, right? Now what that means is that you've got a scenario where the game seems like an impenetrable mountain to a new player, because like if you don't know what you're doing, the game is just like impossible to understand. And it's like there's all these tools that you can use to improve yourself, but the existence of everything like that and like having such a huge skill ceiling means that you can just trivialize the game right at the start. And so like what that also means though is that like if we get balance numbers wrong, like if a monster has like double life by accident in PoE 1, it like doesn't even really matter. Whereas if a monster has double life in PoE 2, it matters a lot. And so what I'm saying is that the threshold for what is right is like way tighter in PoE 2, and so that means it will just take longer to balance and get it all correct. But it really is the case, I think, that it's getting all those numbers right that kind of makes it like that will make the combat ultimately fun at the end of the day. And like if we're doing our job correctly, then we'll still have this situation where a good player feels like they dominate and a bad player feels that they have a good time. But we won't have a situation where if you're a good player, the combat is so trivialized that you literally never have a moment where you're in any danger or have any kind of like level of like sort of interest going on. And I think that's the worry that we have when we're looking at things, is like if we get to the point where like a good player never has to face a single challenge ever, then I don't think that that's going to be a game that will ultimately be fun in the long term. And
I think they should stop focusing so much about making the gameplay fun and engaging all the time. I think they should focus on making it speedy and snappy and explosive for mapping, and then focus on the whole like engaging combat for bosses, right? So what that means is you make map clearing abilities and you make single target abilities, and you don't have too much of an overlap here. And that way you can have a significant increase in HP on bosses and single target encounters, because we're playing PoE 2 now. We have all of these gem options, right? If I have to have one or two for single target and 1 or 2 for AoE, I can still do that. Hell, I can even swap, right? If it becomes an issue with we don't have enough gem things, you could give me a little gem bag where I could store a second set. Or maybe you can give me a gem swap, like I have weapon swap, right? Like, you have monsters that have 0 HP and you have monsters that have billions of HP, right? No ability is going to be able to what's it called? Unless it's broken. No balanced ability should be able to deal with both. The problem is I don't want to have engaging, meaningful combat with a fucking white mob. But you throw a boss in front of me telling me to do combos and shit, I'm all in, bro.
And so that's kind of like, and like, so that is to me the reason, like what I fear happening if we just like say, okay, we're just gonna like lower everything and make it easy. And that, once again, that isn't to say that we shouldn't necessarily, like maybe Monster Life does have to come down. Like if we're in the wrong band, we just need to lower it and that's fine. Like we will get to the point where that is fun, but we'll do that by while still making sure that we have a good experience for, you know, like well, ideally for everyone, right? Like it should be the case that is balanceable that way. It's just a lot harder in PoE2 content.
Well, I think a large portion want like bosses to be what is the challenging content, whereas right now it's almost the reverse, where there's so many clips of like people like dodge rolling away from like packs, right, and they're getting chased down, maybe not having a counter player, and they're like, oh my god, I'm just being chased down. So, and also I sort of disagree on the Act 1 changes in PoE 1 not being negatively received. I do remember there was quite a lot of people that really didn't like that. Because of what you mentioned with like the faster monsters is generally a bad thing. So I definitely do disagree with that.
Just because I'm like to have things to actually go and start to address. Like, can I get a gauge on what you think is like where in the game it starts to become a problem, or do you think it's like just straight out of the gate?
Straight out of the gate. Like even the second zone, like the first zone might be okay, but the second zone with the wolves, it's like pretty like instant, where I don't feel like I'm getting that like ARPG playstyle.
But won't we be hurting more players than we're helping with that?
By making monsters slower?
Won't that immediately make it? Yeah, won't that immediately mean that like a ton of players who actually enjoy the game because the combat is engaging immediately, like what, doesn't it kill the game for them? Like what I'm saying is like it's easy to say like, oh, you make the game easier and everyone's happy, but it isn't the case. Like a lot of people prefer the game to like actually have some challenge in it. Like for example, right? Okay, so here's the thing. Right? So every night I go home and I play, and I like do test runs of everything, right? And it's like if we made it so that there wasn't any challenge for me in Act 1, I wouldn't play the game anymore. And that isn't helping anyone, right? Like I need to keep playing the game every night to actually enjoy myself. It's like if I'm not enjoying myself, then it's like how can I even develop the game correctly? So on some level, it's like it has to be fun for me. And I know that if you like if you get to the point of having like everything just be trivial, it's like, well, okay, like why am I even playing this anymore? So that there has to be some level of challenge. Now,
they're talking past each other.
Just thinking more on the specific. There's a big spectrum here. Like for example, I know I have seen the feedback of Act 1 minus canopy and mana. Feel generally good on the pacing, the speed of monsters. You feel like you can almost do no-hit runs, is like kind of what people have said. And then you get to Act 2, and it's not too bad at the very start, and then you get to the like Halani gates, and it's like, okay, now everything's gone off the reservation.
The Farah didn't have a problem.
And then you get
and so Titan Valley
I've seen a decent spectrum like that, and I 100% want to fix that. Like.
Right.
So that's why I was asking you for your example, because there's just a lot of people on the different spectrums here that want different things, and so I'm trying to understand what you know, how much we would need to change things for the discussion with you as opposed to with other players.
Right.
So that's all I was asking there, because I do.
I feel like Jonathan is not happy with the community's perception of his game. Like. The whole like I need to have fun. Yeah, sure, bro. It's your game. Develop it how you want, right? But but it's also like, oh, fast monsters are bad, sister. Fuck off. Relax, bro. Just dodge roll. It's like, yeah, fast monsters are fine. Like I don't know what they're talking about. Fast monsters are fine. It's just if they are fast and they close the screen, close the gap of the screen in like half a second. But it takes me 6 seconds to shoot anything off that'll kill them. Like, then they just have 5.5 seconds of wailing on me. That's the fucking problem. is I don't need to run from them, but I need to be able to react to them. And I can't react to them when I have to press fucking 6 buttons to do damage to a white mob. Right? That's the problem. It's fine setting up a meaningful combo on a boss, right? Like, big chunky hit. That's fine. But if it's like nothing, massive overkill of mob, that's not good, right? Like, I need to be able to just clap the white monsters. Like, I think I said it before. I want to just keep running and murder the white monsters. I want to maybe have to slow down when there are blue monsters. I'm okay with stopping for rare monsters and uniques, right? But if I'm running in a straight line, white mobs come at me, I want to keep running and they get annihilated. Right? If there's a blue monster, I want to keep walking and it gets annihilated. But right now, it's like, oh, fuck, white monsters. Let me stand still for 6 seconds or 6 casts. And then boom. That's the problem. It's not 6 seconds anymore. It's 3 because I got so much attack speed. That's the I don't understand how they're talking past each other here. That's wild.
Intend on slowing down those extreme zones, and I think there are like 10 of them. And I think that is at least something hopefully a lot of viewers are going to be happy to hear, which is like, okay, cool, they're going to address those. So the Dreadnought,
Right.
Exile, you've got Canopy. We're going to start, those are the most egregious I'm listing. I'm not saying those are the only problematic ones.
Yeah.
And then you got areas like Titan Valley, which is just like riddled with annoying monsters that are just like out of control. And you got heaps of this. So start there, and we keep working backwards until we catch as much as we can. And it's going to be a lot of different changes. So one could be, okay, like, why is it that there are 6 different varieties, of which all are just, as you've, you know, heard people mentioning, and I think I saw something that you had thing, which is they're playing PoE 1. I think.
Yes.
I thought was a funny comparison.
Yeah.
Which I'm like, yeah, okay, fair enough. They need to, not every monster needs to slow down, but like, for example, some of them can be fast, and maybe the answer is, okay, they should be weaker. So sure, they engage you, but they die quick. Or maybe the answer is, like, there's too many of them, and then in a lot of the cases, it's going to be like, okay.
I really think that they are over-engineering this. It's not about making them weak because they're fast. It's about letting me react to them. Because even if, like, right now, it takes me 3 seconds to murder them. That feels okay-ish. But I'm still doing 6 button presses. Right now, I have the timing okay in order to kill them. But I'm doing 6 fucking button presses in order to kill a white mob. Like, I shouldn't. And obviously you could be like, well, that's the build you chose to play, right? But this is I did rake cheesing. That could have probably still carried me. I didn't like that. So there is a 1-button way to do this, right? But this is the combo that they set up. This is the combo that they want us to play, right? Whirling slash into twisters, right? And they want us to make use of ground. So I need to be able to create my ground. And then barrage just means more twisters per, like, fucking blast. This is a combo that they intended. This is supposed to be strong, right? But it takes me 6 fucking... I don't know how many times I'm going to say it. It takes me 6 fucking presses. I need to kill white mobs with like 1 or 2. And I don't have anything for that. And I am eventually going to swap to Lightning Spear, right? I am. But I'm going to do the whole, like, ride on the Roa and just chuck out Lightning Spears so I can run. But I need to get to a point where firing them fast enough feels good, and also that they actually do some damage. And this works right now, so this is what we're playing. Eventually, we're going to swap to Lightning Spear. I have to figure out what I'm going to do with it, but that is happening. Because it's a cooler skill, and it's going to do the thing I want, eventually, when I get scaling.
Here's 6 different types of packs. Well, 6 of them are fast. Well, that's a problem. 5 is fast. That's a problem. 4 are fast. That's a problem. 3 are fast. That's probably still a problem. But 2 are fast. That's probably more acceptable. So you get 2 really slow, maybe 2 fast, 2 kind of in the middle, and you get some big slow monsters, some small monsters, and that distribution isn't quite right in a lot of zones. And so this is why, again, why I asked, because I would say some zones have a nice here are the slow monsters, and here are the fast monsters, and it's kind of cool. You get this like up and down pacing, and it can feel kind of fun, where sometimes you're on edge and sometimes you're just obliterating things. And then you get the ones where you're like, holy, I've just been zoned 3 zones in a row where I'm just on edge, getting swarmed, like absolutely, and that creates this extreme negative feeling of like I can't do the things that my skills want me to do, and that is bad, and that I definitely want to fix that, and I want to fix that imminently. Like I'm going to immediately get onto doing that. So there is a huge range of spectrum of players that want different things here.
Yeah.
I really don't think they
And
should
I
change
want to
the
at least address
monsters.
that
I
thing
think they
because I
should
know
change the
that's
skills.
just bad. Like I think that's bad for everyone. I don't think that's bad for some people. I think that's bad for I mean everyone. It's for a huge majority. So we can start there for sure.
But to be clear though, like we still do need to have some monsters that are faster than the player. It can't be that none are. And like things like the wolves in the second area, like if we didn't have that, then I think that you wouldn't even like once again you wouldn't get the feeling of like you would immediately out of the gate have the game as just trivial. And like I think that really would hurt the game a lot. Like I think that would be a big problem. So it's really just a question of like if there are parts that are frustrating, we'll address them. But like it isn't the case that just everything needs to be slower. It really would hurt.
So I think
there's another thing you.
I was just gonna say, I think
Sorry.
there's almost like 2 different player bases where there are a lot of people that just want to blast and maybe have challenging bosses, and then there are people that want like the entire gameplay, every second to second moment to be like very engaging. So it's I guess like
I don't.
You can't have an ARPG with every single moment being super engaging because there's way too much farming you're gonna burn out, right? Like maps have to be, or they have to be really rewarding. If it takes me like 20 minutes to clear a map, I better fucking get a full character upgrades worth of it out of there, yeah? Like that's the problem. Right now you're expected to run like 10,000 maps or whatever, like, which is fine, right? That's what an ARPG is. But then I have to be able to like cruise, right? You need cruise control. It's just the combo shit is so cool for significant fights. I need something that just obliterates the screen for not significant shit. Because the cool thing about white mobs is how I get to buttfuck them. Right? That's what they are for. They are for me to right? And then you can add the bosses or the rares to take revenge. And like, I don't know.
I don't know that I don't know that I agree with that either, because I don't think it's so binary as you say. Like there is a middle ground that will work. Like I'm almost certain that there is, and the way that you get there is by just looking at the individual cases and just fixing every one of them until like the rough edges are all sawed off, you know, all sanded off, and then and then it kind of works. And like you'll get to a point where like you just don't get frustrating experiences anymore because we've managed to sort of fix all of those cases, and that point
he does have to be a little bit careful with this whole like compromise, right? Like there is a middle ground that'll make everybody happy. If you make everybody happy, then nobody's happy, right? That's a common thing. You can't cater to everyone. You have to pick somebody and cater to them. Like you have to cater to a group. Now it might be possible for him to please both the blasters and the ones that like the engaging combat every single second. I don't think there's any of those, but fine. I don't mind the campaign being hard. I don't mind these swarmy monsters. Like I don't know where like it's coming from. Oh, I know where it's coming from. It's because this one just wants to fucking blast and get to the end game, right? He doesn't want to concern himself with the campaign. He wants to go back to PoE 1 where he can blast through the campaign in like 6-8 hours or whatever it is. He doesn't want to spend fucking 6-8 hours per act, right? Like, which is more than people are doing, but you get the point. And it's just a streamer thing, honestly. Like that's just fucking if it takes 20 hours to get through the campaign, it takes fucking 20 hours to get through the campaign. Fucking deal with it. That'll only take him 2 days of game time anyways. Like this was for the fucking dad gamer. He's gonna get through the campaign by the time a new season releases. I don't know.
it won't be in a situation where just everything is slow. Like we really will still have a level of engagement there.
I guess the problem with everything being so fast, and part of why I pointed out like everything almost, is because it's such a heavy focus on combo gameplay right now, but it feels like the speed of the monsters are heavily incentivizing like one button builds.
Yes.
Like, as soon as I could, I was like, the less I can do, the better everything will feel, just because I don't have time to set up combos.
Yes.
We're getting completely overwhelmed. That's why I pointed out
Well-
everything is a bit of an issue.
Well, it isn't necessarily the case that you have to use a combo on every monster. Like, if you've got stuff that's fast, you don't use combos on that, and because it's disrupting you. But then
I do no fucking damage. That's the problem. Right? Like, okay. Let's look at the Hunter abilities real quick. We have Whirling Slash. When you first get it, it takes forever to come out. It does no fucking damage. And then you have to leave it for explosion after you do 3 slashes. So you can't do damage with that quick. You do 1, 2, 3, leave. Bam, blow up. Next thing we have parry that does a hit, right? And then you disengage, right? It does no fucking damage. It generates you a frenzy charge that you can then spend on explosive spear. So again, 3 fucking things. Right? I can't just act. Okay, well, what about explosive spear then? It takes 2.5 fucking seconds for it to detonate. Like, what? Am I supposed to just tickle them with fucking tornadoes until they die? Tornadoes that has... What is it? They get 80% more damage times 3 from the twist, from the Whirling Slash, right? So there's 3 stages of Whirling Slash. For each stage the Twister consumes, it gets 80% more, meaning it just does 240% more damage. Meaning that the base Twitcher does fuck all damage. Oh, is that not enough? Right. So you do those 240% more damage, and now you add an element to it with the ground effect that it consumes in the whirling or whatever just a thing runs over. Now it gets 50% damage gain. You have first 240% multiplicative damage scaling, and then 50% more damage again, and multiplicative scaling. Gain damage, right? That thing is doing like 400% more damage from start to you're done. Just off the fucking 2 things you do to it. So what that means is it does fuck all before you do it, right? Like...
Your return, O great Copic. Let the sun your flesh.
Your son don't impress me.
It radiates.
Wait,
Oh, ow. What are these fart clouds, bro?
whipping up a storm.
Look, for a boss, it's fine. I don't know what he's doing, but... I've never actually fought this boss for this long. Like, I'm okay with firing off combos here. Ooh. Because to a certain extent, it becomes a... Hello? It becomes a matter of when I can find the, like, the moments to do damage. That's okay with me. I pressed the wrong button. It used to be on 3. It's no longer. That was what I meant to do. Should not go into that. Wait, we're not taking damage right now. What am I doing? Touching little suns from the side. Hi. Man's frozen. Oh, he's dead. So that was kind of quick.
Stuck in here is enough to drive anyone bar me.
Like, I don't mind this taking a while.
also, it is also important that monsters do disrupt your combos, because otherwise your gameplay just degenerates into doing like 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Like, the monsters have to be able, like, there has to be situations where your plans are disrupted in order to like have a situation where you can respond to things, like you actually get some counterplay on stuff like that.
I do agree with that, but then you need to give us the you need to give us the tools for that. Like parry is great, right? If you then actually try to look at combat and be engaging, I don't want to do that for fucking white mobs though, but I'm okay with him saying that. So if a wolf charges at you, you parry it and you get out of the way and you struck down an explosive spear, and maybe if you have the time, you do something else, right? But now we're getting to the level of I need this many buttons, and your game just does not support that. This is not World of Warcraft. I do not have 50 abilities at my disposal, right? If I am going to be able to respond to these things, right, with the combo abilities, then they need to be usable on their own as well. Explosive spear, there is no universe really other than a very, like, you can't stand still and do the combo, you can't parry, right? The only time you can use explosive spear without the frenzy charge is if you have a target that is standing fucking still casting something, right? And you can't hit them with anything else, right? So it's like a fire and forget. It does a bit of damage, right? That doesn't help me when I'm getting swarmed. That doesn't break my plans or anything. That is a thing I can do sometimes, right? Like the tools available in order to deal with something have to be somewhat reactionary. I have to have some sort of like CC button, right? Though I don't think they're in the game. Maybe Frost Nova could be a thing, right? But now we're taking up a slot that I could be using for my build, right? So now it's like, okay, so parry is a thing. You could do parry, right? But you can only parry so much. So it's parry into disengage. Okay, that's a tool, right? And then you need something to follow up with explosive spear. Now I have 3 fucking skills. Now if I don't want to fucking scale explosive spear, it could be lightning spear as well. But then like the whole parry backflip thing, I could have just chucked 2 lightning spears instead, and I would have done more damage, right? So now we're already degenerating. The only combo that really gets disrupted, kinda, would be this, I think, where you have to spin around and, oh, there's too many monsters, so I have to walk out, and this is not enough movement, right? I have to dodge roll or whatever, like do this and I have to dodge roll, boom, it explodes, right? It's just the problem with the whole, like, you have to have your combos disrupted is that then you have to have something to deal with it. Like this freaking twister does no fucking damage. Like this does no damage. If I don't do this, it does no damage. Well, I have to have the thing, but it got consumed, right? It does no damage. That's the problem. And if I need something to respond, maybe I could have Ice Nova, right? Maybe I could have something, but it's all gonna take up a gem slot. And I have one available right now, but, well, I'm not using all of this, but I'm also not using my spirit right now. I need another aura, so this one is filled, right? And then what if I want, say, I don't know, some defensive shit or whatever? Like, it just, you have a lot, but you can also very easily fill it up, right? So I don't have just the tools at my disposal necessarily. And also I don't necessarily think they've made them even. Because if you want mobs to fucking swarm you, then CC is the answer. Capacitor Totem, Frost Nova, like War Stomp, right? Those kind of things from WoW would be the answer. But they're not here. It's not a thing. Like, ARPG is damage. And if you want to break that, you need to add the tools in. Maybe Frost Nova will do it. I don't think so, but maybe. I need to actually be able to insta-freeze things no matter the damage scaling, right? Because if we're then saying, okay, it's only viable if you actually scale the damage of Frost Nova, then that's the problem. Like, you're making this shit and you're not giving us the tool to deal with it. Either I need to be able to realistically respond to them being fast by annihilating them either just as they get to me or before they get to me, or I need to be able to CC them or move really far away and then at a moment's glance fire at them, right? And those things are not in the game. So it's like, yeah, okay, my combo is disrupted, so I can't do this. What am I left with then? I'm left with this, which does fuck all damage and is degenerate. Like, this is what they don't want. They don't want me running around like this. They don't want this to be viable. I don't know, man. Like, sometimes.
And so the monster designs have to reflect that on some level. But like, it's always an amount, right? Like, there's an amount of that you need, and there's probably too much of that going on. But you still need
Yo,
an
Conso.
amount of that, or it just becomes all flat.
We've I mean, we've been talking about like, look, the last few days we've been talking about some like pretty extreme considerations and things, and like, talking about the monster life is the main thing, because which you could argue is player damage, right? They're obviously.
Well, monster life is the easiest way. If everything is too weak, then monster life is the way to solve it.
Oh, yeah. If there's a few outliers of builds that are find the tricks to do good, then yes, it is. It is. I bring all players up or bring all monsters down. They're the same thing. And like, we have been talking about a lot of this, and like actually going like, what would we be willing to do here? How would we be willing to change it? What are we willing to test? What are we willing to try? And like, there's heaps of things on the cards here. Like, kind of honestly, everything's kind of been on the cards, as long as we don't feel like at the end of the day that we've taken the teeth out of the game in terms of difficulty. Like, that is what's important to us, is making the game still have a feeling of hard, being difficult. And I would say out more than just bosses. Like, it shouldn't just be that the bosses are the only thing that's difficult.
Sure.
And we certainly don't want it to devolve into what I would argue is, well, I know this is like way further away, but like, again, we're talking about changing. It could be changing anything here. The one thing I also worry about is getting to the thing where I would argue a lot of the difficulty in PoE 1 outside of a lot of the boss fights is just like, you occasionally just instantaneously die to something and you're like, I don't even know what I died to. And a lot of that is where you get like, it isn't necessarily from monsters being too hard, and it is often from just like spam and too much stuff going on, combined with like daemons and volatiles and all of that. So making sure we avoid that as well. But it does mean in the sense that then you kind of get that like, okay, you have to have it be that you're engaging with the monsters for it to be difficult. Which kind of means monsters do need to actually pose a threat, and you need to be able to see what they're doing and react to what they're doing. Now, I wouldn't say that's universally perfect, but that's an argument for like, not wanting to get it to the point where it's too much of that, just like, well, I guess that's an argument for de-swarming things, as you said, which I agree with, by the way. That is like an important thing, because it is kind of getting towards that, and that contributes towards where things are slow and stuff. But I wouldn't personally argue that every zone feels swarmy.
It does make sense that if you... So what one of the things that he's mentioning there is the thing I really dislike about PoE 1. The whole like, it's just 100 to 0, right? It's just it's kind of just a pass check fail mechanic a lot of the time. Is this now the official crisis in PoE 2? I think, but I think they're handling it really well. I think they're really doing well with it. It's like, we have this vision. This is why we're doing the things we're doing, and it's probably not in the right spot, and we'll iterate it until people are happy, right? I think that's a really good way of saying stuff. What he was saying is that they don't want to get to the point where you just get clapped and you don't really know what did it. If they want all combat to be meaningful, that makes sense to me. It's like, if combat is meaningful and there's always like, you can see what's going on and you know what's happening, and then you're giving, but that's kind of the problem right now, you're given shit that you can use to deal with it, which we're not at the moment. Probably need to expand our skill list a little bit, and maybe our binds, but sure. Then you don't get to that point where it's just like, you're dead. Right? Because now they can actually have it be, okay, I'm surrounded by fucking wolves and they're biting me in the ass, that's why I died, right? Which is good, because then you know, okay, what could I have done? Probably should up my stun threshold so I don't get light stunned all the time, so I can actually get shit out. Alright, moving on, right? Next time, what could I have done? Well, maybe I should have had disengage so I could get out of there. That makes sense. We have an option of 2 new skill points now. This one seems interesting. Is that gonna make me not use Whirling Slash? Whirlwind Lance? Throw a spear with enough force to kick up a whirlwind where it lands, slowing enemies and blinding them in its area of effect. Entering the whirlwind collapses it, so it's the opposite, dealing damage and causing knockback. Consumes a frenzy charge if possible to create a whirlwind, which with 1 more than its normal maximum number of stages.
Throwing another lance into a whirlwind or consuming a frenzy charge increases the whirlwind size. Entering the whirlwind causes it to explode. These whirlwinds can also suck up elemental ground or be used with twisters to split and empower them upon impact.
That's pretty cool. What is this?
Elemental sundering consumes all elemental ailments from everything around you. Enemies, allies, even corpses. It causes an explosion for each ailment consumed. Elemental sundering consumes all elemental ailments from everything around you. Enemy.
That's pretty cool. I'm definitely getting this lance thing. Maybe we can fuck with that. I want to see what it does. We got new flasks. Siege. Amount received. Gain charge when you kill. Reduce charges. Increased mana recovery. I don't want to use that. Okay, we use this one. Press survey.
know not what you do. A great
You know not what you do.
keep your eyes.
Okay, let's try and fuck with this whirlwind thingy. See if that's gonna be the new shit.
I think there's a swarmy argument I
time and
100%
place for
want to
silence.
focus on solving first, and then there's
Yeah.
like a certain things are fast and certain things are slow, and maybe there's that. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure where I was going with that, but I just want to. I guess it's more just giving my sense of where I want to make sure we don't end up is in that place, just to make sure, and we want to be real careful about not getting to that point. So I would actually say we're probably a bit too far there in a lot of the areas, but I don't think it is a universal problem right now.
I think also, especially even though warrior is or May skills are particularly strong now due to being able to use a shield, but it can feel very bad that like every damage node like has a downside, whereas isn't really the case for the other builds.
Yeah, that's
where,
terrible.
Like, with maces, it's like, yeah, you get 40% increased damage, but 5% reduced attack speed. And reduced attack speed, especially with all these combos, can feel particularly bad compared to others. I would say like maces are kind of good right now, but a lot of that is the shield.
I actually do think there is a bit too much of the. I actually like a little bit of like here maybe a cluster or two having the kind of upside downside, but it's honestly something we've aside. You know, obviously keystones have upside downside, but yes, there's true that probably there's kind of too many passives, especially in the warrior section, that are a little bit too giving downsides. Where it was something honestly that's a bit experimental to PoE 2, like.
Yeah.
We didn't have that in PoE 1, and we were like, let's give it a go, and maybe we went a little bit overboard with it in that part of the tree, but I don't hate it as a concept. I think it's just that it's a little bit too saturated there. I will agree with you there 100%.
Yeah.
I would say, as people hopefully would know, we're going to iterate on that passive tree a million times, so
Yeah.
it'll find its sweet spot for sure.
Wait, what?
And it's definitely not there
I
yet.
do think it's important though that like keystones can be felt, and so
Well, we're
one
not,
of the-
we're not talking keys.
Sorry, sorry, I didn't mean to say keystone. I said
Notables.
notables can be
Notables.
felt. And so part of the reason for the upside downside thing is that like it lets you do a larger damage bonus because
Oh, it seems
it's
a
got
little
downside,
awkward with
Yeah.
and
the...
therefore you're going to really feel that damage bonus.
No, they are
So,
good. I
like,
think
it's-
it's the frequency
It's-
of
it's
them in
finding-
that part of the tree.
But I'm
is
saying
a
that you
bit-
can find another way maybe to do that, but it's like I do think that like having that feeling of like I really felt that node is something that we like that is a thing that you do get, and that you know
That is important in our passive tree philosophy. Yes, is that the before and after of taking a notable, especially the first. Obviously, nodes become less valuable as you get higher level because they're just saturating into a bunch of diminishing return. Well, not diminishing returns, but more like, you know, the 500 to 520% increase is going to matter less than the 0 to 20. And
Yeah.
But especially for the first chunk of the game, we want it to be that every notable is felt. Like you're like, I definitely now can feel the difference. And
Yeah,
I
but
would
you
say
don't want to feel it on
a
the
lot don't
bad
hit that
side,
mark.
though, right? Like,
Some do, some don't. But yeah, we've been trying new things there, so
Yeah.
bit of a pivot.
Yeah. So the next question, I want to talk a little bit about the fact that you have only done like the crazy large changes between seasons, and you talked a little bit about that you felt forced to treat the game like it was released. Are you still happy with doing only large balance changes between patches, or is that something you would maybe revisit with something like every 2 weeks, especially with like a warning period, like changes are coming in 4 days?
It's hard. I don't think that you can just nerf people in the middle of a league no matter what.
No,
like we
I
get
agree with
highly
that.
punished for that. Look, I mean, people are going to be unhappy about nerfs whenever we do them, as you know, like as we can see. But like it is actually strictly worse if you get nerfed while you're playing the game.
Yes.
Now we're in a position now where because things like are probably possibly undertuned, that we can just do mid-league buffs, and so that
Yeah.
means you'll see way more patch changes happening now because like it's okay to do major buffs during the middle of a league.
Of course.
we just can't do. Yeah, which we're doing now. right?
I generated a relatively large list yesterday.
Yeah.
Which,
So-
I know we have that whole, philosophical discussion earlier about player power. Well, like, there are many builds, many skills that are underneath, because obviously otherwise I wouldn't be, yesterday, have spent a good chunk of the day going through and assessing what needs to be increased, right? So, like, I don't want it to take as like a, I don't want people to take away from that as being like a, no, they're happy with the current balance. Like, obviously not. We're still going to make changes. We're still going through everything and we'll get to that sweet spot for sure, but like...
I mean, it's going to end up feeling like a season of buffs this time. And
Buffs
the
are
reason why I
fine,
feel that
nerfs
way
are
is
not. That's
because,
easy, right? Like, you can
the
buff
the
to
medicine
high
has
heavens.
gone down
That's
now,
fine.
and now we can start on all of the actual,
Like-
like all of the positive.
Nobody's gonna lose anything they put in for having something be buffed, right? Yeah, okay, if you've built the meta whatever build, right? You put in a bunch of currency and now it's no longer the meta. So now if you plan on reselling it whenever, yeah, you're gonna lose something maybe, I don't know. But that's you play the market, you risk to get burned, right? That's I have no fucking... Did my game just crash? Did more than my game just crash? Okay. Yeah, I mean, buffs are fine because whoever has invested into the other things, they're not losing anything. Their character works just fine. And now you just have another option if you want to swap, right? Like, buffs are completely fine. So they should just buff shit. EU crash? Fair. Okay.
Positive buff parts, and so it's like like last season we just weren't even in a situation where we could even do that, right? Because it's like you already had
We
you
genuinely tried to. We genuinely tried to. We had this plan of like, bring all the top end outliers down, and then make sure everything is feeling good in the middle. And we started with the bringing outliers down,
Oh, I
and
guess
then all of a
Upsal
sudden,
doesn't
and
work?
this is why the patch notes were so late, we were like, oh no, like we're like running out of time here. Like, we thought we could get through more of the balance and start bringing more things up. We didn't get to do all that we had hoped
Got a
to
little
do.
rollback as well.
But like by that point, it's kind of too late, and so like we're going in, and then now our idea here is like we thought we were. I like literally up until the last minute, we're like, okay, we're gonna keep going. Right, let's start buffing. Let's look at weak things, and like it just ended up being too time consuming. And so the answer here is now though, it's like, well, let's just keep going. And so obviously the first few days is really like looking at all the player feedback and going, what are the biggest problems, right? And this is where you get the Act 3 changes, you get the minion builds, you get the big things. And we are trying to address all of that. And I understand just game-wide balance is a big thing. But now it's just going to be like, all right, this skill, like, let's go, what are we changing, going through literally every single one on every single skill tree and every single reservation. And then we're going to go, okay, well, you've still got Blood Mage and Acolyte of Chiola sitting there at 0%, 0.1% played. Okay, well, clearly not doing well enough. Let's target that and just go on and just keep... We're just going to keep iterating through until we can get as far as we can, and maybe we catch everything, maybe we don't, but, like, the intention is to not stop just because the release day happened. Like, we had a goal, we didn't achieve that goal, and so we just need to keep going.
And do you have like a rough idea?
mean,
Like you
buffs
were
are
saying, you
fine.
were working on a lot of things to be buffed. Do you have a rough idea on how early we could be seeing those already?
Well, we'll be seeing them continuously. Like okay, so this was a
2 days.
yeah. Like
Okay,
this was a
perfect,
funny
that's
thing
what I wanted.
because Okay, like so, like one of the things I think that was majorly misinterpreted that things we're working on post was like this was the things we were working on that day. Like literally, that was that day's worth of work that we were talking about, and then the next day it's like, well, now we're doing this Act 3 stuff, and like today we'll be doing a bunch of other stuff, and like, you know what I'm saying? It's like every day we're going to be like continuing to iterate and do stuff. It's like so the idea that someone's like, oh, they're not even acknowledging this thing. It's like, well, come on, we've literally had like that was one work day. You know, like there's more stuff coming, right? Like,
Which
you know,
we need to be more clear about.
Sure.
We'll try to be more
Right.
more specific about that. But yes,
I mean,
like,
the one that I found the most funnier with that is it's like I'm like, okay, we're gonna look into all this Act 3 stuff, but in the meantime we'll just add some checkpoints, and it's like the reason I put that in there is because like that's literally a thing we already noticed was bad, and it's like it's not like hurting anyone to add some more. So it's like the idea that we're like, oh, we're just gonna solve the whole thing by adding checkpoints was like ridiculous. Like obviously that wasn't the case. It was just like, here's just the thing that I can just tell someone, hey, go do this while I'm looking at this.
Dude, Mark is fine. Like he's just like, yeah, we're just, yeah, we didn't get this done or whatever. We need to do this still, all that shit. Whereas Jonathan is more like, you don't like my game.
You know, and like, and so they did that, and so then that'll go in the next version. But you know, like it's like, then it's like,
Wait, did I
the
lose
next,
the
like,
heart?
4
I lost the
hours
heart!
After that, I'm
Holy,
like sitting there
press
going
all the
through
buttons.
areas and trying to work out what's, you know, like what needs to improve about them.
Yeah, so checkpoints is kind of something I want to talk about with the large zones and stuff. And you made a post yesterday talking about that several Act 3 zones would be reduced in size. But as a core idea, is Path of Exile 2 being aimed more at like doing one long playthrough and finishing up one character rather than do like 5 to 10 characters and the people that are playing thousands of hours per year?
I mean,
Bro, who the that is such what? That is the biggest streamer question I've ever fucking heard, bro. The reason you do 5 to 6 characters per league is because you play 5 to 6 times more than everybody else, bro. What? Like, bro, are you kidding me? Jesus Christ, like dude, people don't play what 10, 12 hours a day like you do. Like, you have time to do those. What do you mean? That seems so out of touch.
I don't. That's once again, it's not like I'm not targeting one or the other. Like your second. I mean, like if you're doing multiple playthroughs, the game is a lot faster just due to the like items and stuff that you have. Like that.
No,
is definitely
crash
the
again,
case.
really?
You know, like
Well, a big thing
it's-
that's
like,
missing.
making multiple characters in a league is certainly something that I expect. my team to be
Survive,
able to do.
server.
Well, a big thing that's missing comparatively to PoE 1 is our
Okay, I'm not dealing
ability
with
to
this.
speed ourselves
We're
up,
gonna just
right,
watch
on
it
our
a little
second
bit.
characters. In PoE 1, you have things like 7 step and stuff like that, and at least so far we don't have that many alternatives.
have
for
Gamble
that, and our
Sprint, that
movement
makes me
abilities
fast.
are completely different. No Quicksilver, so even though like we can kill the bosses faster, but since the zones are so large, we can't get like the same amount of speed on our second and third character onwards that we would be expecting in PoE 1.
Well, is the zone largeness issue like I mean, Act 3 was the one I would say that was like pretty obvious as far as like things like that go.
I mean, bro, we can't get the same speed, dude. Like, I have Gamble Sprint right now. That's up to 40% movement, yeah? If you do your second playthrough and you make something powerful, you gamble a little bit for a plus 30%, you equip Foxshade, you're fucking fast. Like, stop. Relax with the complaining, yeah? Like, bro, I routinely have like 30 to 40 to maybe even 50% fucking increased movement speed on my first character. I guess I've gotten lucky, but you can go quick if you want, right? Like, it's like, it's just because you're unfamiliar with it. It's like, Foxshade is what, level 11 to equip or something? I don't know. I have had it for a bit. Maybe it's not that quite that fast, but like, I had it before Act 3, or did I get it in Act 3? Right? Pretty sure I had it before Act 3. And Gamble Sprint as well? Like, bro, like, yeah, okay, so maybe Act 1 and 2 is not as fast, but come on.
But if it comes to other zones, it's just a question of what are those zones and which are the issues. And like also the other thing is that like generally speaking, like once you know how the zone works, there are ways then to like to to know what you're looking for and sort of how to go places and what to do. So to the extent that isn't the case, that's why like when we're looking at that's why when we're looking at Act 3, it's not just make this zone smaller. It's like what's actually the reason why a player who is experienced is not able to find the thing that they're looking for, right? And that's where we come to like, oh, there's this whole area over here that you could just walk down and you have no idea whether or not that's important or not. And so then you end up doing that and it just wastes a bunch of your time. But like the intention is to make it so that like if you know what you're doing, then you know where to go and like you don't have a problem with that. So like that's why a lot of the changes in Act 3 are just like, okay, yeah, like you randomly get bad luck, and then the Chimera wetland has the stupid Y fork thing in it, and like takes ages to go one way or the other. It's like you get rid of all of that stuff, and then the zones won't feel so large because like you'll know where you're going and you'll know how to get, it kind of works out that way.
But I do know the layouts, so and they are very large, even with knowing the layouts, just because our movement speed is like relatively slow. Like even like Matlan waterways, before they're getting reworked, hopefully the rework makes them a lot slower. But I know exactly where I'm going. I'm not like backtracking into the wrong area, making it longer. It is just a lot of these zones are very long.
Like I understand that area is a challenging one, and it's hard for us to actually fix like trivially because just the way that the level generation works there's not an easy like. It's not like okay, like other areas we can change the layouts very easily because like of the way that our generation works, but that area has a very fixed type of layout, and so it's going to take more effort, which is why it was on the list because I didn't have an immediate like thing I could do that day to sort that one out. But like I understand that that's an area of concern for people, but like once again, it's like that's a specific area, and I wouldn't say that like.
I really don't understand this move, but again, I'm rocking fucking Foxshade and Gamble Sprint. I don't get how you have a problem with movement as a fucking somebody who's played PoE for that long and that much and is so knowledgeable of the game. And here I am, fucking idiot 2.0, I guess, and I'm cruising. But I mean, maybe it's because what I have is not enough. But I mean, like I said, routinely I'm rocking around with like 40% increased movement speed. How much more do you get in PoE 1? And there's movement speed on the tree that you can pick for a lot of classes. Well, at least I don't know if on the warrior side, but there is on the. You can point into movement speed. There is like easily obtainable-ish 12-ish% movement speed. How fast do you want to go? Am I out of... Oh, sure, it feels bad when Gamble Spirit is at 0 to like 10, right? That feels bad. But for the most part, I just gamble, huh? I just fish for a proc above the 25 mark or something, and I try to not get hit. Am I missing something? Like, why doesn't he just do that? Or is that not enough? Like, what am I missing? Like,
the issues that area has would apply to the whole game. Like that's just an area, a specific problem for that particular area.
Is speeding the player up an option? Like, is that something you'd be willing to consider?
Well, it sort of depends on how it was done. Like, we've discussed some things in that area, like before. I'm not necessarily against that, but it would have to be done in a way that didn't compromise the combat and compromise like the like it shouldn't be the case that you. Because this is the issue with this, right? Is that speeding up the player is if you speed up the player to the point where they're once again faster, then always faster than the monsters, then you get back to the like combat doesn't work anymore, like combat is optional kind of like situation again. So like we would have to find a way to do that wasn't going to like break that as well. So there might be something we can do there, and we've kind of been discussing that. Because I'm not exactly wanting to subject people to like running when they're not doing anything, right? But it's just a question of finding a way to do that that's not gonna.
It's hard to say anything specific because like there's a little bit of like the moment we say a specific solution, people might hold us accountable to that in a degree, and
like we haven't tried it yet, so we can't.
We have been talking about it. We do have some options we want to try. We just don't want to talk about them before we try them.
Right.
But like, yes, I agree. Now, you mentioned one other thing there, just because I don't want to gloss over things too much, which is you mentioned the Twink unique problem.
Yeah.
Which is 7 league steps. There are many, 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 many more items in PoE 1 that you can use to streamline the efficiency on reroll. that is still very deficient. Yes, it will come in time, I assure you. It's just a matter of we did higher level uniques this time. Obviously, they're not going to have low level item requirements. Maybe next time there's a more even split. I don't know. We just need to keep going with the uniques, and we'll eventually get there. We do have some designs that achieve specifically the low level high movement speed boots. We do have that as a thing that I definitely already have designed. I think it's just waiting on the art, and then it's going to go in. But yeah, there's going to be a lot more of those coming over time as well. Like that will solve itself in due time for sure. And
But is that like the question is okay? So is for damage, the twinking situation is not bad right now, right?
it's
Like,
not
for
as bad.
damage,
It's not
it's
as
not-
bad.
it's not
Again,
that
you
bad.
can kill stuff
It's
fast.
it's the movement speed specifically that we're
And the
talking
fact that
about
we
here.
don't have movement abilities, like in the same way, like there's only so much speed you get with shield charge. Like if I'm doing like a third or fourth character, I can definitely get enough damage, right? It's rough on my first character,
But you
but
don't
at least
have to use movement abilities as the solution to this, and I would prefer that that wasn't the solution because then you end up with a kind of like pretty lame sort of gameplay thing going on there. Like there's going to be a better way to improve that without having a movement ability
As
be the
said,
solution.
we have some things
yeah.
on the cards.
Yeah.
We just need to test them out and try them and be able to actually have a good argument as to why they why they are good, and we convince ourselves,
Right.
damn, we should have done this before,
Right.
or they're bad, and we're like, here's why they're bad, and we can explain what we tried and why it's bad. But yeah, again, it's we're always a bit on discussing what those will be because. Yes, again, they're being held accountable. People get their hopes up for it, and then we have to say it doesn't work. So, like, there's a little bit of like, let us just try these things, and then we'll see what we come up with, and we'll tell people the moment that we have it. But again, it's not a piece of. It certainly is something that's come up, and will come up every single repeat of the league, and so it's not like off our radar by any means.
Okay, that's good. So obviously a bit of a different question, but on console, debuffs have the option to be at the bottom of the screen. Could that be a toggleable option for PC? Just can be rough to like
I'll look
move
into
your
that.
eyes.
It wasn't on my radar. We might be able to do something.
We
like that.
have a full buff UI rework going on at some point soon. It was planned for earlier, where like so this can be part of the consideration, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, our UX guy's currently working on. Has it on top 5 of his list, kind of thing, of things that we're going to just do to improve the system.
That wasn't to do with moving them, but we can add that to the list of things that we might want
I mean,
to
it's
do.
the
If people-
whole
if people like it, we
they
do
can
it.
go behind the boss's life bars and you know all that problem, and hopefully if it's good enough as well, we can port that to PoE 1 because it's a more egregious problem there for sure.
Yeah. The next question is about in PoE 1 we have.
I would like to be able to move my own fucking UI, man. I want weak auras. Let me move shit. I look up top left corner for buffs and debuffs. Fuck you. Look at fucking. Let me put it in the middle. If it's important, let me put it in the middle.
A lot of player agency over how we solve early problems. Like the skill tree has a lot of temporary fixes for a build early on, where if your gear isn't up to scratch, you can get 30 to like strength dex int, you can get leech, you can get resists, even like specific ones like fire, cold, lightning, etc. You can get very easy access to fixing mana and stuff like that. And a lot of things that are like temporary fixes that you later on fix with gear. And the crafting bench also helps a lot more with that in PoE 1. And I know runes are meant to be the solution here, but we don't really get enough sockets early on, we don't get enough gear early on, and we then don't have any way at all to really fix this.
So why is it that you're not getting enough sockets early on?
Well, they're just not dropping. Even if you're checking the vendor, like I'm checking the vendor every time I level up. I'm disenchanting everything. I still don't get enough because the game is very difficult right now. So you try to keep getting gear upgrades. There is not enough loot. There is a lot of people complaining about not enough drops.
I don't get the same experience of not getting enough socketables personally. Like, I would say that probably 80% of the gear I'd be wearing pretty much through the whole campaign would have sockets like in there. So like if that's the case, then like,
Okay.
there must be something I'm not understanding about like why that people feeling that way, because that's just like a totally different experience than what I see when I'm playing myself.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
I would
the,
love
the,
to.
the intention.
Sorry, go on.
The intention is that you use socketables to fix those problems, and it is fundamentally identical to the crafting bench as far as the resultant like ability to fix issues on your character. Like there's nothing about the crafting bench that really changes anything that way, other than it's being less intuitive to use for new players.
Well, it is
so
a lot
really it's just
stronger.
to make.
Well, there's the power. Yeah, there is the power.
Well, okay, so sure, there's the
yes.
power, but like, I mean, that's a different question again, right? Like, if you're talking about fixing problems, then that just comes down to the values on the mods, and like what those should be.
Which aren't
But-
necessarily
Definitely.
right.
Right, but the thing is that it's supposed to be that you're getting enough sockets to be able to do that. And I mean, I don't buy stuff from the vendors. As a qualifying thing, that I don't buy socketables from the vendors and do that thing. I know people do that. That's not a thing that I'm doing. I mean, I might do it like if I've got like a stack of 9 shards and I'm like, okay, I want a socket right now. I might like do that, but generally speaking, that's not what I'm doing. So like, there's clearly some disconnect here, as far as like what the amount of loot that you're getting versus what.
I'm kind of curious. Like, he's saying that he has enough. He has sockets on all of his fucking gear, 80% of his gear throughout the campaign. If I were right now to look at my things, I'm pretty sure I have 1 socket. Yeah, and it's in my weapon. How many sockets do I have in my stash? 6. So I could socket everything, actually. I don't know what I think about this. Is he right? Is he wrong? Where are we at here? I mean, Oh wait, just can't just have like 2. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It seems like, I don't know, it seems pretty right to me. Should we pop 2 holes in this? Let's go. We can get life. Get some cold resist maybe. I mean, it seems like the runes are almost more rare, huh? You have 2 for 6x? I mean, it seems like I don't do the whole like buying from the vendors. I'm really bad at actually checking the vendors. I don't do it enough. I forget. But I mean, if you do that, like here, yoink, right? Like, yoink. It seems like you'd get a lot of sockets this way, right? Like, I just did this once and I got what? There you go, 4 shards. So like 60% or 40% of a socket, right? I don't know. I don't really. I use them very sparingly, so maybe that's why I don't struggle for them. But
What I'm seeing, I suppose. So like, I guess I just need to understand why. Like, why does it feel so different for
It
different
might be
people?
quite. It might have a relatively high swinginess or something that we need to find a way, like adding more. Like I know something that was suggested was adding more artificers orbs to fixed quest rewards through the game to minimize the RNG outcome.
Right.
because we
That-
added those quite late. We
But they
didn't
said
end
they
up
did
putting
that.
them in
That's true.
the,
So that's something that we could definitely
yeah.
do, which would mean you just get more of them during campaign, and I'd be totally open to that. Like that's totally reasonable.
A second thing I'd like to do soon is explore. I mean, sort of unrelated, but is that well, casters don't have
Yep.
their weapon crafting bench.
And we do need to.
and
We
so
do
we
need.
want to
We
add
do need to
sockets
fix.
caster
We have to add
weapons.
sockets to caster weapons. That needs to come.
Now there is one slight concern that I have seen echoed in a decent bit of feedback, which is that the runes are, which is mitigated with more Artificer's Orbs for sure, but the runes are creating a bit of a sense of making it like the thing with that the PoE 1 sockets created, which is like replacing items becoming slightly harder.
Yep.
So there's a little bit of just making sure we're careful about that as well. But being able to have more Artificer's Orbs and thus socket more gear will mitigate that, so that when you get your upgrade, you're able to add a socket to it.
But I would say that it's definitely the hard-coded drops that would be the thing that because if
Yeah.
it's not happening to everyone, then it is a thing that that would be better off solving that way.
But yeah, the caster weapons getting rune sockets and obviously runes for them, and adding more deterministic Artificer's Orbs to the campaign is certainly two things on my immediate radar to help at least mitigate some of this. I might do a quick review on the power pass of the runes as well. I just don't want them to be too much about giving damage, but it might be a lot of the more utility and defensive ones are just on the weak side, and those can certainly come up immediately.
Well, the problem that you have once again is that, like, so I sort of mentioned this earlier, but if the tools that you have are too powerful, then the people who know to use them are benefited to a larger degree compared to people who don't. And
But who
what
does
you're
know how to
doing
use
there
the gems,
is,
the runes, though?
then you end up in a situation where content will, be like, it's just a new player goes into this and it's like, well, I didn't know about this, and then like you get screwed over. And so like things like even nodes on the passive tree can be this way, where it's like, okay, well, you had to know to pick this, and if you didn't know to do that, then you're screwed, right? Like that's the kind of thing that's like a bit of a problem. And so that we just have to be really careful about that. And like that's actually one of the reasons, by the way, why lesser runes exist, because before if you knew to put a lightning damage rune in your weapon, then you would just like completely like ridiculous compared to anyone who didn't know that. And so it's like you've got like, it shouldn't be that just a single, like there's a tool like that which you just with knowledge alone, it's like you're completely like you're completely overpowered compared to other people. So you just have to be like, we just have to be really careful with that stuff.
Well,
It's important. It's also
oh no, you're going.
it's just important to make sure that the solutions are very front-facing, because that passive tree stuff, in PoE 1, sure, I agree, and it seems obvious to a bunch of people, but then also there's two problems going on there in the PoE 1, which is it adds to a sense of complexity, because it's like, here are the things you must know before you start playing to have a good time, and I know that's one small piece of that puzzle or that problem. And the second thing is, looking at PoE 1 from that crafting bench, is that the crafting bench is in your hideout and not in any town, which I agree is a downside. Ideally, it would be more in your face. And so, like, a lot of people just forget to use it and forget that it exists.
Yeah, I do that.
That is a thing where, like,
No, I'm
again,
stuck.
if you know,
Okay,
you know,
here we
and you have a good time, and if you don't know, you don't know, and you like, they're suffering. So whatever the solutions end up being, we definitely need to make sure are, like, very front-facing in your face and are, like, here's clearly the very intuitive way to solve these problems. So that's just an important piece of, like, philosophy we need to make sure we maintain.
A lot of that can be solved by.
I think adding more shit to... I don't understand how this is not the intuitive way to go to solve your issues. I think putting rest on here makes a ton of sense. I think putting, like, the whole, like, 30 whatever attributes, if I need X, Y, Z, makes a lot of sense. Like, the things... What did he mention more? It was attributes, and it was resistance... I don't know. I think it makes sense that you go here to solve your issues, man. Like, I go here to solve my attack speed issue because I know I can solve that at least, right? Like, that makes so much sense. I don't know why you wouldn't, like, oh, I need res. Let me see if I can pick some points, bro. Like, that's intuitive, no? I don't know. Who are they who are they catering to if they don't know to do that? I don't know.
Through quests though, right? You can have an NPC early giving one
Just
of
take a
those
beat
like
with
runes and even
intervention aura,
telling
get
you, like,
every
hey,
fire
chuck
thing
this in
immunity
your
for all
weapon
incoming
for more
damage.
damage if you're using a bow.
Well, 100. It
Isn't it like
surely, if the runes
really
are there
long
to solve
cooldown, though?
problems, then ideally we're not telling you exactly which one to use, right? Because it should be dependent on what your problem is. But we do need to make sure that people have got enough artificers orbs to make sure they can do that.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, but you were talking about the problem that you're rewarded for knowledge, which I don't think necessarily is a bad thing. I think that is a good thing.
No,
And-
you 100% should be rewarded for knowledge. The question is, what is the degree of the reward? Because if it is as high as like the point where just knowing this doubles your DPS, then like that means that like the way it means that the balance has to be surely monsters would have to be harder if that was the case. And so it's like, I don't think that can be something that we don't want to have to make the monsters harder. So therefore we have to just be a little bit careful about that.
There's a fine line there for sure, but yeah, there's some improvements around here to be made, and there's some good takeaways from that anyway, right? Like when the determinism for sure, and I think it's also a matter of okay, I think there is a guaranteed rune from Ogden Village. Maybe that's too late. We should be doing that earlier or having more of them. Again, more of that deterministic outcomes, but also maybe knowing that you're going to get that in advance would be helpful. I don't think we quite have that displayed. So it's like some of those the world map icons where you go and get a specific reward it's not necessarily explaining to the user what they're going to get, and so they might just be like, it's just another one of those. I don't need another tier 4 skill gem, but they don't. That's because maybe they think it's that. So yeah, bit of information improvements and a bit of just some power adjustments, some more determinism, especially with Artificer's Orbs. I actually 100% agree with that. I think if we hadn't have added that system so late into the development,
guess this
we would
one's
have
the one
actually
that gets
put that
removed,
more
huh?
throughout 100% anyway, so we should just do it now. But yeah, well, 100% some improvements there.
Another thing I'm curious about then, I asked about the skill tree. Do you feel like the skill tree does a good enough job of doing temporary solutions right now that you can later out gear, or is that something you'd be open to looking at?
Well, our core philosophy there was that the gear should give you base stats and the tree should multiply them, which makes the tree implicitly worse at then solving the problem. So the intention there is that now whether or not I would say we haven't really rediscussed it since then. I still believe that's a great thing to have.
But it can have both,
the
though.
other thing that, just as a side note, is that there aren't runes that give you attributes, right?
Correct.
And so that means that you can't solve attribute requirements with runes, which is something that I brought up a bit ago, but we didn't have time to look at what the implications of that were.
My sole fear with that is that it means that it is even harder now to replace an item with another item.
That is the concern.
Yeah, it is. That's why something like 30 dex, 30 strength, etc. was obviously very nice in PoE 1. And it does feel a little bit like, oof, I wish I didn't have to take that. That gives you incentive to fix that through gear later. And obviously we have so much resist on skill tree in PoE 1 too. I remember because the first time I played PoE 2, we didn't know anything about the skill tree and stuff like that. And I remember thinking, I was in Act 2 somewhere, and I hadn't pre-planned my day. I hadn't looked at the data mines or anything like that. So I was like, okay, let's go look at the skill tree where the resists are, because I'm 10%, 15% on the different res, so I'll pick up 15 on the skill tree. And there was just that one in warrior left start, and I was very surprised for that. So what's the reason for not having that much resist on the tree?
Because once again, as Mark said, the tree is the theory of it is that the tree enhances what your items are doing, in order to make the But I mean, look, there's something to think about again. There might
100%.
be something to that we should be reconsidering.
Yeah.
We'll 100% go have a discussion about this afterwards, for sure. I certainly have a whole bunch of thoughts on this real quick, and I definitely want to go over it and just reevaluate this, because we did make a lot of these philosophical decisions, right? Where tree should multiply, obviously aside from attributes, and gear should give the base, and because an alternate solution might just be that the resistances given by the runes are way too low as well, right? That certainly, because if you think of the tree for one on obviously PoE 1, and you combine that with the crafting bench of PoE 1, like the amount of resistances you're getting there, even from the lowest tier crafts and the tree, is enough to certainly be able to solve any problem. So there's a little bit of just like making sure we don't want to make it too trivial. So
Well, the other thing as well is that the monsters are balanced, assuming a different amount of resistance than they were in PoE 1. So that like changes things a little bit as well. You know, like the expectation is not that you have like high resistances through the game necessarily. Like the expectation is that the expectation is that you should be able to get through from merely overcoming the negative resistances you get from going through the acts. Like if you're at 0%, you should be like that should be enough, and then any improvement you have over that is supposed to be just like something that's making your character better. So like, but if the monster life or monster damage is not calibrated correctly, then it won't feel that way to the player. But like that was kind of like balancing around 0
That's
was like
interesting.
another idea that we had to try and make it so that you always knew the amount of resistance
wonder
you were supposed to have.
they're not going to bounce off
like
this.
being that like if the
My
number is
build's
red,
gonna be
you need
terrible
more, and
here,
if the
isn't
number
it?
is not red, then you have enough. Like that was kind of the theory in order to make it more obvious. Like to like what people are supposed to do there.
the other thing about the tree that can be a bit tricky here is that when you have that problem, like you probably have that problem immediately where you're like, oh, I'm dying to all this fire damage, this boss, I don't have enough fire resistance. The answer can't be like, okay, I need to look at my tree and get some fire resist, because that's too late, right? Like you need to solve this problem more immediately. Right. So having a more immediate solution is ideally what it would be. So ideally there you'd be like, okay, I'm going to swap this item for this item, and or maybe put this rune in, and now I might have another go and have a good time. Where if the answer is like, okay, there's resistance nodes over here, I just need to get 6 more levels so I can get them to then go and fight the boss. Like, I understand there's a level of like, obviously they're good at forward thinking problem solving, but like when you're like in the moment and you're like, damn, I'm struggling right now, what am I going to do right now? It needs to be a more immediate solution, and that's where the passive tree solves it in one regard but doesn't solve it in another regard, and it's important that yes, the runes are there to solve that problem and certain items are there. And sure, it's easy, it is not necessarily incorrect to say that those tools aren't as readily available as they should be.
Yeah. Yeah, I also think part of it is that we're definitely not dropping enough gear. Like the state of my gear, it's quite rough. Like a lot of the things I've found throughout the campaign ends up being 1 or 2 stat items, if that.
But isn't that just the? But like, okay, but this is the thing I would say about that is like, okay, when you're saying your gear isn't good enough, you're also just saying the monsters are too powerful. Like it can just be the monsters. Like I don't think that it needs, like, there's an element here of like you might just be conditioned to wearing rares in every slot all the time, which doesn't have to be the case.
Well,
like the gear power is entirely relative to monster power. So if you're saying your gear isn't good enough, it doesn't have to be the gear needs to get better. It can just be that the monsters are too hard.
Sure, if you're talking about also like damage and like I said speed, but okay, can you give me an idea then?
But
when
that's
do you
important though,
think
because one of the things that PoE 2 has gotten us is that you're not just saturating on rares like halfway through Act 1 anymore. Like you actually do, and what that actually means is that you have situations where you change from a rare to a magic. In some cases, you're like changing around your gear through the campaign, and it results in way more like gear upgrades as you go through the campaign. Like there's way more often because you'll downgrade to a blue, but then you'll find a regal,
this
and
is
you'll upgrade it, and
painful
you'll
to play with combos.
Like, you're just the amount of gear changes that are happening through the campaign is very, very high, and so if we just dropped more gear, then we would lose out on that. And whereas if we lower monster power,
this bitch doesn't take any fucking damage.
Like we wouldn't need to do that. Once again, that doesn't necessarily say that the gear is in exactly the right place. But what I am saying is that it isn't just buff items.
This is
like,
a rough fight.
Player power relative to monster power.
But the thing is, like, we aren't switching out gear a lot, though. I think a lot of us feel like we're like finally finding, let's say, like a glove with 60 life and 15 fire res, and then we end up keeping that all the way until maps because we aren't really finding anything else. We have very little currency to craft with and stuff, and a lot of people also reported finding like a large chunk of their majority of their currency in Act 1, where maybe people will find as much as like 3 to 10 exalts in Act 1, and then find 0 in Act 2 and 3, so it seems like very, very early heavy.
I can't really explain why that would happen, because like the gear, like the way that loot drops doesn't change. The only thing that changes is the number of magic and rare monsters that exist. And so over time, the amount of loot you get increases through the game just because the number of rare and magic monsters increases. And due to the way the currency drops work in PoE 2, the more of those you get, the more rare currency you'll get, which means that like it just feels like you get more currency. So like that isn't a phenomenon that I understand for sure. Like you should be getting more currency as you go through the acts for sure. Like that
Yeah,
is as far as I understand.
several times I've been joking about making new characters to farm currency, and a lot of people like said they agreed. So
Thankfully, we can relatively easily, if we need to, pretty much after this, add some logging for that and go and see what's actually happening. Because
But that is unusual. Like I can't explain why
yeah,
that
I
would be the case.
concur. There isn't. It shouldn't work
No,
that
no,
way.
no,
It shouldn't be that way. So
no.
if that is the case, which isn't necessarily true, but it could be, we're never going to rule out any bug or unintended thing where we can
yeah,
get some logging for that relatively fast and just check the data and actually see what's happening.
But I also do want to understand why some people feel like they get a lot of currency and others don't. Like I don't. Once again, I just don't understand what can be responsible for that. Because like it's like I wouldn't say that every time I want 6 mods I can get them, but I would say that I'm using exalts like all through the campaign. I'm using regals all through the campaign. I'm like rolling like from up from whites to rares like pretty continuously as you're going through. So like there's something odd about that I need to understand.
yeah. I mean, even like I would say myself, I got very like few regals and stuff to use. Like definitely was not on the rich end during the campaign.
Well, how many is a few?
I'd say through the campaign, I dropped probably 4 regals.
Well, hang on, but we're not talking about dropping only. We're talking about disenchanting too, right?
So, because of crafting being so RNG, I will generally have opted in. I've tried both, obviously.
So
between,
he
like,
sells his
disenchanting,
things
but
for
I
gold and
find
he's
that
complaining he doesn't have
I,
regals.
benefit more from gambling than from actually trying to crafting. My experience with crafting is picking
Well,
up
if
every
you're-
blue, looking for 1 stat, regaling, and then that missing and the item not being usable. So
If you're not disenchanting rares, then you certainly won't get a lot of regals. Like
sure,
that is
I've
the-
tried both.
Right. Well, I can't say much as to that, but like that is the reason you don't have regals if you're, if you know, like that is where like the primary source of regals through the campaign would be disenchanting. Like that isn't to say that gambling isn't better. Maybe it is, but
Right.
you know, like that it does explain that particular one currency item. At least.
It's also quite a few alchemies and stuff as well.
Yeah, alchemies are kind of not really intended to be that common anymore because the intended way to go through to rare is more via regaling. So like alchemies are like relative, like the alchemies are the kind of like, oh awesome, I got an alchemy. That's like a kind of that's the uncommon thing that you do occasionally, not the like.
What are you
kind of
supposed to do
common
against that? Just
workaday
live?
crafting that you're doing all the time. So like yeah, it should be that the regals are the primary source of crafted rares.
Yeah.
In that regard.
Well, the good benefit here is we have so many players right now that we can just get some data and get some analytics very, very quickly about what this actually is.
Yeah.
And you might find that it's just very sensitive to, you know, there's always just going to be a portion of unlucky players and a portion of lucky players. Like, I
Yeah.
definitely know that there's a lot of swinginess, of course, and that can happen. And again, that it might just be that. And I know you've probably played more than most, so arguably you should have the you should have the most amount of data from a purely anecdotal perspective. So, you know, you probably have the best average going on, the most accurate average, I should say. But that being said, like we have the capacity to look into this very quickly, and we can
Yeah.
do so probably even today and figure out what's going on and whether or not it meets our expectations. So.
The next thing I want to ask you about is the ailment thresholds. You have like how easy it is for the player to be stunned, player to be frozen and stuff. And I'd say that feels a little bit overly punishing when we don't have as many solutions or tools, right? So we have 1 charm slot, and it is quite difficult to get a second or third. And that's competing for freeze immune, stun immune, poison immune, ignite immune, and chaos immune. Chaos resist, and bleed. Now, I would say poison, ignite, and bleed from the monsters don't actually do that much right now. But if it did, like, this would be a very, very heavily competed for, like, singular solution to doing anything with that. And as an addendum to the question, I wonder, would you consider letting belts
No.
get more implicit charm slots based on item level? So like maybe at like 50 plus they have 2, and at 81 they get 3.
I mean, we probably will increase the number of charm slots. Like that's something that we like kind of were intending to do and never got to yet.
She does too many weird things. I don't know what she does.
But I don't think that
trying
the
to do this
ailment
fucking
threshold was in
shit
the right place
combo.
before. Like the effectively ailments didn't exist before we changed that. So like we needed something that was going to actually cause them to happen. Like, you know, during the campaign before you got frozen like 3 times the whole campaign, it kind of was a bit silly.
Do note we didn't actually universally double the stunning. I know you mentioned that just to clear
It was
that
only
up.
it was ailments that
The
changed. Not stunning.
they stun you more as things get higher level. The expected amount of stun threshold you should have goes up. So it's not, but it's pretty minimal throughout the entire campaign. But what we also increased is the you gain a bunch of stun threshold when you get light stun, so you have way lower probability of getting stun locked. But then I would also point out, like, some of those charms just suck because it doesn't even mitigate the stun that stunned you. And that is just something that we initially did, and they were like, oh, we need to change this, and then it just got lost in the weeds. So like, the other thing is changing those, and I know the resistance ones work this way as well. Like, those just need to also cancel out the thing that caused it, or mitigate the thing that caused it. And those where some do and some don't, so that needs to change 100%. And then yes, we need more slots. I think we're actually going to support up to 6 slots. That isn't to say that everyone will trivially have 6, but there is UI for it.
6 is only.
Yeah.
6 is a thing you might be able to do with uniques and stuff like that. It's not something that you get.
But it was certainly our expectation, or intention, I should say, that we give out more slots so that people are running more. Like, 1 is not what you should be running. Like, 2 certainly at high end minimum, and like probably 3 and like sometimes 4 wouldn't be unreasonable.
Okay, but it's interesting that even the ailment threshold change we made has not really affected most of the ailments that you just said. Like, you just were saying that, like, you know, that bleed, poison, and stuff are not really doing much yet. And it's like, like that wasn't even, like, even halving that number apparently wasn't enough to make those be a thing that you need to care about. Like, only Frozen is the one that really kind of changed, I think, and like for the most part that you actually notice. The stun thing is separate; it's not part of the ailment threshold change.
Yeah, I mean, but if
so
they
the-
did
but-
do a
but-
lot of damage, that would be very overwhelming right now, and things we can deal with.
Well, but I mean, yeah, like, it's not like
Herald
we
of
want it to be
Ice, what does
overwhelming,
that
but
require?
It's a bit of a different
52
game.
fucking
Right,
Like,
but
when
we've-
you get the mod and modifiers and map mods and everything
Right.
involved.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. But you know, it does need to happen sometimes in order for it to actually be something that's worth mitigating. So now we just need to
52
look at
ins,
the
bro.
actual, the charm stuff as well.
And do you think the implicit will be tied to item level at all? So it'll be something that you don't necessarily have to do a crazy investment or
I
a path
don't,
on the tree?
I don't know what the answer to that is. I have to think about how we want to introduce that. Like, that is one way. I mean, but there might be other ways. I just have to look at that.
The other thing is, like, charm. There's a level of like reviewing charms in general is just how, you know, aside from how many you have and not just their implicit, like their base value. There's also just, like, I'd say a lot of the modifiers on them are just absolutely like nonsense. Like, oh, recover 4 mana when it procs. It's like, okay, thanks. That's not a useful thing to happen. So there's a bunch of affixes there we just need to make better as well, and we may as well probably do that at the same time, unless of course it makes it take longer, in which we'd rather just get out the number of charms first. So yep.
Yeah. In PoE 1, we have masteries. I'm a huge fan of those, especially for temporary solutions.
Yeah.
Is that something you're open to bringing back in PoE 2?
Masters
I'm
are
not
cool.
a huge fan of them because they ended up devaluing the notables a lot. Like, the notables became really bland when masteries were introduced, and it's like, and it also means that, like, the where you are on the tree didn't matter as much either, which, like, kind of wasn't amazing. So I think that we, like, prefer to have it be a situation where the notables are more interesting, and I do think that in PoE 2 the notables are very interesting. Like, it's something that, like, I think that is notably good. So
More work
like,
to do there.
yeah,
though,
but
for
there is
sure.
more work to do. But I don't love the way that the masteries kind of, like, blandified the notables, and so yeah, I think we can. That's probably. I think I prefer it. Just putting the power in the notables rather than the masteries.
But I don't feel like they're directly competing at each other, right? You can still have, like, really interesting masteries and notables. Like those notables can still be super interesting.
I mean, there's only so many stats that can exist, but I mean, look, fundamentally everything competes with every other thing because of the way that, like, you know, due to mod dilution. So like you have to, you know, you have to budget that in some level. Otherwise, you just get a situation where you've got so many effects on your character that like everything, like nothing, no one thing matters at all. So like that's, you know, just.
I'm a bit more torn about this one personally because I do agree there are downsides, but on the other hand, it's the one that added its PoE 1, so like I'm a little bit like.
Well, I don't think it was obvious at the time.
Yeah.
What downside that would have. I mean, that was certainly not something that I would be against.
There's
at
also
all.
just like the passive tree is like overwhelmingly complicated to people,
Right.
and so having this extra layer on it was probably my biggest thing of like, oh no, we made the thing that scares people the most more scary, because there's this extra layer that
that's
they
pretty
have to,
good.
an extra keyword they have to know about, and that was my main thing of like, maybe we should just simplify the thing that is like the scariest thing. Like that was a big argument to me, but there are, you know, there's intermediary grounds there as well, but yeah, there's like downsides to it for sure. Like I agree. There's also maybe a way to make them have work. I don't.
But I mean, what's the goal of it, right? Like, if the goal is to give you temporary solutions, then we don't necessarily have to solve it there. We could just solve it in a different place, and then it wouldn't be necessarily something that's
That
gonna
is
give-
also true.
That's going to give you the downsides that we see. That
I
those
like the
have.
Masters. I think they're
It's
cool.
also
That is
just
always true.
as a player, it is just very fun. Like absolutely enjoy it. And it definitely, I can tell you, it does not make me feel like notables are devalued. I was even more exciting because you
Well,
get
it's
it
hard
when
to
you get the
identify
notable.
that in the. It's hard to identify that in the moment because like, you don't notice the lack of something you don't notice the lack of something of what something could have been in the same way that you notice, you know, like the thing that's in front of you that you're enjoying. You know what I mean? Like it's harder to appreciate the fact that the notables are less cool in PoE 1.
Sure.
Like, because you're not thinking about that. You're thinking, I want the
I mean, you can at least rest assured that we're going to think about why they were important and what we could do to solve them, whether it be that means or another. Like,
Yeah.
The good thing about these is all of the things almost everything you bring up is going to result in some sort of multi-hour discussion between us over the next week. So,
That's good.
well,
Well,
which is the huge benefit of these things for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, thank you for doing it. But the next one's something I care a lot about, especially as a hardcore player. Defenses seem very undertuned compared to offense, and just like anecdotally, if the two options, right? If we look at it in a bit of hyperbole, where I get to watch like tankiness be out of hand or offense be out of hand. So like literally somebody walking up to a boss and one-shotting it, or looking at somebody standing there be immortal, right? I always think like if one should be out of hand, it's more interesting when the defensive one is out of hand. You still get to see the boss abilities and stuff like that. It seems so much easier.
No, but the game's so fucking-
always. And I think most patches have been like this, where it's always easier to scale offense.
Dude, is it just me, or does all the fucking hardcore players just want their character to be fucking immortal? Why are you playing hardcore? Like, it's like you're trying so fucking hard to trivialize the game to the point where there's no downside to the game mode you've picked. Like, I don't know. Why don't you just play softcore then? Like, what? Why do you need fucking defenses to be uber juiced? Like, you know, isn't the hardcore fun because you have the risk of dying and losing your character? Now I'm gonna make it so that I take 99.999% reduced damage and I regen my entire stamina or my entire health bar in like 0.02 seconds. But, okay, I mean, sure, you're immortal now. Have fun playing hardcore, I guess. What?
Rather than defense. And I wonder a little bit how you feel about that.
Well, you're not wrong that often the best defense is stacking all of the damage.
Yeah.
The best defense is a good offense.
I mean, we've suffered from this for a long while. It is ultimately a consequence of just having the game be, like, again, talking about the hip firing and things be a bit unregulated with respect to the levels of uniques and builds and stuff going everywhere and hard to think of it all and, like... But it is generally true that we have more offensive. I guess people find damage in general to be more fun as the investment avenue.
That
for
is
sure.
the real thing, is that most people would prefer to invest in offense generally.
I agree
is
with that,
mostly the case.
but then shouldn't defense be even more encouraged then for the people that want to? Because even as a hardcore player, I almost feel like it's the opposite. Like anecdotally, for example, for point one, and full disclosure, I have not been able to get to Arbiter yet, right? We're very early in the league, so I don't know if you made them do less damage. But in point one, other people were doing some testing, and I asked software players to try a little bit, and there were people that were getting one-shot by Arbiter moves with 15k life. Some that are like kind of hard. So as a hardcore player, what I felt like then, I was like, well, since I can't really tank, like there are multiple moves here that I can't tank, not just like one big telegraph one shot, but there are multiple here that I can't tank. So what I did to prepare instead was I went in with so much damage that I just one shot the boss. Which is a little bit deflating for me. I would say Arbiter was one of the least fun bosses, whereas I would way rather go in and be so tanky that I can make a few mistakes, and then end up leaving.
It's quite hard to split the difference between being tanky and being immortal. Like, surprisingly hard to get that right. And when I say that, it's because you can regenerate life very quickly. And so if you don't die, like, okay, and the other thing as well is that boss abilities that do those big hits take a long time, right? And like the bosses often can't hit you again immediately afterwards. It's like they'll do their big ability, and it's not like it's going to just immediately follow up with something that's going to chip you down either. So
Yeah,
like,
but
if
we
you
can't
fail,
tank them.
no, but what I'm getting towards is that if you don't have something that's going to do a lot of damage at the for those big hits, like we just have to be very careful, because like if like let's say that one of those big hits did only like a third of your life, something like that. I don't think that then the boss would ever be able to kill you ever, because it would have to effectively be able to do three of those of those things before you can regenerate them. So what you're really asking for, and this is something we discussed a lot in the past, by the way, what you're asking for is for a more attrition-based gameplay style, like a more MMO style like thing.
So yeah,
And what you're really saying then is that you want flasks to do way less regeneration, and you want regeneration to be controlled way more in general, and then have a more attrition-based gameplay style. And that kind of just isn't a PoE way of doing things. Now, like, I mean, that could be a thing we could change to. Like, that would be an option that we would have, but it would be like, it would be the balance change of the universe to do something like that. Like, it would be a complete redesign of all the damage and like bosses and like the whole way everything works. Like change a more attrition style would just be like an apocalyptic level of balance change compared to what we have, for sure.
I mean, I'm not 100% sure I agree with that, and I was going to ask, do you think the goal of a difficult boss should be to kill the player or to deny the player the loot?
I don't understand what that means.
So,
It's
when you're leaning more
hardcore
towards
bullshit, bro.
attrition-based
Like,
gameplay, right? You're recognizing as a player that you've entered a fight that you're maybe not fully ready for, you're maybe getting the boss to 30%, you're not able to finish it, and you're like, I have to leave. I have to leave this fight, I'm not strong enough. As opposed to punching the player with death, you're already just taking away the loot anyway. There's not an XP loss anyway at the moment.
I mean, that's, I guess we're not thinking in those terms at all. Like, we're just like, but okay, sure, you're talking, okay, like, so that question, I would say, only makes sense in an attrition-based gameplay context, which is not what we have. So like, it kind of means that like the boss doing abilities to be able to the boss trying to win is and trying to kill you versus denying you the loot isn't a different circumstance unless there's attrition, which we don't have. So like, it's so what I'm saying is, so what are you not agreeing with then about?
Well, I think you do have attrition-based combat on a lot of bosses, right? Because there are many of the like campaign bosses that don't necessarily have one-shots. But even just on like as a Viper, as an example, right? I was having a quite long fight because I wasn't particularly powerful at Viper. So I think I had to reset 7 times without it killing me but 7 times before I was able to actually kill Viper on my build because I was running out of flasks. You don't have a
Well,
good way
hang
to
on, so
regen
that's
them
not,
during the
so,
fight.
so I'm not, when I'm talking about attrition gameplay, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about attrition in the sense that your life pool is something that goes down over long periods of time rather than something that moves around.
Well,
like,
it
from
effectively
bottom to
is
top
through
all
the
time.
flask, right?
Well, yes.
Like, I was
attrition-
no longer
the-
able to
okay, so-
recover.
So yes, to the extent that we have attrition-based gameplay, the attrition is through the flask. You are correct. Like attrition via flask is what we have. What I'm
only
saying,
early,
though, there,
basically. Like, you'll never find yourself running out of flask in the late game if you fucking
Well, okay,
build any
sure,
sort
fair
of
enough. Like,
regen.
yeah, the flasks do give you the attrition, and so therefore,
The campaign is quite attrition.
in
It's
that,
just,
in,
it's just
in
that,
way.
the kind of cap comes off, so to speak, at end game where like
Yes.
it can be very. It's certainly the case with a concept like Leech that the moment that a boss can't one-shot you at all, which
Well, okay, like if you removed all sources of flask charge gain out, like that you could do in a boss fight, then you could probably reduce the size of the big monster hits.
No,
Well,
because then you just
to
have
check
to
real
build
quick as well,
regen
just
or
'cause we're
leech
specifically
out
talking
your
about
ass.
Arbiter. There's kind of a few things going on. Like, it is the intention that the skills, and which happens in the game in PoE1 as well, and like some people might argue it's some sort of bad design or not. I kind of like it. There are other skills that are more like your personal agility or dexterity based, and you have to avoid them, and that's like, you know, stand in the elder donuts and the, you know, the dances and the like move into the lanes and the, you know, bullet hells-esque things where it's like that's not really your character as much. Like, are you thinking those are fine, or are those, whether or not they're exactly tuned in this context, like in terms of timing, but are you okay with the idea that those kill you and you don't get to make, like, whether or not they could be more lenient is a different question, but like, are you okay with those killing you and kind of your defenses don't really matter? Like, are those the problem? Is what I'm just trying to understand exactly what skills are a problem.
Yeah, so for the Arbiter, I feel like there are multiple, right? You have the corridor move. That was pretty much always a
Yeah.
one-shot, right? And sometimes, obviously, like you were saying, that wasn't like the main topic, but they can spawn almost too far away. I remember seeing a clip of like Quinn running slightly in the wrong direction, and then he sees the corridors the other way, and he's like, "Oh, it's over for me." You have the Arbiter
Sure.
move where he does like the fake out meteor, where he starts like firing the beam into it and stuff. I guess the way, like, as a player I would want defense to be is the more I invest into defense, the larger my room for error should be. Which is where I'm feeling there's a big disjoint now,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
where
yeah.
it just isn't. And then I'm entirely incentivized to go full offense because I'm still having enough defense that those mid-range hits and small hits, they're still not one-shotting me. So all I need to be able to do is tank them, and then yeah, I just don't have an option for
That's a lot
huge
of lightning
one-shots at all.
damage.
Okay, so yeah, I understand the point from point of view from that one. The main thing is just we're going to have to be really careful with the balance to make sure that it isn't now just like, you know, 20% of investment of the way there. Now you don't get one shot by them, so you just hold down, you know, whatever button on the boss or whatever, and now you're leeching permanently and you're fine. That's the concern. So like, if it is a like universal.
upgrade. Lower attack
Okay, like
speed,
for
lower
example,
crit.
would it be okay that, I mean, look, the corridor, let's use that as the example. So the corridor obviously has some like, okay, it's too hard to get, we need to probably improve the way the lanes spawn such that you don't get into that situation where like, this is literally
Yeah.
impossible for me to run there unless I have X or Y. There is the thing where like, okay, for example, if like life regen wasn't regulated, like, do you really think any player in the game, like this is, I'm not saying this is wrong or right, should just be able to AFK in that? I'm just curious.
Yeah, so definitely I prefer that over watching people one-shot bosses. 100%. With enough investment.
Well, look, no, we won't disagree, but
Right,
just like,
yeah.
I'm just curious. Do you actually think it should be okay or able to?
Yeah, I'm not entirely against something just being a straight up one shot, like failing the memory game, for example, in PoE1. Like, I'm not inherently against that, but I do think the current ones are a little bit like too fast
'Cause-
to be those one shots.
Yeah, I agree. I just think there is two problems here, which I'm interested in. One is mechanics feeling fair, which there are things here that are unfair, and that is bad, and they need changing. And I will get that adjusted today, and I'll get that on live as soon as I can.
slower attack speed and lower
which
crit,
might
though.
even also be today. The other thing would be that the bigger thing, which is that investing in defense is not allowing you to mitigate it. It's like, so different from the corridor skill. There's just like whether or not investing in defense enough, it gives you enough defense against things in general, against the bosses, which maybe isn't the case. It might be that yes, you investing in defense needs to be more advantageous right now for sure. And like, don't get me wrong, there's nothing more, and I've spoken about this before in the past, there's nothing more demoralizing than putting hundreds of hours into a boss and then it's just like deleted, and it's like, oh great, that was
But it's also demoralizing to just watch someone sit there and face tank it and just attack it with no, like, having to not even having to move. Like, that's also
especially without
disappointing.
the gear.
Like, it's kind of it's almost a bit ridiculous to discuss like which of these two
So
horrible
this would add
outcomes
to
is
50
better.
flat
Like,
when I get my next
surely
ascendancy,
the
which I
actual
probably could go
answer
do
is,
now,
like, neither
actually.
of them should be happening.
Yeah.
No,
You know?
I agree. It's just that it's pretty rare that we've seen defense be the really OP one. That's all, right? Like, we very often see
Yeah,
offense.
maybe it is, but like, I think that's probably also a lot around the fact that people like building glass cannons. Like, that is a thing people just like doing. And so,
Yeah,
like, the
glass
amount of
cannons are cool.
incentivization, and so then there's the issue of like,
See if we can get something good out of this.
well, I mean, let me put
Bam.
it this way: even if right now, and I don't know whether
That's
this is
cool,
the
though.
case or not, like it probably
We got
isn't, but
accuracy, I
even
guess.
if defense was overtuned compared to damage, I think that you're still not going to incentivize people to do that until you get to the point where they're immortal. Like, I don't think getting 80% of the way to immortality is actually enough even for people to still not want to build glass cannons. And so you kind of got like that issue of like, it's just really, really hard to get that balance right. So the, like, and that isn't to say that we won't try, but I'm just saying that like, it is people, there just tends to be an erring on the side of offense for that reason. And I don't think either immortality or insta-killing bosses is right. So like, that people probably concentrate on the damage more.
Yeah, especially, I mean, we have a bigger problem, especially with just in
Should we
general,
add
just
here?
thinking about it, like, damage also now resulting in crowd control amplifies the problem even further.
Yeah.
Because that, having the boss be heavy stunned and or frozen or whatever, like, majority of the fight is just even more of a reason to just go ballistic on damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are problems here, 100%. I'm just thinking of random other things that.
Well, yeah, I
also
have
help
other
mitigate it.
questions about defense as well. So armor break, I would say, like, effectively disables armor, right, as a defense for hardcore. It's sort of like when it comes around, it kind of like shuts down your main form of defense. You're feeling like very tanky if you do invest into armor. Well, ideally, I do still armor needs a buff. But I guess the problem I have with armor break and fizz overwhelm in PoE 1 is that it's just so crazy to me to have something effectively shut down your defense from time to time. So yeah, I are you happy with armor break and fizz overwhelm being in the game?
Well, in PoE 2 context, I am not happy with the current state of monster armor break. No, that is also on my change today list. So I need to. There's a few things. It was meant to be that they're breaking flat amounts of armor, and that isn't. So if the more you stack, the less significant the armor break becomes from the enemy. I suspect there might be some sources of percentage based in there, which are just like, it disincentivizes. I mean, it just means that the more you have, the more you're relying on armor, the more punished it's going to be. So
Yeah.
I just need to do a quick audit. There's not that many sources, thankfully, so it won't take long, and I just need to make sure that it's working. And then there are possibly cases where it is just doing too much, and yeah, it's just like, yeah, it acts as an insane weakness. But yeah, no, 100% agreed. It is not in the right spot, and also on the today list. So I need to make sure that
Having them do flat, right, just means that armor has no weakness, though, right? Isn't that bad? You have increased accuracy to like lower evasion rating, right? Like, I guess it just needs to be at the same point, like the same level as that. But I think it's pretty neat that you have these things where it like kinda disables your defenses. Because I'm not a hardcore player, I guess. But again, doesn't that make it more interesting? Now that might mean that it's not balanced defensively right now. But if you have something that, say, disables armor, that just further incentivizes you to layer different defenses on top of each other, right? Which has always been a thing that you should do, right? So if your armor is already gone, well, then you have your block to fall back to, or you do armor and evasion rating simultaneously, right? So if armor is gone, then you have your evasion rating, or if something is accurate, then you have your armor, right? Like, I think that's kind of cool, so I think it needs to be impactful. I'm not saying whether or not it's balanced or not, though, because I haven't played with armor, but it definitely needs to be something, in my opinion, that you don't just ignore, but maybe I'm wrong.
We go back, get the community team to go back through this afterwards and make sure I don't forget about all these things, but no, that one I already have. There's that, the speed, and a bunch of these other, and Arbiter, and there's a whole bunch of stuff there.
Yeah, we've gone over a lot already. Do you think in the short term we could see just like a straight up number buff to armor while you're trying to work out a long term solution?
Oh no, but I'm not talking about a long-term solution for the armor break thing. I'm talking about it'll be solved.
No,
today.
I know, but like that's what I mean for armor too.
I see what you're saying. Sorry, misunderstood. Yeah, sure. I can't
In order to
be able to immediately say that.
In order to change armor, we'd need to be able to understand why it's bad. And I don't think just changing the number right now is right for that.
Okay, that's fair.
Like, I don't think we've fully understood
We
the
did
issue
a
there.
few things, like we there was some overwhelm on some bosses and we removed it, and there was there were too many skills converting too much into element, and I think we pushed back a lot of that, so like it obviously makes the armor more effective against those abilities, and like there's a lot more of that we probably need to reevaluate as well, just across the board.
Yeah.
But that stuff's really fast to change.
Well,
As
that
for
one's
just
really
a
bad.
global number shift.
But that's an example right
Guess I'll
there
deal with
of
it.
why just changing the number wouldn't have even helped, right? Like, if the problem is elemental damage, then making armor stronger wouldn't have done anything for that. So like,
Yeah.
it's so important to understand the reason before we just make changes.
Obviously, the danger there by moving more fizz is it then makes it worse for non-armor builds as well, but that increases the power of armor differential to the others, and so you've got to be careful with that.
Yeah.
But well, maybe. Maybe there's something we can do more imminently.
Anecdotally, I would definitely love more access to different forms of defense, and I know that is definitely an EA problem where just not everything is in yet. But just to like anecdotally run you through my experience, I am a Smith of Kitava, so I have like the shared res and the shared max res. So I'm 89, 90, 90, and for a long time I was like 85, 86, 87, so very high alley res. And on top of that, I was wearing a
Which
cloak
means,
of-
yes, currently moving more into fizz is probably going to be to your detriment.
Yeah, sure. But even with that, and a Cloak of Flames, and I can't remember the name, Hollow something, but there's the unique helmet with like 15% push reduction. Even with all of that mitigation, I was like, at the start of today's stream, I was very rough until I got my 4th lab. Like, I was able to like improve it a little bit, but it felt a little bit weird to me as a player that I've like, my entire ascendancy was defense based. I picked up every defense I could on the tree, and I was trying so hard to get really good gear too, and it was very rough on defense.
I think I'm just gonna run for 10 seconds.
I mean, what I immediately
you
probably
can't
will do
run from
after is I'm just
monsters.
gonna grab your character,
Bullshit.
put it
I
locally, and then
absolutely
just kinda
can.
just have a look at that, it's just so I can get a better exact understanding. But like, sure.
I can give you a snapshot before I because now with regen it has been.
We can.
We have it all.
We have it all. Don't worry.
Perfect.
We can take
Perfect.
anyone's character from live and just play with it. It's not a.
Perfect. Yeah. The regen did make a big difference, but I'm still seeing a lot of issues there. Another thing that has been brought up a lot, and I thought was a really good point, was we see chaos damage very early in PoE 2. In PoE 1, it was like generally something we'd see a lot later.
This is not gonna
Would you be
do
open to
anything for
considering
the
something like
boss.
the Chaos Soul Core being a rune instead, something that we can like get early? It's definitely a big part of what makes Viper so scary. Is it's almost impossible to get Chaos Res early on. Yeah.
sounds like a sort of more of a hardcore related concern because in standard you wouldn't like it's just balanced to be okay. But in hardcore where you're wanting to definitely not die, it's like a different concern, and I don't think we would have thought about it in that way previously.
It is sort of a medium core
chaos?
concern, because like if you can't get past the boss, you are just stuck there.
Fuck.
Oh sure, but like I mean the damage, like it's balanced assuming 0 chaos resist, right? So like
Well,
the,
Viper's hard.
it is hard. It is a hard fight.
That's
That's just a side note that's separate. But
Yeah.
like in terms of just the fact that it's chaos damage, I don't think is as relevant in standard play because like that we're balanced assuming you have no chaos
Well,
resistance, and so
What does she
therefore,
do that's chaos? Obviously, the big purple meteor storm that I want to make some changes to because it just creates too much mess on the ground. It's a little bit lacking clarity or that fairness.
Well,
problem. And then
the
how many
spare
of the
things,
skills-
right? I'm assuming.
So the way it
Dude,
works
these
is
things are
aside from
terrible.
poison itself dealing chaos damage, the only other things that are chaos damage are anything that is purple.
Yeah.
So,
So
all of
just-
her green stabs and slashes, none of that is chaos, and none of it
So
should
it's
be
physical,
chaos.
it's physical hits, and then the poison. If it's poisons you,
No!
it's chaos damage. But because the poison damage is based on the hit, your armor effectively mitigates the chaos damage because it reduced the hit size.
Right.
I can't resurrect.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the meteor thing is a problem, but it's like more of a fairness problem because ideally you should be able to dodge that pretty reliably every time. Right now it's a bit of a mess.
Game,
It
hello.
is hard to dodge that.
Yes, but aside from that, it would only be the poison, of which, yes, your other defenses would, I mean, armor in particular and evasion would mitigate.
Right.
But yes, I do. It is the case, by the way, that if a thing like any snake spitter that's spitting at you with some green poison thing, that aside from the poison debuff, which I believe you said kind of wasn't that dangerous earlier in general, and maybe there are certain cases where it is.
It's definitely dangerous if you're playing an evasion character. Like that poison
but
feels
that-
lethal, and that's once again because the armor didn't.
The hit is
Yeah, yeah.
never chaos damage,
Yeah, yeah.
just to be
Okay.
clear. Which
I,
in Peri 1 it is. It's like half chaos, half fizz.
yeah. No, I did not know that. I fully thought the spares from the side, which a lot of people say is the most dangerous attack, I thought that was chaos. So it's a very heavy
Just
hit.
fizz.
Right. Okay.
Yep.
So that's probably just more of a Viper is too hard problem.
Right. Makes sense. I wanted to
She
ask you a little
definitely
bit
wants to
about...
step up in
She's
difficulty.
very hard. I wanted to ask you a little bit about pushing. As a player, I experience that sometimes, like it's almost
shit,
seems
I
like
should get
desync
started on
to
cooking.
me, if I'm being frank.
My game just crashed.
Is there an option to have more source of push resistance? Something, for example, like the more strength the character has, or wearing heavy armor. It does seem a little silly to a lot of people that like people maybe have 300, 500 strength, or they're wearing like full plate, but like yeah, a lot of monsters are just pushing you around very easily.
It doesn't currently exist as a concept of mitigating it, because it was meant to be more of a physical thing of, well, there's two things. There's like monsters pushing you because you literally cannot occupy the same space as them.
Mhm.
So here are we talking right now about monster charge abilities, or are we talking about like a
Just like when
sword,
they-
like a
yeah.
sword swing?
The number one thing that has been noticeable for me is that like little, I think it's called an antlion maybe or something. It's like the little like yellow beast that like rolls on you. That still does take you for a ride.
Okay, sure.
Um,
Well, in that case, it's probably just a matter of fixing that particular thing. Like, I suspect that the answer to this one is not we need a mitigation. Really, it's more just like we just need to look at places that are like just monsters that are bad and just fix them individually.
There are certain things I wanted to do, like I wanted it to be, and there were technical limitations here that we probably need to reevaluate. But I wanted it to be when you were blocking or parrying and you got hit, you got knocked less back because you technically did deflect them.
right.
In the parry case in particular, and
And
like
in some cases, there's just push direction. Like maybe the ant lions
Yeah, and
are
then
not
some-
pushing you
well,
side with that thing.
the
And
charges and things taking you a ride has been like honestly the bane of my year.
that's just a
Yeah.
that's more of a just specific setup of specific monsters
Yeah.
and stuff like that. Like, did we fix what's his name, the lumberjack guy?
In theory, but it seems to
It
regress.
still happens
every-
sometimes.
It
Like,
seems
there's
to
something-
just break every.
I
week.
don't think this is a like balance question. I think it's just a technical like we just need to fix some places and
Yeah. I just wonder.
There is also some desync we need to fix because
yeah, sure. There's also that. too.
annoying.
Yeah. Is pushing something you would consider temporarily removing until you have fixed the issue?
Not at all. No, no. It will make the game feel like dog shit if we do that. Like there's just lots of things that you need to have. You need to have some pushing in order to make work. Like
Okay.
I think it's more just specific monsters.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm not 100% sure I agree with that, but we'll move on.
That's because you haven't seen it without it. Like yeah.
That's fair. That's true.
If
Like,
we
there's a
turn
lot
off
of
all
things-
sources of pushing, it would just be it would be a disaster.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So during early access, we've talked about like respecs and lowering respec costs and stuff, and I wanted to bring up the point that a lot of players are using a large amount of their gold on gambling, because a lot of people are falling behind or feeling behind on gear. So I wonder if you would consider further lowering costs and even like reopen the conversation on ascendancy respec during early access, especially since you've been talking about that you are going to be buffing things. So let's say somebody's like, oh wow, Flame Blast looks really cool. I would love to be able to try that, but maybe redoing the entire campaign again, which can be over 20 hours for a lot of people, feels very prohibitive.
I do find it to be maybe not. I do find it to be very fucking cheap right now. Is the thing.
Exactly. I can't say personally I've run into that as a problem. Like, I'll respec my character all the time. I don't even think twice about it. Like, it's not been a concern, really.
I guess it
in that
depends how much
regard.
you gamble or not.
It probably
Well,
does.
at that point, yeah, but even like I'm saying, even if you're just like early, so I don't think it takes that long to actually do a pretty substantial
I have
respec.
to admit that I haven't been gambling in my playthroughs, really.
Mhm.
Like, I was, like, probably about 6 months ago, I was doing that all the time, and I just haven't really been doing it recently.
When we did the like gold model and respec costs, we had assumptions of like here's how much people will spend on vendors
Right.
and here's how much, and there's
Yeah.
probably look, those assumptions assume a perfect world of that person exactly doing that thing, and so yes, if anyone was to stray from that assumption, they're now not going to be able to afford one thing over the other.
What I'm actually hearing right now, by the way, from this and an earlier conversation we had, is that I need to not be I need to do some disenchantless runs, because apparently I'm not testing something that players are actually doing. Like,
Mhm.
my runs are entirely like I disenchant every rare on my runs generally, and so if that's a different behavior, then I need to test that and see what
Okay.
the experience is like. Because like the whole like there's not enough currency thing, there's not, like stuff like that, and like and if you're telling me that you're like selling your rares and buying gambling all the time, and then you're also saying you don't have gold for respecs, it's like, well, this is just like a materially different playstyle that I'm not currently testing myself.
Right.
So like I think that that's what I need to do to see what's going on with that.
And with the last point I made, would you, especially with the fact that there are going to be buffs coming during this, would you?
I don't think that anything changes between early access and not early access regard, by the way. Like, I think that if the argument is that it should, like, I think the argument is the same regardless of whether it's early access. Like, I don't think.
This whole like gamble thing, it sounds like a fucking Cicerone problem rather than a game problem. Like, if you can't afford respecking because you're gambling all the time, then you're fucking gambling too much. You have an addiction, bro. Like, if you can't afford rent because you've been gambling, bro, that's a you problem. But I get it. You gamble to get some upgrades, but at a certain time, you also have to reevaluate. Okay, am I just gambling to gamble right now? Is it just like, oh, I've now got pretty decent boots, but they're the worst thing I have, so let me gamble for boots when you could be respecking? Like, bro, that's like a management thing. I don't know. I spent like 20k gold respecking in Act 2. Yeah, it was all my gold, but I could afford it. Like, I don't know.
I think the early access is a part
Seems
of the
weird.
decision regardless. It's just, what is the price supposed to be? We should get it correctly to that.
Well,
point.
sure,
I
but I'm
think
talking about
otherwise it-
ascendancy respec was what I wanted to.
Yeah, otherwise
sure.
it depends a little bit on the severity of the change. But like it depends partly also on just how much we change. Without knowing the how big those changes are, because I needed to get in there and actually do them first and then make that decision really. Like, there are certainly options there. it is
I think you should be able to respec Ascendancy. I don't care how they do it. Like a droppable thing. Whatever, some sort of specific challenge. Whatever the case may be. I think you absolutely should be able to change Ascendancy. I don't think it makes sense that you can't, but just for how the game is played. But I don't think the argument that because they're buffing shit, you should be able to change ascendancies. I don't think that's a good argument. Because, look, you made a build that you're happy with, right? If you want to try something new, put in the effort. Level it up and get the shit done. I do understand that I would want to be able to change ascendancy, so in my world you could just change, but I think that's a bad argument. I don't think that's why you should be able to change, because at that point it's just like your character still works, the one you chose still works, you have no need to swap. So any swap here is a thing that you want to do, is an interesting thing, so you go play the campaign, right? Like, that's the way I see it. But obviously I think you should be able to change ascendancy, so it's a bit of a moot point.
important to me to make sure that I understand exactly where I sit on the ascendancy class respec thing, because the moment that's turned on, it ain't going back. So that is blocked by me, and I will take whatever is necessary on that one. I understand it.
Well,
It is more.
can I ask you a
I will
question
have a
about it
solu-
then?
Don't
Sure.
interrupt him. Let him finish
Do you feel
speaking.
do you feel like it is absolutely necessary to have those both be permanent choices? Because you already do have the character class itself be a permanent choice, right?
Oh no, and I'm like, I do understand. Do be clear. I am on the fence about this. Like, I can't say that. Like, I'm like, oh, I can't believe PoE1 has ascendancy class respecing. Like, I'm all for that as well. It's just I'm also off. I'm also for the more permanent decision. I'm just like, I need to find the variable that makes me be able to, or the articulation to be able to go one way or the other. And it's very easy to just fold on that. Like, very easy. It'd be very easy to just be like, we're going to change it right now. But it's not, when you have the things that you can't come back from, like, you definitely want to be certain to some degree. There are some other staff that share the same sentiment as me, and I might just go and have a bigger discussion and actually figure that out. And like, it is true, it's not really fair to make people have to wait for that decision on my behalf. I kind of was like, look, by release, post early access, you will have that decision one way or the other, and that will be the way it is. But yeah, fair enough. If the argument is like, if it's going to come up every single time, which is fair, people care about it, then I probably need to press the decision sooner than later. So I'll just get that answer sooner and not have people wait so long. Hopefully, for everyone's sake, it's the answer you want. But if it isn't, well, you might just have to deal with it.
That's fair. That's fair. I think I was curious about, like, so you went with the decision to keep that energy shield does not get bled, which is sort of like giving monsters a form to be immune, right? Like, it feels very similar to like a monster.
I don't think that we've actually come to a decision on this really. Like, there wasn't like I think after the last time this was discussed, we never actually went back and talked about it. So I wouldn't say we've decided that. It's more just that it just went in like that because we didn't get another chance to talk about it. So I don't know that we have a real answer as to what we want to do with that yet.
Okay.
Like, we should probably will revisit that.
I personally am just all for changing it, to be honest.
Okay, well, sure. Then I mean, I have no objection to that.
We made the decision a while back. Like, I don't see why it can't.
I did want to bring up, if you do make it like that on players too, remember to put bleed immune on CI.
We will definitely change CI, but it is a thing that the players are now going to have to deal with who aren't CI, just as a a note as a thing that will happen.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that bleed is exactly breaking the bank right now, is it? Or it was for a while. There was a period there where like bleed was just brutal. Like, what changed to make that not the case? Like, I'm talking pre-release.
It.
Like, could you remember when the freaking like prowlers and G14 bled
Well,
you? And,
we
like,
had
it was
we
horrible?
had bleed on a lot more things, and then there was some crazy damage multipliers on it. Some that I can't remember why they were, but I mean, again, pre-release numbers, things.
Cool.
which was also unfun, by the way.
Oh, yeah,
when,
the reason I removed it. I'm just saying, like, I don't remember what happened.
Yeah. I have a question about Ignite Prolif, specifically with the monsters needing to stand still for, or like needing to be near the source for 2 seconds, to be able to
Yeah, yeah.
proliferate.
It probably needs to be
on the
buffed.
it's on the today list.
It
Yeah,
needs
it
to
was
be
actually
buffed.
on my yesterday list, and I didn't quite get to it, so
Cool.
it sucks.
I know we've had a lot of heavy questions, but I have a bit of a lighter question for myself. Like, how are you feeling about the current like Blessed Orb and Divine Orb being bundled together?
I don't have a problem with it. I mean, is there anything?
I would say I don't have a feeling one way or the other, really. It's just how do you feel about it?
I definitely like. I don't know if this is just a PoE 1 player thing, but I definitely feel like it's missing.
Yeah, I missed the Blessed Orb.
Because like I would never
sure.
divine an item, like because the divine it's a big investment, right? Like we use it a lot on like uniques or like when a main weapon is like in need of it. But
Like, are you saying that you believe that this is reducing the desire to actually use divines?
it's just that I would never use it for just an implicit on an item, so it just makes an item feel like pretty much permanently worse than what it should be, I guess, is like my personal anecdotal feeling as a player.
I mean, that's is that partly also just because the ranges and or power of an implicit is just too weak as well?
Yeah, potentially.
They're not exactly impactful in most regards. Some are good, some are very good.
I can't say this is something we've really thought about.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's just
It's
goes
just
on
a
the list
thing
of
that
stuff
kind of
to think.
happened, and then
Yeah.
like we honestly it just went under the radar the whole time. So
Yeah.
if there are more opinions on that, I'd be like really happy to hear them.
I'd like
Yeah.
a Blessed Orb.
It was just something I was curious about, so further to bring it up.
Nice, you have a good item with a
The
bad
next thing
implicit.
is
Roll a
about
little bit.
movement speed.
There you go.
In PoE 1, we have a lot more things like Whirling Blades, Frostblink, etc. And in PoE 1, I feel like it's a
It's
bit
like
more
less of
viable to
investment, you also
completely
get less of
forego
a
movement
payout.
speed on boots and go for like triple energy shield. But obviously, movement abilities aren't in the same spot in PoE 2. Is there ever a world where you either like think about like removing the hidden movement reductions on shield and armor, give like a implicit movement speed to boots or something like that, so they scale a little bit with like the higher bases?
Well, I mean, are you just saying here just make movement speed on the player faster?
So, for example, like one idea that I saw was if you let's say that some bases have 5, 10, and 15 movement speed, so like that the higher bases are slightly better, and maybe even like scale less, right? So that some of your movement speed is guaranteed, or make it like a lot easier to roll movement speed, like increase the weight that it can roll.
Well, I don't necessarily think it's bad to have a base type that where you've got a mod that, that's somewhat mandatory. Like that's okay. But it sounds like but if you're
Well, as a
like
player, it just
like if honestly, because I mean the thing is in PoE 1, are there really people going around like? Surely it isn't common that people don't have movement speed on their boots in PoE 1. I mean, I guess
I've
it's
done it
technically
quite a lot.
viable if you just. You reckon?
Yeah, quite a lot
Like-
of like triple energy shield boots and stuff. Or
Right.
especially different in PoE 1 because we have
It's
the
it's specialized
influence
knowledge,
things
Right,
and
right.
stuff
Again,
like that.
seasoned players, not like
Right.
Yeah,
just
not new
like
players, sure.
random.
But it is an option, and it isn't really in PoE 2. Like movement speed is a lot more mandatory.
I mean, I don't know. To me, like I mean, sure, I do not disagree with the fact that there can be scenarios in PoE 1 where that's not the case, but I would still say it's basically mandatory there for them. Like for most of your PoE playing career, I would say that you're
Well,
going to be wanting to get movement speed on your boots. You know.
I would even argue like the single best boot in PoE 1, which is the Ralakesh and Patience, they don't have movement speed on them, and like they're still considered like,
used
pretty
to.
much the best boot.
Right. But I mean, isn't it fundamentally then just the back to the question of like, you want to move faster?
Yeah, for sure. It is.
Sure. So I mean, I guess that would be the so
At the
really
end
it
of
just
the day,
comes back
what
to
people
that.
want. Move
Right.
faster implicitly and less dependency on the mod, right?
Yeah.
But I mean,
mean-
whether or not it's implicit
Which
or
is a
based on the mod or anything, it's just I want to move faster, right? Like it feels like that's really the core.
Which
of it.
comes back to the we
Yeah.
need to have those discussions and
Right,
yeah,
right,
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
It's similar.
A difference in PoE2 is that the implicits of uniques, especially things like life sprig, will scale into the endgame. Where, like, if I find a life sprig on my level 80 character now, it's never going to be usable early game. But the explicits on life sprig, and a lot of other caster uniques and things like that, they don't scale either. So have you explored the idea of the actual explicit scaling or the implicit not scaling so that you can find these like twink leveling uniques? Like, what are your thoughts around the uniques there?
I don't think we would want uniques to have the explicit scale like that. That's kind of not what uniques are about.
Yeah.
So I just not that is not a particular solution. That
The
I would
bigger
want.
question's about whether or not the the skill should or shouldn't level up with the item.
Well,
I mean, it currently does, right?
It does.
Yeah, it does.
And
But something that could be interesting is that if you find a life sprig on a level 80 character, it can scale up to that level. So it would scale with your character. That would make it feel really good as a leveling item, for example. That you can use it at level 1, you hit level 3.
I really don't like that kind of thing. The whole like item that just scales with your character. Like, I don't think that we want to move in a direction where you'll have less times when you put items on your character as you level up. Like, that doesn't feel like the right direction to me.
But there's also more whether, and there's a second part to that, which is whether or not life sprig should even have high level requirements ever, which is a more thing that's come up a bit.
That's
more,
a separate question. That that's come up. I'm kind of not quite sure about that one at the moment.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Well, there'll be more discussion.
I mean, so one thing that was proposed and as a potential solution to this is that just the like I feel like maybe you didn't like this. Or I can't remember who didn't like this. Someone didn't like this. Because I proposed that we make it so that the implicit skill on uniques has like a cap level, but then that does level up as you go through the game. Like it's not that it levels up, it's that like it is capped to the level of where you are.
Yeah.
So that way, even if you get a level 80 life sprig, you can still equip it at low levels, and then and then that will go with you effectively. And somehow I see that as different from like your items changing as you level up. That to me, that's not quite the same thing. So like that would potentially be an option. I don't remember why there was some reason why we didn't do that, but like it might still be on the cards.
That's fair.
Wait, so you're saying what? You're saying if you find it at level 80,
I'm saying if you find it at level
let's say
80. 16 skill, but you can still equip it. It doesn't change the level requirement, but then the skill gets down leveled to the maximum that it can be for the.
Oh sure,
Yeah,
I thought that's what he's proposed just a second ago. But
No, he's talking about the explicit scaling.
No, there's a second thing there.
The second one was that, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Maybe I misunderstood then. Okay, right. So in that case, then sure. Like,
I mean, I would
thing.
personally prefer to just be like, you can drop a low-level life sprig, and that's you use a low-level.
Yeah, but I
life
don't love
sprig.
that either, honestly.
But I don't hate that.
Yeah.
And like, there's a part of me that also kind of liked the idea that there were some uniques that were more valuable to find at lower levels, which I thought was kind of interesting. But I don't know whether players actually like that or not. So that's just kind of like a random other thing.
That's fair.
But
I don't hate that.
Yeah.
What you
Yeah, I was
proposed.
just curious because we do find them a lot. Another question is about the minion resurrect timer. It keeps resetting like the entire timer every time a monster dies. And that can feel very frustrating. So I wondered, how do you feel about that? That the entire timer resets?
Well, if you don't have that, it feels a lot more frustrating. Let me tell you. Like that was how it was until we changed it, and like it was so bad. Because what happens is that like the monsters just, that your minions just die one at a time, and then they can never really accomplish anything, and it's just like trust me, that was a buff, that change. Like that was a massive improvement. So yeah, like until you experience it the other way, you will understand if you play it the other way. It's
There
really
might
bad.
be an intermediary there. I want to explore some options.
Well, it's
for
also-
example, like instead of resetting the entire timer, it adds to the timer based on like the cost of the minion or something like that. We might be able to do something like that. So
But
it
I don't
doesn't-
know. But that's not going to fix the fundamental issue, which is that minions work best when there's lots of minions. And so the issue that we had is that you just get into a situation where they just trickle in and die one at a time.
No
and
matter what, they have to revive all at the same time.
that has to happen. Yes.
I'm just saying it could be that like, okay, let's say
Oh, I
everyone's
see what you're
dead but
saying.
one.
Right. So it increases a bit, but not as much.
And
Okay, I
so
understand.
instead of like, all about to
Sure.
revive except for one, he
Yeah,
died. And
yeah,
now
that's
6 seconds again.
that actually is viable, and
Yeah.
that
Okay.
maybe is a change we could make.
And like, would you ever be open to adding a keystone that changes the behavior?
I was actually thinking about that earlier today, and I mostly, like the troll in me, was like, we should do this just so the players can see how bad it is.
Yeah.
but yeah, that was probably a negative thought I shouldn't be having.
No, that's fair. I mean, I think a lot of people would like to see
Dude,
it.
Sure. Yeah.
I fucking love that. It's like the minion cocks are crying. God, all of my minions are dead. No, sorry, one of my minions died, and then it's almost resurrected, and then another one dies, and then I have to wait. Why don't they have individual timers? If it's actually fucking horrible when they do that, you should absolutely add a keystone. And then whenever the crybabies don't take the keystone because it sucks, you need to be pointing fingers at them.
Yeah, no, I think the thing Mark just said is much more reasonable, and
Yeah.
So we should probably do something with that. Yeah.
Convocation, is that something on the table? It's like maybe a spirit skill or something?
I don't love it.
That's fair.
I don't love it.
I'm kind of like,
Yeah.
I could see a world where reservation cooldown, or you have to earn it, or something like that. If they're not,
If it to go in, it would have to be different enough that players probably wouldn't see it as convocation anymore. Like, I suspect that's kind of the reality. Like, yeah,
Right.
like as Mark said, you'd have to add some kind of conditions, or you'd have to do something, and it's like at that point, it's not even doing the thing the players want it for anyway. So it's like,
Yeah.
like
that being said,
Yeah.
it might still just be better, and there might be some room for it.
I don't love it.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I don't love it.
I know.
Like, I would much rather find a better solution to that issue.
Okay.
Wait,
When
what?
it comes to map completion, obviously there's been
Completion?
some changes this patch. But one thing that
Convocation.
easily feels the worst is when there is one monster just like really far away, and the checkpoint system doesn't really cut it there. Would you consider making the completion of a map be like 90% of the rares instead of 100? Because the bad feeling is very often tied to just one monster, the other side of the map, and I have to like do so much backtracking.
Well, I want to solve this problem. I don't know that that's the answer, but I understand the issue. Like, there's
mean,
been a few.
No, that's
Um,
fair. I mean, I think a lot of people would like
Yeah.
to see it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, I think the thing Mark just said is much more reasonable, and
Yeah.
so we should probably do something with that. Yeah.
Far away, and the checkpoint system doesn't really cut it.
Like,
That being said,
Yeah.
it might still just be better, and there might be some room for it.
I don't love it.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I don't
know,
love it.
I know.
Like, I would much rather find a better solution to that issue.
Okay. When it comes to map completion, obviously there's been some changes this patch. But one thing that easily feels the worst is when there is one monster just like really far away, and the checkpoint system doesn't really cut it there. Would you consider making the completion of a map be like 90% of the rares instead of 100? Because the bad feeling is very often tied to just one monster, the other side of the map, and I have to like do so much backtracking.
Well, I want to solve this problem. I don't know that that's the answer, but I understand the issue. Like, there's been a few
we
different
straight
approaches,
up
yeah.
we straight up discussed last night that like
Well,
just having the minimap
Yeah,
icons on.
There was a
always
discussion of
prob-
doing
That'd be
icons on
good.
all the time, right? Because you're not gonna miss the monsters if you
The
see them.
The
in
main
advance.
reason for that is like the current way it works is that it's like when 200 remaining they appear, and on some maps that's like you kill 3 packs and they appear, and other maps it's like you got to clear 80% of it before they appear. And honestly, that's kind of weird and bad anyway.
Yeah.
It's just that we kind of want to like the main thing we're worried about with
Yeah.
that change is the whole you just play on the mini map, like you're not
Yeah.
even looking into the game. And so
But I think that fear.
I'm very in favor of that.
well,
I love that
okay,
change.
like,
The mini
do we
map.
just turn off?
Yeah,
like,
literally just showing from the start. Like I love that initially for sure. At least
Ah,
for me.
okay. So I thought you
Right.
said you loved the idea of not looking at the game and only playing off the minimap.
One
I
of the
kinda do that
tests,
anyway.
one of the like when we were trying to find that NVIDIA crash,
Yeah.
the one of our developers like tried playing with just the graphics turned off, like they just had the minimap and they played literally to the end of Act 2 with just no graphics, and they're like and the funny thing was like, what the hell, how did you even manage to get through 2 acts like that? And he's like, oh, Huntress OP. I was like, okay, like this is so it is actually possible to play entirely with the minimap, no graphics at all apparently.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
That's fun. No, I would love that.
Yeah, I want to change that imminently. The thing with the 90% thing you're suggesting, by the way, there is like, let's say the map only has 3 rares. Is it just
Right.
2 out of 3?
Sure.
Does it like round down? Does it round up? Is it if there's only 2 rares? Is it literally just one?
Probably just enable seeing the res on the map.
I agree.
It's probably
I
better
like that.
just to do
I agree.
I like that. Another quick question about Delirium.
I don't
seems
like it, but
very
it'll fix
fast.
the problem.
Obviously, we're a bit slower now. Any thoughts on Delirium speed?
I very specifically made a number of builds and tested them just before this 020 release, and I was actually surprised how well I was doing. And I was like, okay, like I thought this was a big problem, and I was like, I'll just actually go and actually test it myself. So it could be like, okay, here's I'd like to know a bit more here, I guess, which is like, is it certain maps over others?
Yeah,
Because
100%. Like, because it
Okay,
still
so there's a-
expands like a
there's a good-
donut, right?
Yeah, which we do, and we do kind of have to balance it around probably the bottom. Maybe it's, yeah, sure. There's probably a point where it's balanced around an assumption of like being more acceptable maps instead of the worst ones, and so I just need to shift that assumption and then change it. But yeah, I did specifically personally test this on a number of characters pre-020, and I was actually I was like, I expected it to be way worse than it was. That being said, I wasn't
shit, you
using
can't
like
see.
a massive range of maps for testing that. I was
Yeah.
like, probably
Straight
5
over
or
here.
6 different things on many different characters. So,
Right.
yeah, sure. I will look at that as well. I'll add it to the today list.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big day.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you guys doing this.
What the fuck?
So obviously PoE, you're not necessarily tied to like the warrior being melee, right? Like right now I'm playing
Is
artillery.
the Temple of
ballistic.
Chaos down?
Would it be possible to implement some sort of favorite system that I can just tick like artillery ballista with a little heart on it, so then when I go to like level up those gems, I don't have to in the bottom left search artillery ballista and
Well,
tick the.
I would suggest just having a tab for equipped gems would be the way to do that.
Yeah.
Like you just have a tab
Yep.
that just shows you the equipped gems. You just click on
Perfect.
and you level up that way.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
all the classes, then
then
my
that's what- yeah.
gems, and then all gems is
right.
probably what it should be. Yeah.
Another question. The Smith's hammer ability.
What?
I was watching. I have not used it myself, but I saw Queen69 using it, and it looked pretty painful with like a little like ting, tink, and then going out and hitting twice. Any improvements to that?
So there were meant to be some changes that were made to this that I even specifically spoke about, I think, with maybe Darth and Gazzy or whatever when we had that last one.
Yeah.
And those changes didn't occur. They have
Okay.
occurred locally. They should be in a imminent patch coming out. Like
Awesome.
that's, it somehow got missed, I think, or I,
So
don't,
far.
I actually don't know what happened there, but that was a sheer mistake, straight
Awesome.
up.
All good. Whenever, so there are multiple skills
why can I
that
not
use
ascend?
chargers. A few players have reported that like they might want to use chargers on a specific skill. Would there be a way to like deactivate that a skill uses chargers, but you still want to use that skill, but you don't want it to be empowered?
This was something that came up like probably about 3 or 4 days before we shipped. Actually, with you was talk because the obvious case is barrage on the Huntress, right?
Yeah.
Like whether or not you want to do that. So I think like I'd have to look into whether or not this is going to be okay, but we could have a support gem that does that like gives some other power boost but says it can't consume charges or something, and then that way you could use that with barrage if you wanted to disable it for that or something like that. So I think that'd probably be the way. But I have to think about exactly what that should be, but something along those lines would be the way.
Should
I'd do it.
work.
So I just can't
I
ascend,
have a
bro.
little, like just interesting question about how
What?
do you feel like class identity revolves more around weapons, right? Because like I'm a warrior build, but a lot of people would inherently think like warrior is maces. But yeah, like the class identity is more around the weapons themselves. And I was curious how you feel about that.
Well, we explicitly moved to having 12 classes partly because of that, like to make that the case. Like we want that, and this is actually was driven part like so when we were talking about like adding weapon types and so on, there was this thing where we're like, okay, if you're you know what it actually was? It's okay. So we had the spear base type,
We're kind of pissed here.
and we're like, okay, because this is like way back, like a long time ago. We're like, okay, what is gonna make a person who selects a ranger ever switch to spears and do that? That's just incredibly unlikely to actually happen. It's like ultimately the purpose of the classes at the start are kind of to give you a stereotype to like to go to, Now you don't have to follow that, obviously, like everything's
Yeah.
open, but giving players like a thing where they're like, okay, like I know what I'm gonna do, like I'm gonna do this thing. It's like it's kind of important for new players to have that happen. So
Yeah.
I think it is overall very positive and kind of like why we did that in the first place. And I mean, like an evidence of that in PoE 1 is like, yeah, players who select Ranger, like even though there's all this whole thing about being able to become a melee Ranger, like a new it takes a long time before someone would even experiment with that if they're a new player. Like they just wouldn't even cross their mind to like change weapon type like that once they've already started. So effectively, just due to that, we needed to have some way to make it so that from the very beginning you kind of know, like you've got some idea in your head about what kind of thing you
Yeah.
want to play.
Yeah. Yeah. The next question is about corrupted items.
Wait, I
and
didn't
you
even catch that
added,
question.
In my
What
opinion,
did
a
you ask?
very fun new unit.
One is like, yeah, it's like it actually was driven part.
A few players have reported that like they might want to use charges on a specific skill. Would there be a way to like deactivate that is
Not this is going to be okay, but we could have a support gem that does that. That like gives some other power boost, but says it can't consume charges or something. And then that way you because of that, like to make that the case, like we want that. And this is actually was driven part like I mean, so when we were talking about like adding weapon types and so on, there was this thing where we're like, okay,
I just can't play the game.
maces. But yeah, like the class identity is more around the weapons themselves.
but I have to think about exactly what that should be. But something along those lines would be the way. I'd
Okay, can't play the game. Why? What the
I have
hell?
a little like just interesting question about how do you
I
feel
guess
like
the
class
instant servers are down.
identity revolves more around weapons, right? Because like I'm a warrior build, but a lot of people inherently think like warrior is maces. But yeah, like the class identity is more around the weapons themselves. And I was curious how you feel about that.
Well, we explicitly moved to having 12 class.
I don't like it. It's so bad. Like, why can't a warrior use swords? Explain. Why can't a warrior use axes? Explain. Why can't a warrior use fucking spears? Traditionally speaking, shield and spear is the best fucking thing. It's like, bro. Well, they can, obviously, but like, why are they less incentivized to use? I get the monk with the quarterstaff, kinda, but, bruh. Then you need to not have warrior. Then it needs to be more fucking specific.
Classes partly because of that, like to make that the case, like we want that. And this is actually was driven part like I mean, so when we were talking about like adding weapon types and so on, there was this thing where we're like, okay, if you're, actually, you know what it actually was? It's okay. So we had the spear base type, and we're like, okay, because this is like way back, like a long time ago. We're like, okay, what is gonna make a person who selects a ranger ever switch to spears and do that? That's just incredibly unlikely to actually happen. It's like ultimately the purpose of the classes at the start are kind of to give you a stereotype to like to go to. Now you don't have to follow that, obviously, like everything's open, but giving players like a thing where they're like, okay, like I know what I'm gonna do, like I'm gonna do this thing. It's like it's kind of important for new players to have that happen. So I think it is overall very positive and kind of like why we did that in the first place. And I mean, like an evidence of that in PoE 1 is like, yeah, players who select Ranger, like even though there's all this whole thing about being able to become a melee Ranger, like it takes a long time before someone would even experiment with that if they're a new player. Like they just wouldn't even cross their mind to like change weapon type like that once they've already started. So effectively, just due to that, we needed to have some way to make it so that from the very beginning you kind of know, like you've got some idea in your head about what kind of thing you want to play.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it'd be so much better if they loosened up on it just a little bit. There are absolutely things with the quarterstaffs that you should be able to do with the spear. There are absolutely things with the spear you should be able to do with quarterstaffs. There's absolutely things with the spear you should be able to do with axes, with swords, with maces. There are things with maces you should be able to do with axes and quarterstaffs and vice versa, right? Like, there is no reason that rake can't be a sword or an axe skill as well, right? Like, you dash forward and you swing something sharp, right? Axe, sword, done, right? Obviously, you could have it, but then again, even with one-handed shit, right? It's still like just, it makes sense, right? Like, and it might be an animation thing, but there is no good reason that rake shouldn't be able to be used with anything that has a tip, basically. Anything that's pointy, anything that's sharp, right? there are some of the like stabby stabs. There is no good reason they shouldn't be able to be used with a sword. There's a lot of the slam the ground things with the mace. There is no good reason they shouldn't be able to be used with an axe. Other than, okay, you're going to break the axe, I guess, but... Or the quarterstaff, right? Like, if you pummel the ground with a hammer, you could pummel the ground with a fucking quarterstaff, right? Like, there are absolutely things where it does not make sense that it's only usable by one weapon, and I think it makes the game less. Because you have less combos then.
The next question is about corrupted items, and you added, in my opinion, a very fun new unique strongbox. Actually, whoever made the Venter strongbox, chef's kiss, love that thing. Please put it in PoE1 as well. Coolest thing ever. But I find corrupted items a little frustrating too, due to quality and sockets. I don't know if the answer is just like that they always have quality and sockets, but obviously it's items that we can't recombinate anyway. And I just want to hear your thoughts on a balance pass from that. It's very frustrating to get a really cool unique that is or rare that is effectively useless.
Yeah, something needs to change there. Like it isn't right.
We actually removed some corrupted drops before 020 went out, and then because we were like, wait, hold on, getting corrupted items just sucks.
Yeah.
Like this isn't a good thing you want. So like corrupting an item of your choice is great.
Yeah.
So we just straight up were like, we need to just start removing the corrupted drops and find a different way or a different item mechanic or do something with them.
Yeah. Cool.
This 100% just like, what is this random white corrupted item on the ground? Like that is never going to be of use to anyone.
Right.
Yeah.
So we just need to fix that for sure.
Cool. Is there a possibility of the runes being added to the currency stash tab?
I believe we would. So what was
We're adding a socketables affinity.
Yeah.
We're adding a bunch of affinities. I think it's like socketables, fragments, which will include tablets.
Yeah.
And obviously fragments. Breach and or catalysts.
Cool.
Expedition and dust, also logbooks and the currency. You know, we're adding a whole bunch of them. I think there's 5, 6, 7 maybe different affinities that we're meant to be adding within, like, you know, I would expect to see that within a week probably is my like guess. We're not going to add that. This is like currently it has the whole you have to have the stash tab in order to have the affinity, and we're like having to divorce that a little bit so that we can just have the affinities with, because the tabs take longer to make. And so that we're doing that work currently, and I would expect to have all of that. So you can use your premium quads, whatever, you know, to stash all of those.
Cool. Actually almost through with all of my questions here. So this isn't something, sadly, that I've been able to interact too much with, but I wanted to talk a little bit about recombinators anyway, and just see if you guys have looked into the data a little bit. Obviously, I've seen a clip of, for example, Karn having like this 0.91 chance to recombinate. Just what do you guys think of recombinator use this early, basically?
I don't think we've even had enough real experience.
Kind of waiting for more info and data there for sure.
Yeah.
I did worry that there'd be that people would start seeing those very low values because they're using extremely rare item modifiers or numbers of mods and getting like, oh my god, it says less than 1% or less than 2%, this whole system sucks.
There was a real like it's interesting because like with recombinators, I feel like every time we've ever even looked at them, they've always got this thing of like this tension between like they're so OP and yet also they look so underpowered. Like when you they've got this like horrible tension like that. However, what I do think that this system is compared to the previous one is so much better.
I did see the the clip. He's trying to combine 2 modifiers and it's 0.91 or something. Like, I don't care if those are the best fucking modifiers in the game. Max rolled, highest tier, whatever. There is 6 modifiers on an item, and you need at least like 3-4 of them for that item to be good, right? So the fact that you cannot even combine 2 of the best one, in my opinion, just kind of makes that whole thing sort of jank useless. And maybe there's a way to game it. Maybe there's a way to abuse something with it. And like, but if you can't actually combine the best items in the game, and I'm not saying that I pick fucking 3 from this one and 3 from that one and I have a reasonable chance of getting them. That's not what I'm saying. But 2 of them, That is a third of an item. If you cannot do that, then in my opinion, that system is just whack useless. Like, I don't know. Maybe there's a way to game it. Probably there's a way to game it. But it seems super sus if you can't combine two just because they're the highest whatever.
Is that if you're using them for the like low number of mod cases, then like you can get relatively good weights. But we do have the ability to do more specific balance here if we want to. So like we'll just adjust it. Like honestly, I have to admit, like I haven't even recombinated anything on live myself yet. So like it's just not I can't really say anything about.
Yeah,
like,
that's fair. It's something I haven't.
Right. Like I just don't know how it feels enough, you know.
There were two major item systems that I was like expecting to get a bunch of feedback on, and then would calibrate. One was recombinating, and the other, which I am very thoroughly looking for, and maybe you have some opinions on it, is how the new map drop progression works. And I know there is two. There's one thing I changed last night, which is to make it a bit easier to get guaranteed maps from the fixed last rare and last final boss. But the other thing is there is currently a bug which I saw, which is sometimes the boss's drop isn't +1 level, which, I don't know how that happens, but I saw that bug. But assuming those are fixed, I am very curious to know and kind of just get people's, feeling on that. I've seen some people get through the tiers very, very quickly, which is fine because they have proven that they can, and that's fine, and they weren't at the whims of the RNG as much. But I'm looking for a lot of feedback on that, and I'm hoping to start getting a bit more of that as people get into endgame.
I have anecdotally heard people telling me that they're happier with how in-game is now than how it was in Zero.
Oh, we get to play.
I have also heard that, but again, very anecdotally. So
especially when it comes to sustain, I'm the wrong person to ask because I was shocked at one of the previous podcasts when people were saying they were struggling with sustain. So I thought it was funny when you basically said skill issue.
That was also the case for us, which is why we
so that's why we just were like, let's fully redo this.
So I'm the wrong person to ask for about sustain, and obviously there's no issues for me with sustain now. I've talked to my community a little about this, and it was pretty split with the new, like, how you unlock Atlas points. A lot of people didn't like it. I personally like it a lot more. I had a strong dislike for the do 10 tier 1 maps, do 10 tier 2 maps. So I love the new way, but a lot of people in my community didn't, so we're definitely going to have to get more feedback there. I'm just not 100% sure. I think the issue that people in my chat were saying was that they were struggling to see the corruption. So maybe even like some sort of indicator of like not an arrow, but like more.
When you say C, do you mean? When you say C, do you mean in, like out of the fog of war or in the fog of war?
Both, I guess. Like just. Like, do you know the way we have the beams towards the pillars right now?
Yeah,
yes, people
that's why I'm asking. Like, are you saying just like physically you don't see them when they're revealed?
Just before the patch went out, we were like, we actually did go, do we want these to be visible in Fog of War or not?
Yeah.
And they were, by the way. And then we were like, I think maybe actually we don't, because you're going to spend too much of your playtime just looking in Fog of War, and I want you to be looking in the revealed section more. And so that's why I did change it. So that some things are in Fog of War, but it's like not that many. So towers and citadels being that. And then
you could have like a very short distance maybe. Or something like that,
but we don't currently have a distance in Fog of War. You can see it's just either it is or it isn't. And so maybe we can mess with that and have it be like, you can see
Makes
like
sense.
Wait,
some
you can
depth in
see
or something like that, just to make it a bit
infinitely in the
better.
fog of war?
But
I mean,
at
it's
least
good
for
feedback.
myself,
It's
I
good
like
to
it.
know.
Yeah.
So that's about the Atlas points. If you do get any more, and of course, if you happen to get a collective from your community in particular as well, and of course people are going to post it, you have my Discord as well, just tell me, because I'm very, very curious about the map drops and how people feel about now that it's like way more deterministic for both sustaining and going up the tiers. Now, obviously, not a huge amount of people collectively as in the end game, but like it's enough to start getting stuff. So I'd really, really, really like to make sure we got that right. So if any of that comes up, just give me a yell.
I have one last question about PoE 2, and then I have a few quick fire questions about PoE 1, and then we're done. How do you feel about the removal of player speed, things like Herald of Ice, but then sort of adding it back in with effectively a few players are telling me the Lightning Strike and Aroa effectively just swaps it from Herald of Ice to the Roa and the Lightning Strike?
Well,
I don't know whether or not the balance of those is correct, quite frankly.
It's not quite like there's probably misbalance here, 100%, but it's not quite the same as what the Heralds were doing.
Yeah.
But it is still a balance anomaly for sure. Like I certainly have people playing, I know people who are playing Lightning Archers right now, and they're like, why am I suffering like this? I'm going to swap to Lightning Spear, which I assume is what you meant.
Yeah, Root 2 made me promise to ask that.
Yeah, so look,
Lightning
it's pretty
Spear is
clear.
blasting, huh?
It is the #1 played build right now is Lightning Spear Amazon, and that for good reason, right? Like
That's what
it
I'm.
wasn't the
That's what I'm gonna
intention to be
turn
like we
into.
removed this thing and added this thing. That isn't
Oh, no.
intentional. That it ends up playing that strongly and that powerfully,
Yeah.
and is like a clear like. I mean, just use it and the whole screen implodes,
Yeah.
right?
But the trouble we have now is, like, you know, this is what people are doing now.
Yeah.
Can we nerf that? Like, you know,
No,
like,
that's
No.
fair.
the answer is usually that we can't very easily.
That's fair.
So, you know,
Yep.
So enjoy it this
a
season,
few
boys.
PoE1 questions and then nothing. Do we have a rough estimate at all for 326?
I mean, are we telling people? Have we said anything about
yeah, I
that?
think we were like. I think last we said was A and around that territory, or at least towards the latter half
Wait, you
of
cut
May,
out. You cut out.
No, sorry, I said nothing.
No!
I was just pretending. No, towards the end of May was what we
Okay.
last said, and the intention is still that is currently on track. Obviously, all these things are kind of like, you know, up to
Towards the
within a
end of
2-week kind of
May.
band, because, you know, things happen. That being said, if you're not hearing about things by the end of May, or at least, then I'd be very, very surprised.
Yeah.
You should be, for sure.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
Awesome. Any chance of WSD and PoE1? Have you thought more about it?
It's not really a question of thinking about it. It's a question of, like, I mean, I would put it in tomorrow if we could.
Yeah.
The problem is that the character rigs are just not set up for it. And so
Yeah.
I will just mention, like, kind of like the long-term plan here. So once every microtransaction from PoE1 works in PoE2, at that point, it will mean that we could then port the character rigs from PoE2 back to PoE1 and rig the old character models and items onto them. And that would then mean that we would have access to the animation library and everything that we have in PoE2
Wow.
in PoE1, which would then mean that we could put WASD in, basically.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is
Yeah.
that like in the but this will take a while, right? But like
Yeah.
in the long term, this can happen. But like it would effectively like yeah, we always sort of imagined that we would take the PoE2 character rigs and port them back to PoE1 once the microtransaction had all been ported over.
Yeah.
But it requires 100%. 'Cause obviously, we can't
That's
turn a
pretty cool.
microtransaction off in PoE1 you already bought. So like therefore we have to wait
I
till
think
full
you
compatibility
could.
before we
And
do that.
another thing is like
Probably
incentivized
not
to make
great.
change.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is
That we have to rig everything to all
we
the
currently have
stupid
to
PoE1
yeah,
character
we
models
have to
every time.
currently do
Yeah.
So the moment that we can finally get rid of those PoE1 character models, like character rigs, that means that it just reduces our workload a crap ton. So, yeah, and then
Also,
at that
we,
point we could add W.
We've got a pretty large rigging department right now, and they are spending probably the majority of their life all rigging microtransactions to
Yeah.
PoE2 characters right now.
So
That is what
awesome.
they're doing. So
So I mean, eventually it will get to the point where that is the case.
Cool. I have the same question, but with pausing. So for PoE1.
That one, I think that they even tried to do that.
it was almost there.
It was almost there, and then there was like a couple of things. So,
Where is it?
like it is our intention to get that in.
Awesome.
Oh, we're
Another
getting
thing that I
pausing in
really love
PoE1.
PoE2, the highlight effect. Like when I right-click a transmute and it shows like what items this works on. It's really nice quality
Oh
of life.
right. Well, I mean, there shouldn't be any reason we can't do that, right? Should be fine. I mean, I don't know why that would be a problem. Yeah. Yeah, should be fine. Yeah,
I
we
mean,
can
stuff
probably
like
do
that, 100%.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
either,
yeah.
either we're just not going to. It just
Yeah, yeah.
won't.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want it to happen.
Cool.
Sure.
Final question is Valorant in
there's
PoE2
poison
contains the
under there.
magnitude of unique items. Is that something we could ever see in PoE1?
Well, the amount of work that it would take. So here's the thing, right? Like that for every unique,
Yeah.
we have manual work to do to work out what to do there.
Yeah.
And obviously in PoE2, given that there weren't all the uniques made already, like we were able to do that. So like I'm not going to say never in PoE1, but just the amount of work it would take to like look at the balance of every single unique and do that work would be quite large.
Most would take only like 2 seconds.
Bro,
and
where
it's
is
fine,
it?
Sure,
but
but there's like implications
it's
for a
not-
lot of
Yeah.
it's like yeah. There's
Makes
just
sense.
a lot of uniques in PoE1, right? Like a lot.
Awesome. That was all the questions I
No!
had. Thank you so much for taking time to do this. I know this was super welcome by me and the community. We really appreciate it. I know it was a bit combative today, but I promise it's from love for the game.
Well, actually,
and,
so I at the beginning, I obviously got out of bed on the wrong side of the bed this morning because I was feeling a little bit angus, probably more than I should have done.
Oh,
and
shit,
I
he
apologize for
was
that, 'cause that
anger.
was probably not great. Yeah, I don't know, for whatever reason, I just kind of, as I said, was just feeling a bit ugh.
No, I appreciate it. I actually, compared to most, I think we came out of this one with like, here's like actually like 15 changes we're just going to go make like immediately, which is awesome. And some we knew about, some we didn't, and some and a whole bunch of discussion. So like, I actually, the value coming out of this, I feel very, very good about, honestly. And I'm hoping we can get a lot of those changes, and I'm hoping it. Obviously, it'll help, but like,
Let's go.
it is good because I mean, at the end of the day, it's just creating that collaborative environment between developer and player base that, and using users as the intermediary. And I'm sure a lot of these opinions yourself, you're part of that. But it is very important that we keep doing this because it will create greatness.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate you guys coming here. I've actually like as a rule for my podcast, I actually took something Jonathan said to heart really, really hard that I really liked. And you said that you really like when the interviewer like when it's their questions and not just on behalf of others because they're able to do better follow-ups and stuff. So I've tried hard to focus on that as well, that it's things that I am able to do follow-ups on. So, but yeah,
Alright,
thank
awesome.
you guys so much for your time.
Yeah,
Awesome.
thank you, and thank everyone for watching
Yep,
and playing.
we appreciate it.
Cheers.
Bye.
Right.
Dude, Jonathan was angry. I was right. It's like he seemed so combative to begin with. Oh well, I mean, yeah, it's his baby, right? Like it's his, and obviously it's not gonna be nice when people don't like it. I'm still not entirely certain how I feel. There are definitely some things where I'm like, this doesn't seem to be going in the right direction. And it is not immediately apparent to me that they are going to change the direction that they're heading in. So that obviously makes me a little bit like, but for the most part, it's like they are aware. They're kind of scooting around the whole like speed stuff. And it seems like the Roa Lightning Spear, which is what I'm going to be playing. So I'm happy to hear that I've defaulted into the broken shit 2 times in a row now. Let's go. I just, by the rule of cool, I've been lucky. See if I can get it to work, that is. It does seem like they want us to not do that. Now, I'm kind of curious as to how much damage this is going to do, right? So, attacks using your weapons have added physical damage equal to 25% of the accuracy rating on the weapon. So, I have almost 200 accuracy rating here. Meaning that I should get about 50 added weapon damage, right? Right? Have added physical damage, right? So, it doesn't add on the weapon, but it adds like a ring. So I'm curious to see how much damage that is. So we're about to get about 50 more damage on from our weapon. How's this gonna be? That's 700? Does it show on here? It does not. That was 700 DPS. That was massive. I like it.
Through strife, I grow stronger.
We have a Damouche now, I think. Yeah, let's go, I guess. I think we're going to be hitting moderately hard now. It is getting harder and harder to replace my items, though. No movement speed, so it's dead.
well.
Here we go. Oh, it's kind of quiet now, isn't it? I guess that's okay. I have just been kind of chilling all day. Just letting Jonathan and Cicerin do the work for me. I think Cicerin had a follow-up video though. I did want to see just real quick. To fix everything else. Also, he's just reading the patch notes. Let's continue on a little bit with the React stuff, I guess, if we can. Nah, let's just play. We game. It's game and time. Okay, where are we going? Can I teleport to where I need to go? Seems like I can. Agorat. Oh no, that's okay. There we go.
The wind howls.
Can I actually play with just these little twisters now? Do they do enough? Nah, they do fuck all. It's gonna be fun to see a boss. Atziri, Atziri.
That was almost a challenge. You're mine.
Crossblade spear. I think I am very unlikely to get an upgrade. I don't know if I should be using the... I have the 25% more damage after you hit a melee within 8. But I'm kind of finding that that's not how I play the game. I'm also set it up when I'm getting there. Oh crap.
The wind howls.
A name that radiates warm from the heart of a Zogder? Atziri.
Wait.
Ow. Go, Twisters! Damn.
Bloody fossil. A worthy foe.
Oi, oi. Hmm. What are we doing here? Oi, oi, oi. We go around.
Need a moment.
Wonder if I can lower the cooldown on
The eye of the storm.
what's it called, Barrage. Why would you not want to use the frenzy? Oh, I guess if you're doing spears. If you're doing spear throws, obviously you wouldn't. Broad spear? That's not gonna be better. There's no, almost no shot. Adziri, Adziri. Oh! Save me, game.
Wait. A clean kill.
The question is if I have enough damage right now. Just swap to lightning spear. It doesn't have any. How much damage does it do? I definitely have the attack speed. That's probably still not high enough, but then again I don't have any support gems tied to it. Also, I would definitely gain some... I would make some effort into getting some gain damage. Because just because I have it on Twister, where it's not really usable. I wonder if I'd still play Twister for bosses. I should get precision on my freaking gem if nothing else.
The eye of the storm.
I wonder if a herald would be a good idea. I mean, why not, right? Like, it honestly, it would just add clear. We're kind of at that point where I'm like, why wouldn't I add a herald? But the reason why I wouldn't is because it costs freaking insane amounts of int to do. But we're gonna try and go for some crits. A little bit of crit chance scaling might be really good. But these are for attacks. So it's only really these two we'll get because it's project right now. Twister's not an attack. But I will probably be taking those nodes, the attack nodes, when I go Lightning Spear. Which is not now, but...
This'll do nicely.
What level am I? 47. Okay, so there's plenty more points to get. That's exciting. It also would appear that I've started to freeze enemies relatively frequently. Oh, I did get... There's cold damage on my spear now, isn't there? How much cold damage does my Twister do without any buffs? Oh, not that much.
Such horrors. What were my ancestors thinking? Welcoming the Val.
Wait, what are we doing when we stab it?
Spirit, forgive me for this.
What did I do? Did I need to do this? I got 2 points for it. Let's fucking go. I'm kind of interesting as to see how much the critical strike chance is going to change. So right now, estimated main hand critical chance from hit is 34 to 47. So if we pick up like 10% increased, what is that going to do to us? So just about 1%. We're getting this one first then. I hope it'll be good. We'll see.
Wind, Fury. I've enough in my pack already.
Wow, look at this fucking ordering.
Pack's full.
Ah, fuck it, we'll go back. Don't send me to the fucking... Send me back where I can actually do shit. They need to do something about this. Like, either the vendors need to come with you, or you need to teleport back to here, or something. It's not great when you have to... we have to take 2 loading screens for no reason. $14 to int. 19 fire resist. 46 to spirit. Let's hold on to that one. I don't think 95 life. Fuck, man. I'm missing out on so much life. 15% attack speed. Not bad. I'm not gonna roll the spear right now. You got anything good?
A bit fancy, this one. Enjoy.
Leech physical attack damage as mana. I mean, that would just solve a bunch of shit if I got that mud, but...
Lovely little piece right there. Sad to see it go. Watch your step.
Should we gamble a little bit?
Drink the water.
Bro, we can't. Alva's been taken. Oops. Well, sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
Wind's fury! Ancient all hit!
I wonder if it's, I think it's this way, right? Follow the trail of corpses and the checkpoint. Yeah, this here. Am I done here? Yeah, I am. Let's go. I think there might be an idol I could find for gold, but we're fine.
Naught but darkness about this statue.
I guess that's story, honey.
The intruder is here? What of Nahuatzi? I see. No mercy then. Kill her on sight.
I didn't get the voice line.
Need a moment. The wind howls.
I feel like Twister should be pretty good down here. Isn't there supposed to... Okay, never mind.
Mine.
Okay.
We're at magical technology.
Fool! There is no time for this. Aziri will soon commune with the beast. Cease your assault.
Does that serial soon commune with the beast? Cease your assault? Bro. What? Fool! Our plans are about to be set in motion. Stop interfering.
The wind howls. Wait.
Okay. Just a checkpoint here. Does that mean boss? No, it did not. Don't hit me, I have 38%. No!
Stop this at once. I take no pleasure in harming one of my own. But if you persist, I will do with her what I must.
Movements! No! They hit me! Hit me again then, please. Well, 13% is better than 5. It sure as fuck ain't good, though. Well, that feels very slow, but I'm also not full HP, so... Now, 28, that's a lot better. No!
Need more time.
Oh, here's the boss. Okay. Hello, Doriani. The question is, well, the second phase is probably going to be okay because his robot is huge and it's in the middle.
So, at the eve of the end, the demon of Hatzoatl has finally come for me.
We're a smart fella. You're a right fool.
This ends now.
Storm's coming. Need more time.
Will burn. Sacrifice is the only path to survival. I can't give up. I must save my people.
You know why we're here. It happened. It cannot be stopped.
No, I will succeed.
Face me like a man.
I will burn you alive. Inconceivable.
Well,
You will pay for
Need a
this.
moment.
Nothing will stand in my way.
well, it would seem that I will.
Do not fail me.
Oh, that was kind of easy.
How could this happen?
Loot.
All I've done, all that I sacrificed.
Your people cannot be saved. History is already written. You can stay here and die, or come with us and help save the future.
It's my robot now.
The legacy of the Val must be protected. I do know of a way to contain the beast.
Best you start talking then. My friend here isn't exactly the peacemaking type.
Hey!
Do nicely.
If only I had more time. There is an ancient weapon.
So will you help us?
I suppose I must, but I will come
It's
to...
settled then.
Let's go! Right? And now we're at the riverbank.
By the first ones, you're alive. I'm glad to see another of them now. I would appreciate it if you could.
That's kind of awkward with the spear.
Reach Clearfell. Find the pillar.
The wind howls.
Oh crap.
The hunt is on.
Whoa, okay. How fast is the Miller gonna die? Coming through. Oh, wow. I wonder if there is any relevancy.
So this is the second Saruman man.
You know the whole thing about making the game readable? I can't see shit.
The eye of the storm.
Well, he died.
Place your framework next, see what you've become.
He definitely died. A reaching quarterstaff. Can I? No, I cannot.
Well done. Please come and see.
I'm skilled with the violence.
What a sorry.
Friendly's the name. You're skilled with the violence, but I
You have to hear him say that. That is the rule, right? Like
dark power. Now, if you stick to the
you have to.
Looks to be a decent sort, that one.
Oh no, I can't have things. Oh. Things just go in there now.
Welcome to the camp. Oh, I fear this. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Away without a place to call home.
We go. Onwards. Boink.
Wind's fury. No rest for the wicked, eh? Need a moment. Another hunt, another trophy.
Ah. We found a witch. May we burn her? We found the growwood. Where is she? Ow. Delicious. Oh, wow, she took a lot of damage, man. Ooh, we got a spear. Ooh, interesting. We definitely spend wisdom scroll on that. See if we get something cool.
The wind howls. A worthy foe.
I don't think I can hit her from outside the bubble, can I? Let's see. Adds 2 to 7 physical damage, 20% increased melee strike range. Any number of poison from this weapon can affect the target at the same time. Always poison on hit with this weapon. Oh shit! Any number of poisons from this weapon can affect the target at the same time? Dude, leveling that with twisters might be really good. Or the mud burrow might be... this can be either the best zone for this or the worst. Depending if the tornadoes actually can make it forward.
I need more time.
Oh. Boss arena? Boss arena.
Your torment clear no longer, you slimy bastard. Button down the hatches.
No! I don't know where the tail is. Oh, there.
Need a moment.
Well,
Devoured your lust, you have.
nice and easy. Anything with quality or this?
Now this one.
11 spirit gem, huh? Don't feel like I can really do anything anyways. I need, in order to do the what's it called, the brain? In order to pick the heralds that I want, I need more int. The fuck is that? I mean, it's cool. I think we're about to get a pretty big point, right? Yeah. Okay, so how much is this going to increase? Oh! 10% at the top end? Bro.
The wind howls.
No, I thought it would kill it.
Proof of a prowess.
Aye, it yet lives. But by what foul means?
What happened here? There is a menu. I'll wait here.
Okay, so we need to find the entrance to the next zone. We need to find the red veil, and we need to find the rare plus. Or is it a unique here? Maybe the boss. Nah, it's a boss here, right? I don't think I actually get anything from killing it other than just killing it. Oh, there's also the witch, right? Whom I've probably passed. She's probably up there then, I guess. Can we... Wait, what's down here? I think nothing, but maybe. Yeah. Oh, there's Ariagni's hut, so we'll go this way to it. If I could maybe bait her into her hut.
Oh, this here was someone's home.
Wind's fury.
Rathan don't discriminate. It twists witches and innocents alike.
I don't know what Rathan is, but it's whatever power is in the rares and stuff. I don't know. Blast! Checkpoint. Okay, so we found the Grim Tangle here. Let's get the waypoint. Because this is where Una's supposed to open the way.
Some
Strange magic taking a hold of these roots. Alright, let's find the Grellwood Abomination or whatever it's called. Crossblade spear, huh? Oh, we found it.
Not even the trees have escaped this rock.
Bramblegast.
The eye of the storm.
Dude, I can't see anything. Just fucking got Giga Slam. It's frozen! It's dead!
Nature's hurting. And only stopping this wrathing will set it right.
Alright. The red veil. Let's go.
This place bears the wounds of war.
Oh, 37% movement speed. We better not fuck with it. That was bad, friends.
Need a moment.
No, no.
Scared dead. Proof of the prowess.
3. 7. 8. I'll take 19.
Wind's fury.
Are we?
Over there. Bound to be runes in that pile.
Oh my lord.
Need more time.
Wait, have I not? Is there like a do not move while I'm attacking kind of button that I haven't checked?
Hand that double eyes, eh?
Ooh.
For folk who have already died, they've fought well enough.
We can't. I'll pick the book up. Room. Do I want? Nah, I don't think I want to gamble on those.
Welcome. If I'd spell. None of it's junk. Yeah, sure. I'll take it off.
Do we gamba? It'll take a lot to get us a better spear. I don't think I've swapped my ring basically, or well, this ring here. Yeah, level 8. Let's try and get a better ring, I guess. They're all rares. And they're all ass, I guess. Accuracy rating with strength on there. Dude, that didn't go. And I spent a lot of gold on it. I spent all my gold on it. Oh shit. Mistakes were fucking made. Oh well. I guess we grind gold back.
Over there. Bound to be runes in that pile. The wind howls!
Wait, what happens if I throw a... So this thing, if I go into it, it collapses. I was thinking that maybe this would be better, you know, and then send them through, but it seems a little bit awkward. Okay. Send it. And then we go here.
Aye, I'm hearing voices now. And yet the spirits stay silent. The wind howls.
That was pain. I have no. I was about to say I have 40% movement speed, and then I got hit, and I have 39. I'm okay. Jesus.
Let your blade fall where it will. Your fight's done now.
Blasting. At this pace, we might even get out of Act 1 today. Might be exaggerating, but...
I would ask. If you find a pint out there, don't bring it back.
If you find a fight out there, or if you find a pint out there, do better bring it back. For a second, it sounded like if you find a fight out there, don't bring it back. But I think he says if you find a pint out there, do bring it back. All right, let's get Twister up. Let's get Barrage up. Is there any reason to bring up anything else? I don't think so. Call the Weak and Whirling Clash. No point. Did I really test if Lightning Spear does damage and said, oh, it doesn't with a level fucking 4?
Projectiles on impact and has a high chance to...
Let's see where Lightning Projectile falls at level 12 instead of level 4. Grellwood, right?
Good. You have them. He's unconscious, but goodbye.
There we go.
The wound only grim town. Goodbye.
And the Grim Tangle. Oh, for fuck's sake. Alright, let's just try and see for a second. Attack speed's good. So this is obviously
the old magic still thrives.
Only with what I have right now. And no support gems. How much damage does it do?
Spot a song to chase away the gloom. Lightning strike twice.
That's not... I think I could definitely make that work. The question is if I should swap to it. You have to go back for the essence. I mean, the twisters right now are dumb.
No rest for the wicked, eh? The wind howls. And that's that. Need more time.
So if I were to... If I were to swap... I wouldn't be able to swap...
Don't let up. Shark, that beast is marked.
I mean, this area is really good. Holy shit.
That were a good hunt. Spirit's breath. It really is you. Thought my eyes were playing tricks when I saw you run past. Weren't sure I'd ever see you again after, well, you know, some said you were dead. I haven't seen these wisps.
Okay.
Spirit guide
It's the same shit as before. That's okay. Ooh, superior. What would have to change?
Wind howls.
Combat Frenzy. I could swap that directly for Herald of Thunder. Or I guess I could go... I could swap
Hold on.
out of shock into electrocution and get it that way. That requires me to use a support gem that isn't damaged then.
Need more time. Whipping up a storm.
No, he dodged. No, he dodged again.
I The Asmeri have kept clear of this rot.
Here we go. Cemetery of the Eternals.
Quickly! My family is that bastard tyrant. I sent for reinforcements.
Calls to mind me Uncle Tarek in his later years. Hold on.
I guess this is one of the maps where the twisters aren't all that good.
I need a moment to prepare.
I guess there's too much rando. Oh, I didn't get the checkpoint. I guess we'll be fine.
Reckon it's time to put this Draven to bed.
Go! %38% right now?
Right in the gut.
That feels really good. No. No. No, I got hit. I'm down to 23. Now I'm down to 18. Where? We have a lot of items to sift through, I guess. Oh shit, we need to check for quality. Guess we'll do that later. This one had quality. There we go. Salvage, bam bam. Should I level up the quality of my this one? I think I have a lot. 30, maybe not. Question is, should I corrupt it? It could screw me, right? It could screw me. I think it's this way. %29%. I will take it. No! Yeah, 29% back. Down to 18. Okay.
soul will join my steeple of death.
Whip it up a storm!
God damn! These spirits are mine!
Need a moment.
I require your aid, Garcia. Stop me!
He didn't even get to do anything, really.
We as Mary are older still, eternal.
Well, we've reached level of stupid, I guess. That's okay.
Come on! Clean kill!
Okay. Only 6% right now. I've been bamboozled. Hit me. I mean, it's better. I mean, it's double. Oh, Exile, let's go. Any bots today? 5 bots today. Well, 4 confirmed and 1 suspected. They really want me.
Batten down the hatches!
It is so weird. Like, I just can't imagine. Oh, for fuck's sake, come on. 31, let's go. Like, why would you buy those bots? It's like, they don't. I don't know. Will they really help? If you get caught, obviously not, because you'll get banned, right? But then at the same time, if they didn't help, then why would people do it?
Hold on.
I could not imagine doing it, though.
Abomination!
Also, could they not have some sort of list that, okay, these guys we've advertised now 700 times and he still hasn't bought anything? Maybe it would be more productive use of our time to go somewhere else.
No rest for the wicked, eh? Need more time. A worthy foe.
Okay. Okay. I must be doing something wrong here because I have been searching. Oh, it was right here. No, look, it was just go left. Okay, we got there.
Time this tomb. Mind its name, and kept the praetor's wife good and buried.
Oh, this might be big. Oh, not that bad, actually. Weird. It's my first real source of crit damage.
Behind the storm.
10%. Still 10%. Ooh, no.
I'm bad double as is.
I can feel that. Just requires me to do that. I'm curious to see how quickly I can actually do this act. Oh, I forgot the omen thing. Not omen thing, the key. Oh. Hmm. 21. I'm okay with that.
The eye of the storm.
Gotta go fast. $33, even better. No! What is happening with the movement? No! 27's okay. No! 3%! And there's no mobs. Wait, where is it? Is it there? Or is it there? Or is it this way? $27, let's go.
The eye of the storm. Clean kill.
Well, 28, we'll deal with that. It must be here, right? Yeah. All right, Asinya.
You will never leave this place. No escape. How great form!
No.
Right, my love, I call to you. Now, you are mine.
Wait, really? Already? Holy shit! I didn't even see. Oh my god. Oh, we got those leveling. Leveling. What are they called? The leveling booties.
A relic worth keeping.
No, those are not the ones I thought they were. Let's see how fast we can deal with this Count Lachlan of Organ.
You have the key. Do my eyes again.
I do have the key.
At last, it's open. Praise the first ones. What is this?
What is this?
Great. Isabel, Corker, Callum, the family of Count Lachlan of Oldham. My family. This doesn't make any sense. They're dead. Those bastard Eternals. I must make them pay. I must make them suffer.
Oh wow, that hurt. I suck. I should have used Oh, I just driven the wrong way.
Rest now. You're with your kin at last.
We go. Okay, now we can wake up the hooded one, and then we have a lot to deal with.
I have a grand pound of... Well, you pay... Farewell, hero.
You found the...
Okay. Charges per second, that's so ass. Oh. I don't really have that much mana issues right now, which is kind of wild, but I don't.
I don't know how to up. He wears an eloquent always smile. Stay safe. This. So if we...
Okay. Oh, 98 max life. Nah, right. Nah. Maybe? Eh. Ah, fuck it. Rarity. That sounds pretty good. We'll keep that one. See if we can do something with it. Bam. Some flat accuracy. I like it. Charge when you kill an enemy. 30% of recovery applied instantly. Okay. Be good. Leech physical attack damage. That's life. Let's go. So it's actually into intelligence. That could help. Max mana? Eh. What do we get? Lightning damage. Oh, well, whatever. One level 8 ring replaced. For the spirit thing. 58 max life? Life per second? Fire resist? Rarity? What do we get? More rarity. Let's go. This one's still okay, I think.
Yes.
No, no. A lot of accuracy, but the rest is kind of meh. The mana leech would have been nice, I guess, but... Oh my lord. The fuck is happening here? .66 accuracy. It's mana.
yes? None of it's Jack deal. Remember us when you're famous, eh?
All right. Let's see. We cleared it up. Spirit. We have some spirit. Do we have enough int to actually get ourselves a herald? We could get a level 5. Could we get ourselves a level 11? We could get ourselves a level 11. Wait, that's Herald Thunder. I shouldn't be looking at Herald Thunder. I should be looking at Herald of Ice. I have 40 int. So I could get a lower level one. Like a level 8 maybe? I could... Where's the Roa? What's a level 14 one? Okay, so I could get level 8 of the spirit thing. I'm thinking about putting precision on here. Minions. 30% increased spell damage while a full energy shield. Nice. 30% increased accuracy. Bam. What is our crit chance now? I mean, we must be hitting like diminishing returns at this point. Pretty heavily. I think any further accuracy than what I have now doesn't really do anything, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Right. So is Herald of Ice really going to do anything for us right now? I don't necessarily think that it is. Let's read it again. It might have a flat damage component actually, now that I think about it. Buff. Enemies you shatter or explode. Nah. Nah. Nah, we're fine. We are fine. Ooh. Sorry. We are fine. Okay. Hunting grounds. Is that where we're supposed to be? I think so, yeah. Should we do anything here? It has been quite a while since we last upgraded. Okay, so this ring here is what? 250 accuracy rating. How much did that do for our crit? I've assumed practically nothing. Yeah, well, 49 I guess at the... So it did nothing at close, right? Look, it gives us 800 accuracy and it's 3% at range. Wild shit.
Nout but bad energy about that. I should ask Finn what's what.
Careful.
So, good luck here. Wow.
There we go. Right, so we need to find... There's like a rare plus in this zone. There is obviously the Black Morrigan, whatever, Crowbell. There is... next area and the Wildwood area. Wildwood. King in the Mist area.
The wind howls.
Forcing Spear. How much damage does that do? 29. Ooh. There's a world where that's better. Ogham Farmlands. Let's get the waypoint in there real quick. Get the waypoint real quick. I was hoping that maybe I could make it out of Act 1 by the end of today's stream, but we can't. There's no way. The game's been... If the game hadn't been basically down for like 2 hours, we could have. Now, maybe it wasn't 2 hours, it felt like it at least. Obviously, it could have been like reoccurring issues, right? But instant servers were down at least. I couldn't... Wait, does it do persistent damage now that it's a frost whirlwind? Oh, it doesn't. Ow. I'm looking forward to getting the rank 3 support gems soon. It seems like that's where the most of the new ones are. Or maybe just the new ones for what I'm playing. Are you kidding me? Out.
Need a moment. Come on.
So I really should... Fuck. Should be sticking to the corners. That's basically, oh, to the corners, to the edges, because that's where what I'm searching for is. I think I'll smoke the Crowbill. It's very... It's very limited space that has. But then again, it does have invulnerability phases. So maybe not. Oh, here it is. Let's go. It has fairly limited space everywhere. Like this is really small. The first one is the biggest place and the one that might be the biggest struggle, but now.
I've been itching for a good hunt. Feisty, are we?
No, what? I dodged. Oh. I walked into it. I thought he was going to jump forward. It seems like I'm getting into the issues with because I can only hit it once every what 0.66 seconds. It does seem to like that is cocking me at the moment. But yeah, that was a very quick, however many. Oh yeah, I am absolutely shredding him. Let's see how this goes down here.
Need a moment. There's no beast alive can best me.
Jesus, okay. Yeah, that worked pretty well. Oh, what now, actually? I do think I want to go up here and get the physical, but if I am not playing, if I'm going to be trying to swap to lightning spear, quote unquote, soon, then I should stop. Then I should stop gearing towards the physical, I guess. Not that it couldn't work. Just movement speed and projectile speed up here. This is the way to go, right? If I want to keep the twisters going. How long are we going to keep the twisters going? It's also a little bit of a question of, do I want to just keep the twisters for single target, maybe? And just swap between like heralds and stuff? That is an option. Because right now for clearing, I could kind of just put on lightning spear and the roa. And then I could swap the roa. Well, I can't do the roa yet because I don't have any level, right? Are we blasting yet? Kinda, but not quite. Ish, but not really. But yes. It's a little weird. So I would go here. Reduce critical hit chance is probably okay with the amount of crit I have right now. Now, I think we go here. I think we scale the fist because lightning spear converts anyways. So it should be fine. Scaling the physical. At least if I know how converting works. There is an electrocution thing here. If I want to keep frenzy, I should do something with weapon points here, I guess. And I should have a spear for the lightning, and I should have a spear for the twisters then. And then swap. That could be interesting. That is something we need to look into. Then maybe we could take... This is a projectile as well, right? Yeah. All right, we'll go up here because I would want these points as well. Critical, like 4 attack, whatever. I would want those probably not want the critical hit chance, honestly. Yeah, I would want these 3 points for the lightning spear as well. So we are gonna have to fuck with the weapon swap stuff. Question is if we get rid of this maybe. It could be interesting. All right. I am doing a lot of damage, but it's still kind of weird. My damage output. Like, it still requires me to do this shit. But then, whatever these little tornadoes hit is in trouble. Oh, here should be somewhat of a challenge. Like, yeah, look at that. Yeah, we have damage now. We definitely have damage now. Where is... Where is the X? Is it there? It has to be there, right? Ooh, I know what I should do. I'm surprised I haven't done that yet. There is some regen support gems that I absolutely should put on Culling Strike. Or Cull the Weak or whatever. Just for the sustain. Oh, I should let myself get hit so that I can get some movement speed. $32. Yep, we're doing that.
The wind howls.
Okay. We're back. No, they hit me, the cunts. $26. I would like to keep that, please. $38. That's even better. Oh, that's the...
To summon something better left well alone.
That's the last one here. Okay. Well, we found the final ritual, so that's great. No, they hit me. There's two right here next to it? Okay. Oh, that was quick. Holy shit. Okay, so this is really good for like ritual and shit, huh?
Please.
It would be really nice if I could have like multiple different if I could be able to keep the twisters while I go for the... Oh. While I go for the, what's it called, the lightning spear? with the weapon swapping and stuff. Because they definitely have areas where they just fucking own. Like this shit. Enjoying the hunters at the moment? I would say conceptually no, but like it's this whole like twister situation is just kind of ridiculous. So from that, so yes, it's still the same issue where it feels like I have to do too much to get my damage out. Now I have such ridiculous attack speed that it's okay. But I'm not sure that I'll be able to have this amount of investment into attack speed and still be viable in the end game. So I'm not... It still has the issue that I have to press 6 buttons to do damage. And that is like at least 3 too many. Because as crazy as this looks, right? If I just fire the button, it looks like this. Right? And if I just do one thing, it looks like that. So it's like I need to do 1, 2, 3, turn it into coal, activate the many, and then it goes... Which is fine and fun on bosses. Still. And it's still a little bit out. A little bit too involved for like this sort of content here. But I mean, the Huntress has a cool ascendancy. I think with where I'm at right now in terms of stuff, I'm not far off being able to make Lightning Spear work. Look. This is very playable now. This is attack speed I can deal with. I just need the damage to be there. So I don't have to hit a Grey Mob this many times. And obviously I don't have any support gems linked to it, so that's a lot of damage. And I have scaled just attack speed to get these twisters out. Which is it's kind of wild that they're doing as much damage as they are. Because like I said, scaling attack speed, they don't benefit from it much. If at all, actually. Because I only fire once, right? They don't tick faster. They can't hit more often. There's no like attack speed scaling on them. That's a laugh. But it's okay. It's okay. Like, obviously, the game is has so much shit in it that obviously you will be able to find something that's busted. But I just don't necessarily think that that's the way forward. But I am having fun at least. But I think it's mostly down to I think the biggest reason I'm able to do this is that the Huntress has some really really easy way of scaling up some damage. Oh.
Need a moment.
Oh. But look at that.
I need a moment to prepare.
Like, that was one pass of tornadoes on him. Are you not supposed to... Yeah, there we are. Oh, 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 oh.
Need a moment.
What I will say is that it is a little bit iffy with the damage. Sometimes you do massive numbers, and other times they just don't hit. Which, generally speaking, I'm not sure I'm that much of a fan of, but
I'll not make the journey home like that.
it feels stupid, so I'm having fun. That's kind of where I'm at. Level 12 is not that great. I think we'll take this, and that's the only thing we can afford, and that's okay.
So the cold, thank you.
Miserable when you become frozen. Yoink that. See if we can get a better one. This one's ass. Oh, it's a sound.
Quickly.
It is definitely the same issue, whereas I'm spending all this time doing all these combos. Enemies in your presence are ignited as though dealt 100 base fire damage. Oh wow. I'm doing all these combos, but now they actually do damage. So now it doesn't feel like I'm just doing all these combos and I don't do any damage if I don't, and I don't really do any damage if I do. When I was leveling, the big issue I was having was that in the time it took me to do the combo, I might as well have just spammed some shit ability that did no damage. Because by the time the combo came out, that shit ability would have done the same damage that the combo will then eventually do. Which, that's never a good feeling, right? Like, and that has stopped. That has stopped. Now, whenever I get it out, I'm definitely seeing numbers. I think this is already better, so let's just yeet it up. Well, that didn't make it much better, but I guess. Oh my lord. Oh, we're just missing. Okay, well, that's great. YOLO. Ugh! Oh, it equipped. Okay. What did it do? 2 to max fire resist. Okay. Let's go. Big chance to gain. Recover 22 mana when used. It's not great, but it'll do. I need to stop using exalts now. I don't have enough, so that was probably the last exalts that we could afford to spend. Should we hold? No. The fuck just...
It seems shadows haunt us.
They just moved, didn't they? Big cows. Yes, they did. Why have I never noticed that before? Oh, there was an item here I wanted, right? Yeah, there was 2 even. I thought for a second they removed the checkpoints. Like, no. No, you didn't. Let's go to Organ Farmlands. I wonder, could we make... Could we make this effective? Let's see what we have. We can make it a 3-link. I know I have one at least. Maybe more. I have one. I have two. Okay. Yo, Respawn Rogue. Welcome, welcome. I think we're gonna use it on Lightning Spear. I'm definitely gonna try with it anyways, so it's fine. Let's see what we have available in terms of... So what am I using right now? I'm using Martial, what are called? The only thing I'd use maybe Retreat. It's okay. Little slow today, but otherwise fine. So the only thing is Martial Tempo I might use, but I think the attack speed right now is more than fine, so we should probably just get some dam. What's the shock chance on it? 100% more chance to shock. It should shock, right? So I guess we'll put Innovate in. Innovate is pretty good. I like Innovate a lot. Lightning Infusion. Yeah. Less cold and fire. Don't I have cold on my weapon? I do. How much cold does it do right now? It does... Yeah, that's not insignificant, right? The amount of damage I'd lose here. I guess we'll see how big the uptime on Innovate is, and then we'll... Supporter skill gain 3 voltaic charge per meter traveled. Supporter skills have 3 maximum voltaic charge. Supporter skills consume on use. Supporter skill chain 1 time per 10 consumed. That sounds pretty good. That sounds pretty good. Let's see. Crit chance, physical damage. I don't think I need more chaining, especially not for 50% less damage. Area damage, no thank you. Attacks gain 35% of damage is cooldown for 5 seconds on freezing enemy with supporter skills. See, if I put that on Twister, that could be pretty good, I guess. But no, gain extra is not that good if we're actually going Twister, because it already gains 50%. So it's like, you're still gonna gain 25% of your base damage, but it's no longer the massive thing that it is, because you're already gaining 50. So if I'm doing 100 damage and I gain 50, I'm doing 150. So adding the 25% means I'm gaining 25 damage. So it's not 25% anymore of your overall damage. It's not the point, or the skill is no longer worth just 25% multiplicative damage, right? It's only worth, like, what's it gonna be? From 150. So instead of being a quarter, it'll be a sixth. Yeah. Which is still good, I guess, but... Ambrosia, consume mana flask. 3% of damage is extra lightning damage per mana flask consumed. That sounds like a bad idea for me right now. 50% more accuracy rating. I don't think that's needed. We could probably take some points out of the tree if we put that on. It may be something we use later. Cadence. Supporter skills have 8% more attack speed for each time they've been used recently. That seems like a weird ability. 25% more attack damage to enemies with 1 meter. I was thinking about doing long shot. Commiserate. Okay. Concoct. Bleeding. Whatever. Dazzle. If supported skills will gain extra damage of any type, they gain extra cold instead. Ooh, I wonder if you could use that to turn it into... I wonder if you could use that to turn it into like a freeze thing. But it's like a kind of a dead... It's not a dead support, right? But... Also, I wonder if I should be doing electrocute so I don't shock. But I electrocute and I still get combat frenzy. That is also a thing. I'm not sure if it's worth it now, but I think that is definitely something I want to look at late game. Right now, I just want to do damage. For bosses, I am going to use the tornadoes, I think. Long shot is definitely... Lightning pen? It's probably worth it because it's mostly... Yeah, I think we go with lightning pen. I think we go with lightning pen. There's also primal element. Ooh. Except for 54% chance to chain and additional time from terrain. Benefits from consuming charges for supported skill have 20 chance to be doubled. That's something I'd put on Barrage, I think. I think we're gonna go with pen. It's a nice and easy thing to put on right now. Let's see if we can make this. Let's see if this works. That's just quick and dirty. I missed.
Lightning strikes twice.
Ah, it doesn't do enough damage still. Ow. The question is, though, does it do enough damage when compared to all of the amount of things I need to set up with the twisters? It definitely does on multiple targets. It's just a problem when there's only one. This works. What?
Down the hatches.
Are you kidding me? They pushed me out of it?
That was almost a challenge.
I don't love using the 3 button actually, so I think we'll put it on here.
Una will thank me for this, no doubt.
What? Okay, this works. No! The only thing is that now I don't really do any physical damage. This is an attack, right? Oh, the twisters aren't an attack, actually. So the whole leech thing, I wasn't doing anything before. Now I'm at least doing a little bit. This is an attack. No, this is not an attack. It's a projectile. I'm stupid. Never mind. I thought it was an attack as soon as it's with a weapon, but it isn't. Okay, this is okay, so right now I picked the leech because I thought it was good. Oh, I was so excited about the leech because I thought it was going to do anything, but this is obviously not an attack. It's a projectile. So I'm being stupid, and I don't like it.
Nary an inch spared the flames. These
Wait, does it say attack on the leech, actually? Does it just say physical damage? Am I being stupid? No, physical attack damage, yeah.
The hunt is on. Straight through the art.
Okay, this is absolutely silly. Now we're enjoying it. This is PoE. It's being dumb good if I've seen it. Hey! Look what I put together in like 3 seconds. We're back. We're playing PoE again. I'm one-shotting monsters with one button. No combo, no nothing. Just bam. Oh, that's problematic. It does make it a little bit awkward to swap to whenever you're then gonna be using... Whenever you're then gonna be using the tornadoes. Oops.
I'll not say no to that. The hunt is on.
Is it all weapons that you can get leech that isn't just attack then? How am I gonna get leech? I want leech. Does the ascendancy specify attack leech as well? It just says life leech, right? Life leech recovers based on your... Okay, let's see if I can search for leech. Is there any leech? Right, there... Oh, there is. Amount of mana. It's just amounts, I guess. It's just mana things. No, there's something here, and it's amount all of it. Yeah, so you have to get leech from items or something, I guess, because they want this to multiply. They don't want you. They don't want you to get this sort of things. Oops. from the tree. Isn't this the forge?
Lightning strikes twice.
Assist Azala in opening the gates. Okay. Dude, I've already done that. Yeah, I am playing solo self-found. I think it's... Well, the solo part, I don't care about the solo part. I think the self-found part is the better way to play the game. With that being said, ARPGs playing together is usually a little bit cheesy, kinda. But yeah, I don't like the whole trading shit. It sort of diminishes a lot of fun for me, because I feel like rather than going and doing all the content to get my upgrades, I'm incentivized to just do whatever makes the most currency per hour. And then just buy everything. So I find that it shifts the enjoyment or the excitement from fuck, I got a really good item, to oh shit, I got currency, right? Like, it's just like, oh, currency, oh, I can sell that, which is fine. And it's not that it's bad necessarily, and I can definitely understand people enjoying it, but there's just something about being on the trade where it's like, well, you found this item, but I could just go buy a better one. It's like, I could just go buy a better one. I could just go buy a better one. It's like, obviously you have to be happy with what you have at a certain point, but I don't know, it diminishes a little bit. The caveat to that being that on trade, if there's a cool unique that you want to do something with, you can just buy it, right? And you don't have to be at the mercy of the RNG's gods. And that is something that Solo Self-Found does not do very well. Because realistically, you can't count on getting your... You can't count on using these uniques. So there's a lot of cool, really cool shit that is just off limits to you if you play Solo Self-Found. Ooh. No, what did I do? Oi! Get shotgun.
It's you who should have hanged, but this were just as good.
Yeah, so there's definitely pros and cons, right? Like, oops. I do feel a little bit more ownage over my character as well when it's Solo Self-Found, because I have found my gear. I have made the decisions based on what I found. It's not like I just... It's so much easier to just pick up a guide on trade and just like, yeah, let me just buy these things. Tick, 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 tick. Boxes are ticked, and now I blast. Which is cool if that's what you like. There's also the thing of when you're playing on trade, being early or first to the punch is massive profits, or being slow means that you get behind the curve and you can't afford things when before they say get really expensive or whatever, like, or you don't get to grind out the things why, like, before something new. I don't know. I mean, it's just like being early to the fucking economy is such a massive win. Like, you get in early, you get in before all the inflation, you get in before people have thousands of divines to spend, right? All that shit. And it's like, there is that thing, if you're behind the skill curve, or like, sorry, not if you're behind the fucking, what's it called, the bulk of the player base, or just a lot of people, then everything you find is just inherently less valuable because there are things from higher end content available. So it puts some sort of like a rush on you. And then there's the whole juicing, which is cool, but that is a whole art in itself to know what to do. And then if you're just kind of running maps that aren't giga juiced, you aren't putting a lot of currency into your maps and into your magic find and all of that, then again, your playtime is just worth less. It's not worthless, but it's worth less. So it's just, overall, I just don't like it. It's like, there's so many reasons that I don't like it. This is probably better. It loses us a little bit of dam, which I don't like, obviously. Gain 40. That was really bad. Cold resist, attributes, and what do we get? Chaos damage. Dead stat. Let's go. Horrible. Where are we at? Cold resist is... whatever. We're fine.
There is only end.
They literally just said today that as long as you're in positive... as long as you don't have... As long as you're above 0, then you're Gucci. Cold resist... That's bad.
Be careful.
Okay, what will we do? We're going up here to get... Okay, we have to see if this meaningfully increases. So 2.8 is my first increase. That didn't do much. Wait, let me see. So does this only affect this? Total damage is 894. Let me spec out of it again.
Adapt or die.
It's 4 damage. So it doesn't increase the lightning damage at all? That's interesting. That didn't work the way I thought it did. See, what I thought would happen is, since it's converted, this is how I understood. All of the physical things that you get is then applied to the physical, and it's then converted. But it seems like it just doesn't do the physical. It just directly lightning. Unless this one is wrong, but why would this be wrong? So this literally only... this literally is fucking 1%. Because it only applies 10... Wait, sorry. What is it, 8? So it's 2%, or... Yeah, 2. Because it only applies to 20% of the damage. Wild shit, huh? And it didn't do shit for this, I guess. Okay.
Ought to rethink the approach.
Yeah, we're not doing that. Then I guess we're going here. Projectile damage is going to apply to everything. But that's then a weapon swap angle. Once I can get another spear. Yeah, progression feels earned in the solo self found. That's true. Whereas if you just buy it, it's like meh. Okay, so we can get out of this. I can still finish Act 1 today. Like, going a little bit over. I should be shopping for food, but I'm sure Nina will forgive me. I need to look up sources of leech. Well, this is not great. How come I'm doing so bad damage all of a sudden? Oh, there's something. Oh, it's proximal tangibility. Right. So if it doesn't get to bounce, it doesn't do all that much damage. Yeah, as soon as they were gone. Woo-hoo-hoo. Oh! Did she just say straight through the heart? All I can think of is shot through the heart, and you're to blame, darling. You give love a bad name. Fucking classic. I'm listening to that after stream. Holy shit. I'm gonna go listen to that. Such a good song. Whoops. Hey, bounce, bitches. I should wait a little bit. There we go. So is that? Ooh. Is this vault is kind of nuts, isn't it? You immediately went there too? We are both old. Wait, this thing just makes them split more, right? It doesn't make them... Okay. The gallows. That's gonna combine really well with the with the Roa. Okay, so let's see. So before we got fuck all damage. Well, that at least was a lot more. Okay. Am I sure I want this? Check. There's movement speed and projectile speed, projectile speed, projectile speed, projectile damage. Oh, we're going for the damage. Again, that's another place where we could do some swap. It does not do any fucking single target. If we are playing this, we're gonna need to find some way of solving single target if it isn't going to be NATOs.
Almost a challenge.
Rares are gonna be a pain in the ass in open maps if there's no mobs around them. Okay, look, this is very dead. Holy shit, they need to do something. This is what makes it feel large, because I'm just running here. There's nothing to kill. This is better. Oh, yeah. Give me a frenzy charge real quick here. Bam. Bam. I think I need to take reduced penalty at range, so I get more crit at range. Jesus. Oh, I ran in a circle. Let's go.
Now to do with a tyrant, but stick his head on a pike.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm just being bullied from off screen. No, 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 I'm getting stunned. Oh, fuck you guys. That was unpleasant. Needing to remember that I swapped my buttons around. I think there's a boss on this floor. Oh, I know there is. I'm just not in... Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Fire! Why am I all of a sudden just getting mega stunned? I'm guessing that these monsters are just a massive step up that I wasn't ready for. Can I shoot? Hello? I'm a little bit concerned that it might be down there. I don't know if it's close to the exit or if it's close to the entrance. And I should know, but I don't. Okay, boys. Wait a second. This isn't doing shit. This is not an attack. Why is that not an attack? Wait, this doesn't have the attack. Yeah, I'm not that stupid, right? Like it Okay, I'm looking the wrong place. This is an attack. I am fucking stupid. Wait, what decision did I just make based on this not being an attack? It's the leech. Right. Oh, so it doesn't leech anything because I don't do any physical damage. There we go. Okay. Dude, I'm so stupid. Is Twister an attack as well then? Yes. Dude, this is such a small gripe. But I would expect it to be here. Not here. And it's simply just because I don't read. It's the same thing when I don't read the yellow shit and there's stuff here because I think it's down here that the meat is. I'm so stupid. So I've been avoiding attack scaling and going for projectile scaling. We had this ready and available. There's movement speed here. Holy shit. Wait, that also means... Oh my god. My fucking... That means this is so much better. I need to go here. Oh god. Oh. Reed fence. God damn it. You're stupid.
Not wrong with a new approach.
Yeah, new approach. Here. I need 2 points. Now the question is then, do I just say fuck this? I mean, there is 3% movement speed and some projectile speed here, but it's fucking that many points to get there. And there's no real reason when I could be getting here. And there's movement speed here. There's no projectile speed. Oh my god. But this here, I was thinking about doing this. But if all of these points, I mean, it's definitely not worth it for what I'm doing right now. We could go for the electrocution shit. Man, I'm so stupid. For now, I think we get rid of these. And we take this. It's just a bit of flat, like increased damage, right? Now the question is, what do we go for? There was the whole, like, accuracy up close, wherever that was. I don't remember. It's here, right? Here. 30% reduced penalty to accuracy at range. Skill speed, lightning damage, electrocution. But oh wait, then we will actually go here. I'm thinking... we're eventually gonna put electrocution on lightning spear. We should be doing more damage now. I think absolutely should be doing more damage now.
Straight through the heart. Take this.
It's hard to see because that was absolutely a perfect situation. I had a frenzy charge and there was a lot of mobs. I think I had full take charge as well. Oh, I fucked up. It would seem like we have to go above across to get the boss.
There's the tyrant in all his rotten glory.
Yeah, here it is.
First ones, hear our laments.
That's no statue.
Sanity recedes ever further into the dark. Shadows hover above us. In the
No, I pressed the wrong button.
And waiting. What sickness has come among us that so unsettles our minds? It sits poised to strike. Nowhere is safe.
Whoa. It did not register my dodge roll. I'm pissed. We go again.
First ones, hear our laments. Sanity recedes ever further into the dark. Shadows hover above us, in the corners, watching and waiting. What sickness has come among us that so unsettles our minds? It sits poised to strike. Nowhere is safe.
Okay. Get fucked. What? I just dodged that. I'm fucking stupid. No! Single target damage is indeed shit.
Dead now.
The main reason it's shit is because the arena is so big. When the arena is smaller, and you might see it with Geonor, but maybe not. I do a lot more damage, but the problem is that the little tornadoes don't get to bounce, and that's why the damage is shit. When the tornadoes get to bounce, that's a weird looking dog. The Chimera? Yeah, it was a Twitch reward from early access launching. It was like give 2 subscriptions to a channel and you got this pet. No longer active, no longer active. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. Oh, they're hasted, that's why. I was like, what is happening? These guys are on freaking coke or something, just plowing at me. We got 39% movement speed out of that, though. It doesn't do anything. It's just there. It's just fun. Just like the duck. It's also just there. Like this thing occasionally will do like an animation, but for combat or anything, it does. If anything, it confuses you. Because sometimes you think it's an enemy. So if anything, it's probably a little bit less efficient to have it, but kind of fun to have them like run around following you. But no, all cosmetics, anything. The only pay to win in PoE 2 is the currency tabs. And they don't actually give you power, they just give you more inventory space. And they make it so that you can sort it easier and faster, which means you have less downtime and more game time, right? It's an emotional support animal indeed. But like in D4, it picks up gold for you, right? It doesn't do that here. It picks up gold and like materials in D4. But in D4, there like you don't have to pay to get one. I don't know if you do in PoE. I don't know if you can get one for free in PoE. Well, you can by watching and stuff, but I don't know if there's an unlockable that you just go and earn in the game. But it also doesn't do anything, so it's just that the pets are not paid to win in D4 because you can get them for free. And they have the same functionality. Something just hit me for a metric crapton and I did not like it. Yeah, it picks up golden mats. But it's not a problem, right? Because, like I said, you get one for free. So it's not like, oh, well, this is pay to win, you... Right. In D4, it doesn't... Unironically, D4 has less pay to win than PoE. Woo! So this arena is a little bit smaller. It's still on the large side. I pressed the wrong button. What's he doing? No! Bro, getting used to having this on a different button is hard after I've been playing with it for like 20 hours. What hit me? Is he not phased yet? Oh, I pressed the wrong button again. No!
The air grows colder. Agnar the Wound. Agnar the Impaler. As swift as death. And imbued by the moon. Cursed or gifted. Branded and afflicted. Your veins soon chill. Agnar shall slay again. Solstice of pain.
I can't see shit. I can't see shit!
Requiem on high.
just not make any freaking... No! Let's not make any effects here because then I can't see what the fuck he's doing. No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Your pulse quickens. The eternal endure.
Oh, yeah, I saw.
Empowered.
Now.
Our Exile endured.
No, I was too early. Ah, no.
All were devoured. In unending war. Death waited at the door. Then hour by hour, men fell as summer sour.
I pressed the wrong fucking button. Bro. I'm pressing Culling Strike rather than Tornadoes, and it means that I use so many fucking setup globals. Baldur's Gate 3 is so big, I feel there's so much missing. Act 1 is only... Dude, it's so good. That game is so good. Ah, that was terrible, man. I had them. I just needed to not suck, and I did. The whole, like... The problem also is when I miss a time for a combo, I feel like, oh crap, I have to quickly do it again because I just missed damage time. Where I should just be like, okay, well, there it is. It is what it is, right? Like,
No escape.
Hold on.
You dare mock me.
yeah, look, that was more damage, huh? Obviously, he has this whole moment where you can't do anything to him, but
Wait.
You are hunted. Fang, tooth, and claw. Tortured under the moon. The pack suffered but endured. And howled now in tune. No tales were told. None new, none old. And their endless hunger grew ever stronger.
I struggle to get the... There we go. I struggled to get the, what's it called, the rhythm down on that one, but... Alright. We did Act 1. We did half of Act 3 and Act 1 today. So I did get my goal and it only took me, what, 40 minutes over? Yeah. That's okay.
Oriana used it against you. Where has she taken the beast? I found messages from the desert.
I wonder...
From the Bastille. Yes. Find her. Kill her. But first...
So if you do this, and you send them out, then they can keep doing stuff. Like when they hit you. I wonder if they last longer.
We must make haste. Let us return to Clearfell to make our preparations.
Okay, so if I do full combo and I send them, how long do they last? Let's see, we'll fire at 20 seconds or whatever. Here we go. Now, how long do they last? So about 5 seconds. If we then just send one out and do this shit. That is significantly longer, isn't it? We will send it out at 5. Oh, that was too early. We'll wait. It seems like whenever they split, they kind of get new life. So that was 10 seconds. So the question is, are you better off doing like... Maybe doing like... Here, making it just a 1 combo? Sending out these, and then having them enter your newly ones to upgrade? Nah, there is less tornadoes, right? Yeah, there's less tornadoes. Interesting. Okay. Right. It's going well. I swapped to Lightning Spear now, which is the skill I want to be playing. So right now we have Twisters for single target, which is a little bit awkward because it only really works when the... it only really works when there is a small area. So there's 2 options. And I'm kind of leaning towards one being cooler than the other. Obviously, you have the weapon skill points, right? So what I'm thinking is we'll have 2 weapons, 2 weapon sets. They did make it so you can lock weapons, didn't they? They did, didn't they? So I don't need 2 weapons, right? Can't I... or have they not done that yet? How do I do it? How do I do that? They said that they were gonna do something where you could lock the weapon sets, didn't they? Works with long list of preconditions. True. Yeah, I'm generating a lot now as well because I'm starting to actually freeze things. Oh, we could have had 5% increased max life for that fight. They said that they were gonna make it so that I could lock a weapon, so I didn't have to have 2 weapons. But is that in already? It's probably not, right? Because then I was thinking what we could do is we could have one setup for Lightning Spear where we take like the electrocution, probably these 4 points, and where was the other ones? These up here are okay as well, maybe. Maybe. I don't know if I need that many, but at least these, I think, because of the 20% increased damage taken, that seems pretty good. Run that with Lightning Spear, and then whenever we swap to Tornadoes, we could get maybe up here, we could get this cluster for both of them, and then for Tornadoes, we could swap to this physical scaling. There's a lightning cluster here that might be... This is chance to shock, so that won't work. I guess, yeah, we won't be shocking if we're doing the electrocution. I was thinking something like that could work. It could be cool, right? Actually doing something with the weapon sets. I just need to figure out. They said that they were gonna make it so that you could lock the things between the yeah, rule of cool is the best, because the alternative is we just take something that very much is the same as Lightning Spear, which is what's it called, something stick in the ground, do lightning stuff, Stormlands. But I don't know how good Stormlands is for actually doing boss damage. And I don't know if you need a... I don't know if you need a... What's it called? Detonator. The good thing about the Twister stuff would be that we actually have Leech then. Without taking the Ascendancy. Stormlands is Pog's main boss killing tool. Yeah. I mean, it'll work. I think the Twisters will work as well, but it just requires the whole arena shit. And I think it won't work on Arbiter of Flame, which is obviously a problem. I'm not sure it will work on Breach Boss. Not entirely certain. Probably won't. It'll work on Expedition Boss because that arena is fairly small. It'll work on... I don't know if it'll work on King of the Mist. If he has the same arena as in PoE 1, it'll be a little bit rough. But then again, there are certain things that can bounce off, so it might actually be good enough for him. Also, one thing he does is he has those little totems that he spawns, and having just Twisters randomly deal with those would be super neat. So it might be okay, or at least neutral for him. Generally speaking, I'm not usually that thrilled about bullshit like the Twisters going everywhere, because it's kind of awkward. It's kind of RNG. Sis, take the wheel. Generally speaking, I don't like that, but it does look cool. It's kind of fun. It's like the madness of it all, but I'm not sure. We will see. We will see. But yeah, this is gonna be it for today. I'm already over, and I need to go deal with food. I hope you enjoyed it. Hope I will see you tomorrow. What day is it today? Is it Wednesday today? Yeah, so tomorrow is going to be the last stream before I take a 9-day fucking holiday for the Easter, because I'm going home to my family, or Nina's family. So yeah, tomorrow is last stream before Easter, and then I will be back on what, the 21st? Yeah, the 21st. But yeah, tomorrow normal time, and then we take a massive break. I've tried to make sure that there's still content coming out on YouTube over the entirety of Easter, so there will be YouTube content happening. It's just VODs basically, but there'll be a bit. There's VODs on the VOD channel, obviously, and there's shorts on the other channel. Maybe I'll get a video cooking. I have some time Friday, and I have an idea, so I'll maybe try and make a video Friday. But yeah, other than that, tomorrow, last stream before Easter, and then, yeah. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one, guys.